march no longer, I fight no more. You can send out all the tracks never lost, but I'm done with war. Wind him up, bring him back, conscript deserter. The worm drink is loose. Wind him up, bring him back, conscript deserter. The proof is in the juice. O'Connell's Boulevard, Phoenix Park, TikTok liquor, Thunderbird. And now that we have totally lost all composure, we will wither from exposure beneath the sun. Dun, 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 dun. Wind him up, bring him back, conscript deserter. The worm drink is loose. Wind him up, bring him back, conscript deserter. The proof is in the juice. If you see me at the bottom, please bring me my running shoes. And if you see me getting caught up, yet you know what to do.
Welcome, folks. Welcome. Bit out of sorts, as usual, right? That's my style, it seems. But more so tonight because wow, we had a bit of a storm, didn't we, today? And I wasn't sure whether I'll make it or not. Even to the last minute, I thought I was getting away lucky. Two minor faults during the day spoiled my work. I was in the middle of doing something on both occasions, and the electricity just goes out for a minute. I hear it happens in the rural area. I'm Howard, by the way, not Morgan. What the fuck? This thing, man. This thing showing titles I don't want shown. I thought it turned that off. Sorry, I'm Howard. I'm using Morgan's account. Morgan won't be with us for, as you can fucking imagine, electricity issues. And you know what today happened? My electric kettle, my kettle died. Just went, I'm not going to work anymore. Holy shit, in the chat said I had no electricity for 4 hours. Yeah, well, I mean, you were one of the lucky ones, I guess. So hello out there to Miss Begina, Dogman Vic, Dooge is out there too. We got the crew together. Holy shit, of course, as I mentioned. And Aaron Wilverson. I just wanted to make sure that I got everyone because we got a little bit of a community here, and it's nice to see you. Peeping Pedro as well has gone back to work. I don't know whether he is or she is earwigging in. On the screen, we have Temple Bar as is my usual little voyeuristic background for the show. I really thought that there would be less people out. I mean, yeah, sure, it's Friday, but isn't it a bit gusty there as well over in Dublin? So I was already struggling to get things ready for the show. I have a few things that I was supposed to come with that I didn't get around to editing. I think I'll get the lads to help fill in with some of that stuff if they are paying attention. And then half an hour to go, 40 minutes to go, fucking electricity goes out. I think, oh, well, I guess I'm going to have to report that to the ESB on the phone. A friend of ours in the chat, if you want to join the Discord chat, that's how you can stay in touch with our little community all times. Here's the link at the bottom of your screen and handy QR code for you. He was saying he was on the phone, saying, "Look, I've got a power outage," and he was getting yelled at basically down the phone, saying, "You know, you're going to have to pay 150 euro if this is a false report." Blah blah blah. People talking to each other like they're fucking children these days, man. I swear to God, these are basic things that you would expect to be able to do, right? Check your fuse box. Keep on top of the electrics in your own home, or at least be aware of them if that falls under the purview of your landlord, because you live there, whether you own the house or not. Why is it that we have lost our common sense? I just read a article there a few days ago about an inquest. A lady, a middle-aged lady, 46 years of age, last year decided that she would take a bath and she would use her phone in the bath. That's fine. That's actually fine. That's okay. You can use your phone while you're in the bath, if you're careful with it. But what you shouldn't do is have it plugged in. That's a big no-no. I thought that we already knew that. I would be a little more, and I don't want to talk shit on someone who passed away. I'm just catching myself now. That poor husband, those poor children. God bless them. However, I would at least think that someone her age would know better. It's electricity. I was watching this series. I saw it like decades ago on TV. It's this little mini series of like the household horrors that were in people's houses during the throughout the eras in Britain, the Victorian age, blah blah blah. They were talking about when electricity came in. People had no fucking idea what it was. The sole source of electricity in the home at the first point of its development was the one solitary light bulb fixture in the dining room. So as people began to discover and purchase utilities and other gadgets that required electricity, guess where they plugged it in? They plugged it into that central spot that hung down from the ceiling. And yeah, that ended badly sometimes. Dr. Crispy is in the chat. Good to see you. Holy shit says the wind has died down. Yeah, it has died down. It's died down for hours, and I thought I was safe until, fuck me, my electricity's gone. Of all times. But hey, I'm here. Why are we losing this knowledge? Is it because it's just being trained out of us? Like, this kettle died. I thought it was a good kettle. Silvercrest. It's the kind that you buy in Lidl or Aldi. One of those, anyway. You know, you find all sorts of things made by Silvercrest, electric shavers, the like. And I thought, well, let's open it up and see if I can do anything with it. Let's see if there's any kind of safety switch that needs to go off. Maybe there's, you know, because that's what did it, right? Surges of electricity. So I thought, yeah, let's investigate. And yeah, sure, I could unscrew the bottom of it, but there was nothing to it. There was nothing recognizable in there as something I could fix. You should be able to fix things in a society that is so advanced, and with a ruling elite that is so supposedly fixated, um, evangelical about the environment. You would think that one of the most important things would be the right to repair. You know, modular devices. You know, we have interchangeable things that can go into a PC, for instance. And I use that example because that's my thing. But general electronics, you could change things out easily because you know it's the basis, the very basis of all of our devices. So of course it has to be that modular. But everything else up above, you know, this thing was made in a very particular way by this manufacturer. And is that manufacturer going to sell that thing to you so that you can repair the item that you bought off of them 2 years ago and then go on to keep that item for, you know, potentially forever, practically forever? No. At least that's what we believe. That's what we're told, is that, you know, greedy corporations, you know, they don't want to, you know, they want you to come back and buy yet another fucking device from them. Whatever it is, whether it's capitalist greed or something else entirely, I don't know. But all I know is that now I have to throw out a perfectly good fucking kettle because I can't fix it. Dogman Vic says it's too advanced. Dr. Crispy Rothschild said, did you check the fuse box? Now, see, this is what I mean about basic shit. You know, we need to start to be able to do basic shit again, or else we're fucked. I read again, and we will get to the meat of the show. I just need to relax because I feel like I ran a marathon to get here. So, you know, give me a moment. Now, what the fuck was I going to say? Yeah, I was reading again about what we covered last week about the belly aching over whether to give €12 extra on top of the general welfare. So everyone who receives any sort of welfare will get an extra €12. And honestly, if you're on any form of welfare, you probably fucking need that, you know? And they were saying, well, we've worked it out with the Office of Expenditure, or whatever the fuck quango they were arguing with. The Department of Welfare, or whatever it's called, was arguing with. And one source says, look, it's probably going to look like, something in between of €5 and €10. Probably if we just, balance things out, certain types of payments get a little bit of an up, and, say we can give an extra tenner to pensioners because the money isn't there. And paired with that, in the extra.ie article, there wasn't any tax relief in the budget coming up. I don't think the money's that bad. I think if it was that bad, we wouldn't be paying €500,000 for a fucking bike shed. Another fucking bike shed, by the way. But it is bad. It's going to get bad. The storm clouds are on the horizon. So we need to be able to fucking make do and make mend. What's that saying that they came out with during the Second World War in England? Make do and mend, I guess. Make do and mend. Yeah, that's the one. Not a bad idea, you know? Let's check the chat, see what's saying. Holy shit says, 2 women were fighting over me today. It got out of hand. I had to call the Gardaí. The ugly one was winning. Very good, sir. Very good, sir. We love our shit jokes here on the Anti-Broadcast. Dr. Crispy Rothschild says that Russian light bulb is still working since 1923. It's a thing that gets said, right? That, they don't make things like they used to, but they really fucking don't. Planned obsolescence is a real fucking thing, as well as just greed, corner cutting with materials and expertise. Now these days you have to go out of your way. You have to hunt for, a proper fucking appliance. Speaking of which, I bought a Russell Hobbs kettle for like €38. Now, where did I put that link? There we go. Which will be fine for now. I'm Irish, like most of you guys out there. I can't handle not being able to make a cup of tea. It just is what it is. But I will invest in a proper modular kettle that I can repair. That doesn't have all the fucking bells and whistles that nobody fucking needs. Holy shit says, American farmers fought John Deere and won their right to repair the John Deere machinery they had. Yep, right to repair movement is a big thing in the States. You don't hear about it in the media very often anyway. It's not reported on as what it truly is, which is a fucking revolution for the people. But it's big, and we need this just as much as right to water. Hey, Liz Pepper, good to see you in the chat. Dogman Vic says 12 euros and they get 12k of a rise. Yeah. This extra article, I'll actually pull it up. You know what? just to see it. I was sitting down having my dinner in a restaurant because you know, on a shit day like this, you got to treat yourself, right? Extra.e. And I was looking at this article on Extra, and oh my god, I don't have oh no, that's not it. Is it 3rd June? Oh jeez, why doesn't search ever fucking work properly? All right, that's just going to be a pain in my fucking dick right now. Never mind. Full of fucking ads, man. I could barely fucking read it, man. All the text jumping all over the place as the ads loaded. Holy shit, says the extra tenner for pensioners gets eaten by inflation. Yeah, that's why I think 12 euro, it's not a big deal. They were saying, look, if we raise it, like every euro we raise the general welfare by costs like 80,000 euro a year. So raising it by 10 alone, the article says 800,000 euros a year. That's not that much. And if you put it beside what we're paying these fucking assholes in the fucking Dole and the Shanad, Ars Nucteron, even in the councils, you add that shit up, you know. Peeping Pedro says Howard and all his fancy kitchen appliances. Yeah, you want to see a fucking fancy kitchen appliance? Look, you've got to fucking do this, man. You have to buy the proper shit, okay, that will last. This is going to last me, right? 202 euro. That would upset some people to think that they have to pay that. But, you know, when you think about it, I mean, that's that's like on the lower end of what you'd pay for your car when it needs a new part, right? Or what have you. And, you know, that happens once in a while. And you know what? That part is probably not going to last as long as this fucking kettle is. Dogman Vic says, "Holy cow!" Is that in response to my to the kettle I'm going to buy? Miss Pacina says the data centers have the people robbed. Yep. That's who we're subsidizing. My electricity bill came in like today or yesterday. 154 euro. There's no reason why a single man in a little tiny cottage has to pay 154 euro every 2 months for electricity. Come on, get a fucking grip. Dogman Vic says 202. Yes. What are you afraid of? It's a fucking kettle. It's going to last years. And when it breaks, you can order new parts instead of having to buy a new fucking kettle. This is how we need to start thinking going forward. How I need to start thinking. I'm not perfect. Absolutely not perfect. I hear the rain coming in. So what it is, right, is if I disappear out of nowhere, that's it. I might be back later, might not. What I will do, though, because I know you guys like to chat for the night, I'll set up another scheduled show here on YouTube, and you can chat in the chat room. And if I materialize, I materialize. Excusez-moi. Dogman Vic says, I pay €62 per week for electricity. How many people in your home? I would consider myself to be very frugal with electricity. The main drain is the PC, which I use to work. So I imagine that is like a net positive as a net negative on my finances. I charge my phone. I use the hob to make food and the kettle to make like 20 cups of tea or coffee a day for me alone. I don't think that's excessive. The one luxury I allow myself is in the corner over here. I have this beautiful, like, those kind of tall lampshade yolks in a lamp. Beautiful kind of rice paper look with, Chinese or Asian-y kind of style. And I have an LED bulb that is orange. And I leave that on 24/7. That's my little thing that I allow myself to have. Probably costs me like 50 quid a fucking month. Dude says standing charge is around €35 each billing cycle. Is it? Is it? 35 fucking euro. Now I need to fact check that, not because I disbelieve you, but now my grandmother has been complaining about why is the standing charge going up? Why do I always need to pay more and more of a standing charge? Dr. Crispy says, I'm using candles for months despite the ESB, but it's not making a difference. Yeah, lights don't really make a difference. I don't think, anyway. Like, if you're, reasonable about it. Okay, right. Let's see. Itemization. Where's the fucking itemization in this fucking thing? Okay, standing charge is $49.29 in my last bill, and that's 2 months. The fuck are we what the fuck are we giving these people €48 and change for? So I go into my local Super Value, and on my way out, manager stands in front of me and says, we're instituting a standing charge for all our customers. Please pay me €50. But like I came in and I bought your stuff. Aren't you making money on that stuff? You know? Why do you need more money from me? KO in the chat. I have arrived. Dexter time. Very good. Peeping Pedro. You know what? Actually, I'm going to get rid of that kettle because it seems to be upsetting people. So just so you know, when you when you choose to support the anti-broadcast on Buy Me a Coffee, that's what it's going towards. Durable fucking appliances. You know? Oh, jeez. I don't know. Dog Manvik says, when we get a rise, there is always something else to take it. Yeah, yeah, we're being slowly trained into this complete reliance on the state. In that same extra article, I read about how it's going to be the top priority for the department and the government overall to tackle child poverty. Okay, noble pursuit, but you know, you could use a hammer as a screwdriver. Is it a good idea in the long run? It works. The screw is in there. It's holding things together, kinda, reasonably. You've just turned a screw into a nail. Uh, let's see. Uh, Kettles and washing machines are the killers, says Peeping Pedro. Oh yeah, that's what I left out. Washing machine. Oh yeah, and electric shower. Um, in the colder months, don't hate on me. Um, I only shower every 3 days, unless I need to go out to do something social, or I'm sitting in front of you, hosting the anti-broadcast. Then I have to be clean. Not for you, but for me, because that's just not a way to approach other people, even if it isn't in person. So I'm not paying fucking money to just what to denude my fucking skin of its natural fucking bacteria. It's not like anyone's around smelling me, and I save a little money. We all win. Yeah, Miss Pagina. Cancer from the phones, or they or blow up the balls from you from phone in the pocket. I remember being in a relationship with a Hare Krishna woman. Very much like ascetic Krishna woman. She was like a nun, basically. It was sexless, and I wouldn't say passionless union, but it was definitely sexless. She was a nun, basically. And she would always be upset with me when I put my phone in my jacket pocket. Because she's, oh, that's next to your heart. That's going to fuck up your energies and all. And I said, okay, well, where do I put it? She said, put it in your jeans pocket. Oh, so you want me to get ball cancer? Lovely. Thank you. KO says Davina is dying to get her hands on your hair. I have back boiler and heats the pipe and winter. Okay, you skipped. You went into a completely different direction there. Hair? I don't think you can even see it. I got it cut a few weeks ago. Special thing for my cousin's wedding. I looked like a unkempt caveman before then, because I don't fucking care. Split ends. Who cares? I'll spend the extra hour brushing my hair every day. I don't care. All right, let's see. Can we get into tonight's subject? I don't think so. I don't think so, but we'll give it a try, will we? Um, So, how long ago was September the 21st? 1 week, 2 weeks? No, that's not right. Wow. Wow, less than 2 weeks ago. What a time warp. Dars K in the chat. Good to see you. All right, so less than 2 weeks ago. Jeez, feels like an eternity. Um, they had a memorial for Charlie Kirk. Ooh, look at that! It's the cops struggling to get down Temple Bar because people won't get out of the fucking way. That's brilliant. I love that casual antipathy towards the Gardaí. Because if that was an ambulance with its lights on, it would be like Moses parting the fucking the river, or was it a sea? Gardaí? No, that's not going to happen. Dars K, the stream has only been going 40 minutes because I had to give myself an extra hour. Even then, that wasn't long enough to get prepared for the show, so it's going to be, you know, just shit, really. So we had this memorial, which a lot of people said was more like a rally. The creep, the absolute creep, the Zionist, left-wing, online personality debater, or whatever you want to call him, Destiny, he's known as, had the balls to say what I didn't have the balls to say, and many others didn't have the balls to say, which is, that's a fucking Nuremberg rally. And I guarantee that most people who challenged him on that don't actually know what a Nuremberg rally was. They just have this still image in their head of everyone kind of shouting "Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil" in a big mass, and Hitler, and that's it. But there's a lot more to those rallies. It was a big affair. It was light show, music, quasi-religious, a cult, really. And this is what we saw uh, with the Charlie Kirk Memorial, and it had a very definite message. And although it was cloaked in the terminology and I guess some symbolism of Christianity, it was very far from Christian. It was statist. It was martialist. It was a cult initiation, essentially. And this is what my presentation tonight is going to be about. Whether you guys are interested or not, it interests me, and that's the whole idea of the anti-broadcast. That's our MO from the very beginning. We are eclectic. We bring a lot of things together that generally aren't touched upon. And one thing about our world is that it is operated upon by an elite, and that elite has a repertoire of tools and devices and ways of looking at the world. And one of those tools that it uses is the art and science of astrology. Because whether we like it or not, the stars reflect the fate of man. Now, note that I didn't say they dictate the fate of man. It's more of a weird, psychedelic, Jungian mirror. When we look up there, we see ourselves. We see the world reflected back at us. It's the great mystery. And those stars that we see, the constellations they form, and the wandering stars, which is the meaning of the word planet, they all have meanings, they all have associations. And when they interact with each other, they tell a story. And whether we choose to believe that or not, or whether we choose to believe that and think that it's a tool of demons, because, eh, there's theological arguments for that it takes the attention, power, and the glory away from God. Our ruling elite believe that, and there is power in that. So when they want to achieve something, they time it within the archetypal arrangements in the sky to reflect and also empower their intentions. And we see that reflected in the Charlie Kirk rally. The Charlie Kirk rally occurred on a solar eclipse. And by that, I don't mean the moon blocked the sun in the sky as it was happening. That would be a bit on the nose. I think people would, in this day and age, kind of point out that, hey, that's kind of weird and occult. That's kind of creepy. Maybe that means something. And other brands of Christians would say, well, that's satanic. No, this was, they say it's partial eclipse, but an eclipse is an eclipse. It comes in varying strengths. And an eclipse isn't an eclipse on all parts of the globe, of course, because of perspective. So we have this eclipse, which is also a new moon. That's how those things work. And another detail of this astrological configuration, let me just actually pull that up on the main screen. It might all be Greek to you, but at least I showed my homework, right? Another aspect to this configuration is an opposition to Saturn, all the way down here. You see the sun and the moon forming a conjunction, as they call it, the sun being blocked out by the moon, depending on where you are in the world, and straight across the axis of the sky, you have an opposition to Saturn. Saturn being the father of change in the terms of authoritative change, authoritative structure, old father time rather, the old wise man. But not always in the positive sense. every planet, as you can imagine, has its negative impact, depending on its relationship in a particular chart, its relationship with other planets. Now, we don't need to stare at that for too long because it doesn't actually mean anything unless you understand the symbols. And I fully understand that. I'm trying my best not to introduce too many concepts because, it can get overwhelming. All these symbols and colors and shapes and degrees and whatnot. So let's get into some real time examples. Now, the eclipse itself didn't come to exactness until halfway through this 5-6 hour rally. But a lot of things happened on the way up to that moment. There was a climax, there was a story being told, an archetypal story being told to first lull the 200,000 people attending into a certain state of mind so that they're prepped for something and so that they're brought down a certain path. Now, we're going to look at the event up to the eclipse and a little bit past that, because the rest is just fucking political speeches, and I'm sure there's astrological significance there. I just didn't have time to get into it, if I'm honest. But it's interesting enough to look at the narrative unfold up to that point, right? Okay. Now, this was in a stadium called State Farm Stadium. It usually just holds 75,000 people, from what I read. My sources could be wrong, though. But it was expanded to host 200,000 people. It's a pretty hardcore fucking event. If you just take that all by itself, it's bizarre, really. Where did all those people come out of? And I ask that not as an accusation. I'm genuinely curious. Where the fuck did 200,000 people come out of on short notice? We're talking 11 days since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. These people just appeared out of nowhere. Not all of them lived in Glendale, Arizona, or, Arizona. When you think, right, that states are fucking countries, that's what they are. The United States, United Countries in I was going to say federation. Yeah, federation. A republic. You can drive for 2 hours and get a ferry and leave Ireland with your car, or you can get on a plane. All in all told, 3 hours and you'll be in another country. But in the United States, you could drive for hours and hours and still be in the same state. And airfare isn't really cheap in the United States internally. That's what I've picked up over the years. And where did all these people stay? That's what I'd like to know too. Now, hopefully, maybe someone out there in the chat can let me know. Am I fucking making sense here? Am I explaining this correctly? Because I'm not the best at making presentations. Are you with me so far? Do you understand what I'm going for here? Where we have an event which was timed to bring about a certain effect on the attendees and millions of people around the world. Well, if you're not, I guess, yeah. What are we going to do? Nothing. We'll just carry on down. All right. So first point in our astrological journey, the gates opened at 8 a.m. or the doors opened at 8 a.m. And there began 3 hours of Christian rock and soul music. Now, a little bit of clue about how I didn't get to do all the preparation that I wanted to do for the show. It's because I spent fucking 6-7 hours trying to find a way to make a little timer that I can overlay in the video, so I can keep track of the events as they happen. So this is 11 a.m., 19 minutes and 22 seconds after in Glendale, Arizona. I'm just going to open my little file here. This is an interesting little clip. I'm just going to play it. That's what we'll do. And just kind of get a feel for yourself what's going on here. Remember, it's been 3 hours of just music. Everyone must have been exhausted by that time. Seriously. Unless the energy of the Holy Spirit was keeping them awake. When I heard how long this rally was, what came to mind was those presentations, or whatever you would call them, that David Icke did in the early 2000s, like fucking 8 hours of watching him talk on a stage. Cult brainwashing level stuff. If you get people exhausted, if you wear them down, then you can much more easily plant a suggestion into them. And I have to wonder, not everyone in Turning Point USA, not everyone who loved Charlie Kirk was surely a Christian, right? Or is surely a Christian, right? Or maybe they are Christians, but they're not fucking evangelical Protestants. So atheists, what do you call those people that are undecided? The undecided, and then other types of Christians, or maybe even Jews, should naturally all find this really fucking creepy. But imagine that this is after 3 hours and you've been worn down by it. At some point, you know, there's not so much you can do to protect yourself from whatever comes next. So this is the last song before the event starts proper.
Name above, you're the name above all names. our God. And therefore God exalted him to the highest place.
Oh, I was muted. Um, I had to pause and say the next few minutes sounds like a parody of itself. It's fucking shocking. Um, but maybe that's just my biases, right? I didn't grow up evangelical Christianity. I can feel like something being tugged in me, you know. I think it's just the human natural reaction of like, oh, you know, people are expressing something transcendent here. That's nice. Mirror neurons and all that. Anyway, listen to this shit.
And gave him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee will bow and every tongue confess that he is the Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Amen. Amen. Come on, can we just lift our hands all across this place? Name above all names, worthy of all praise. My heart will sing how great is our God. Name above.
Oh, here I go again. I'm just going to leave it unmuted. All right, so I fucked up there. Right, let's go back. Right, okay. We have everything is choreographed, as you would imagine in a in an event like this. But this is choreographed to hell. It's an amazingly tightly executed event, like a stage show. Everything is very tightly timed. Yeah, I think the cameraman fucked up here, and he was supposed to look at this very creepy, I must say, painting of Charlie Kirk, or is it a printout of an AI image? I'm not sure anymore. But of course, yeah.
Name above, name above all names, worthy of all praise. And my heart will sing how great is our God.
Oh my God, I think I'm converted. I'm born again. All right, that's enough creepy shit. Yeah, people in chat are disturbed by what they've just saw. The Donald, yes, was there. But it gets worse, right? It gets worse, guys. Let's go back to this. Now, this is the still frame that caught my eye at first. I was thinking, that is weird. What's going on here? All right, so we have timestamp or time of day, 19 minutes past 11, 22 seconds. Now, let's take a look at our chart for that moment in time. Now, this is the moment by moment chart. Let me see if I can get it a little bit bigger. Could I? Ooh, that's weird. Could I open this as an image in a new tab, and then that's much easier to fucking see, isn't it? Yeah, I'm learning on the fly here, folks. All right, so relax your eyes and see some patterns for a second here. You have a red line here. This represents, as I mentioned before, the new moon that's coming into formation, coming to exactness, which it will in a few hours from this moment, uh, right across from Saturn, Father Time. And you have this little triangle here, and those wings here are connected to the new moon. This is what you call a kite formation. It's depending on what kind of astrology you're doing, could mean different things, especially when different planets are involved. But it's a directing energy supported by two wings here. Now, for your ease of understanding, right here on the left, right here, you will see this is the horizon of wherever you are in the world. You look straight to the east, and that is the point of the horizon where the sun comes up. And this is where the planets come up. They go around the arc to the top of the sky, and they come back down to sink below the horizon. Now, at this moment, you have this wonderful outer planet called Uranus just about to sink below the horizon. To show my work, this chart, back to it, you can see the time here. Glendale, Arizona, 19 minutes past 11. Ooh, okay, I'm in the middle. I'm in the way. I need to get out of the way. All right, there we go. Now, the symbolism here is the occulting of how can I put this? I didn't put a whole lot of thought into how I present these ideas. Just went into it like a spurg and wrote everything down. Didn't think, oh, how will I explain this to people? Uranus, the planet of expansion, however, in a chaotic, potentially chaotic way, in a if you think of the Silicon Valley guys, they have a what do they call them? Disruptor companies or what have you? Disruptor tech. A new technical invention or a new way of doing business that disrupts a market that causes chaos. But that chaos is also innovation. There's two sides to that coin, right? So instead of the aspect of this rally, this ritual, being open in the sky, clear for people to see, we see it sinking below the horizon, to occult it, to hide the fucked up innovation, the liberties that people take in the hours going forward with ideas of religion, like Christ in particular, and martyrdom, and ideas of nationalism. These brand new ideas are sinking into the unconscious, into the realm of the body. Because, see, the bottom half of the chart is representative of the body and what is inside the body, what is projected out of the body. And symbolically, of course, the top is the outer world. So this is a grand opening, luring people into a state of mind that's susceptible. So let's move on to our next significant event, let's call it. Now this is what's that? Pastor Rob McCoy. He opens the wait, do I have that right? Yeah, I do. He opens the event with a sermon. And it has some very interesting a few different interesting fucking aspects to it. Hard to collapse down into one statement. Maybe just see for yourself.
Buddy, thank you for coming out to honor Charlie Kirk. God bless all of you and all of you tuning in online around the world. I know you're all wondering who is he and why is he here, and I'm asking myself the same question. Charlie Kirk called me his pastor. I called him my friend. I was with Charlie about a little over 2 weeks ago in Korea as he was supporting the persecuted Christians over there, as they're raiding churches and imprisoning pastors. And he spoke to the youth there that now are chanting on the streets, "I am Charlie Kirk, standing for freedom," across that country. In a conversation with Charlie in the green room in Korea, he said something to me that he'd said a number of times. He said, he kept calling me his pastor, and I stopped him. I said, "Charlie, since the president's gotten elected, your stock has risen through the stratosphere, and I don't see much of you." I mean, he wasn't a very good congregant. He was on the road 320 days a year. But he said, "Rob, not only are you my pastor, but you're America's pastor." And I said, "Charlie, if we were at a tabling event on a campus where you had the table said, 'Prove me wrong,' I'd win." And he looked at me with that sheepish grin that he always has. Doggone it if he wasn't right. I mean, I wasn't America's pastor 2 minutes ago, and I won't be after this, but for right now, he proved me wrong. In a moment, you're going to hear from the most powerful political people in the free world. You're going to hear from the who's who. And they're going to assemble in this place to talk about what Charlie Kirk did in 31 years on this earth. He had more lifetimes in 31 years than all of us have in the entirety of our own. And as I was thinking about that, to recount all that he's accomplished in 31 years is quite...
Dr. Crispy nails it in the chat. Pastor cringe. Again, I'm going to say, just you wait. This is wall-to-wall cringe. Yeah, the synth in the background, Stars K, yeah. And it kicks in it just kicks in at the right time, you know? And that way you know that this is scripted. It's so shamelessly fucking scripted. Not just who speaks when and what happens when the camera guys do something, when the pyrotechnics go off, but what people are saying, their speeches. Dogman Vic says, all them people so easy to control. Yeah. So far, we've been introduced to a topic that will be with us throughout this whole event, and that's the deification of Charlie Kirk. And I saw it on Twitter because that's my connection to the American world. And I even heard it from friends here in Ireland. This sanctification, I guess, is that a word? I'm not up in my terminology in that aspect. But definitely the deification of Charlie Kirk as he died for us. Now, what I will say is that they did everything but call Charlie Kirk Jesus. Had they not mentioned Jesus every 20 minutes, I'd have thought this was a cult of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk died for your sins and for your freedom. Now, I'm going to keep playing this and we'll go through more examples, so that you get a better idea for yourself. Beatification. Thank you, KO, in the chat. Beatification, that's sanctification. Thank you. Just so you know that I'm not just pulling your leg or exaggerating.
By defeat. I mean, I was just telling the Turning Point staff as I walked in here, everyone is worried that the Turning Point isn't going to be successful. And I looked at each and every one of them, and for those of you who are negative, without Charlie Kirk's presence, they pulled off the largest event in Turning Point history. Let's thank them.
And that's another motif that will be repeated again and again in this in this event is the organization, the corporate body of TPUSA. And hey, look, Charlie Kirk, was he like an amazing fucking guy? Maybe he was. I don't know. I don't know him that well. But he definitely was driven anyway. I'll give you that. Would we have reacted this way if anyone else equally as driven out there was shot? I'm not sure. Would that have brought about this event? Look at that. 200,000 people packed into a stadium that normally just hosts 75,000, I believe. Dr. Crispy asks, was anyone in Ireland aware of him? He was an American phenomenon. Yeah, I wasn't aware of him. Never once crossed my path. I have one friend who knew who he was. And she was just horrified at what happened to him. Dogman Vic says, I never knew him. Yep. Peeping Pedro says, I'd still rather watch this than the presidential debate. Ooh, I'm going to change your mind about that, man.
Turning Point is alive and well.
And yeah, the organization, the corporate body of TPUSA, deified in itself.
All right. I appreciate that, but you're taking my time here. Sit down.
Another good example of how this is tightly timed. And it's tightly timed to follow the archetypal events that are happening in the sky, which I will demonstrate.
I want to do two things, and then I want to do what I've been called to do. First of all, I was thinking of Abraham Lincoln when I was reflecting on Erica and their two children, and for Charlie's parents and his sister. Abraham Lincoln said to Mrs. Bixby when she had lost sons in the Civil War, he wrote these words, "I feel how weak and fruitless must be any word of mine to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming." We can't bring him back, but we thank you for raising him. We thank you for loving him. Erica, for being the strength in his life. And we pray for this family, and we ask God's comfort and peace upon you. In Jesus' name, amen. Now my responsibility, entrusted to me by my friend and his wife. You're going to hear of what Charlie did, but I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did. The why brought him the courage. The why brought him the wisdom and the strength. The why is the one that Charlie wanted to welcome as the guest of honor. The guest of honor, his resume is long. He's the King of Glory. He's the Prince of Peace. He's the Savior of the world. He's the living God.
Schmaltzy fucking shite. And I say that with no fear whatsoever at disparaging the name of Jesus. Because you know what? You can say his name, but are you one of his own? That's not decided upon by you merely saying his name. And this is, yeah. Dogman Vic says, oh, BS.
He's the God of all mercy and grace, the total embodiment of love, the total embodiment of truth. And he's here today to call his children back to him. From the thin veil of heaven, Charlie declares to all earthly powers and principalities who will gather here, they have come into the presence of the God of all creation. Charlie wanted his Savior to be the guest of honor. He wanted all of you to receive this gift from him, the why and what he did. Charlie was never afraid because he knew his life was secure in the hand of God. Jesus left the glory of heaven's throne for the humiliation of an earthly cross. He was fully tempted, yet was without sin. For those of you who struggle with the word sin, it's real simple. It's an archer's term. Where the bullseye is and where the arrow lands, that's called the sin distance, how far you've fallen from perfection. And there are none righteous, no, not one. We've all missed the mark, the bullseye. And we try to get to God by our efforts, but there is no effort that will bring us back into the presence of a righteous God. You see, the wages of sin is death. Charlie knew this, and at an early age, he entrusted his life to the Savior of the world. Jesus came to this earth, was tempted in all ways, yet was without sin, was crucified upon a cross. His blood was poured out because blood must be shed for the remission of sins. And his death upon that cross was sufficient for all the world's sins, but only efficient for those who, like Charlie, would receive him as their Savior. Jesus has come to seek and save that which is lost. I say this to all of you. The Lord loves you. He wants to save you. He wants to give you a new life. He wants to cover the multitude of your sins by the blood he shed upon the cross. The Bible says if you believe in your heart and you confess with your tongue Jesus is Lord, you will be saved to the glory of the Father. You see, Charlie looked at politics as an on-ramp to Jesus. He knew if he could get all of you rowing in the streams of liberty, you'd come to its source, and that's the Lord. In the time I have remaining, I'm going to ask all who profess Christ as their Savior to remain seated. The Bible says, if you profess me before man, I'll profess you before my Father in heaven. It requires an act of faith. You stand. That's what Charlie did every day on campus with death threats. He stood because he knew in whom he had trusted. And he wants to give you the gift of the why and what he did, and that is his Savior Jesus. While believers are seated, if there's any in this room and across the globe that would desire to receive Jesus as their Savior, as Charlie did as a young man, and now is in the presence of his Savior, I'm going to ask you to put action to your faith. And I'd ask you to stand right now to receive the Lord. Don't be ashamed. Stand. Amen. Amen. Amen.
This is where it gets spicy. This is a viral moment after the rally. The mass conversion of supposedly thousands of people. We don't know how many people followed through on this, but you know, you get this 3 hours of fucking just singing about Jesus and like orchestral instruments behind the last band, and you had a what do you call it? A fucking opera singer, basically, however you would call it, singing the national anthem with the military holding their flags and doing the state funeral thing. And then fireworks. And all of this precedes the call to stand up and become born again. I don't know. I'm not saying I wouldn't if I was there. You know, there's just a natural social pressure that you know, just you can't be in a group that big and be able to fight against every little last bit of influence going your way.
Amen. The Bible says, that when one sinner gives their heart to the Lord, the angels in heaven rejoice. And I got to tell you, there's one up there right now, Charlie Kirk. He's stoked and he's excited about your commitment to his Savior. For this remaining moment, if you've given your heart to the Lord and someone is seated next to you, I want that person who's a believer to stand and pray with you. And please, up on the screen, I want you to take a picture of this QR code. We are going to give you everything you need to walk this walk with Christ. Faith comes from hearing, and hearing from the Word of God. And
a fucking QR code. Amazing, isn't it? So at 33 minutes past 11, we have this chart to look at. This is the moment that he called for people to convert. He called for people to fucking scan the QR code on the Jumbotron. The commodification of faith, the reducing it to a recruitment drive or a commercial activity, basically, is what I'm saying. And I don't enjoy quoting myself, but right after Erica Kirk made that very odd Stepford wife like speech the day after, or this 2 days after Charlie was assassinated, I posted here in the channel. You can go back and look at it. God doesn't run recruitment drives on a fucking funeral, or and here we have it. Just 2 weeks later, less than 2 weeks later. Dars K. Send your money to Jesus. Care of the Pentagon. Right. So what we have here is a reversal of it's absurd and enraging. A reversal of fate. We have the very outward public announcement, broadcasting, professional image point in the chart we call the midhaven, the very highest moment in the sky, the very zenith as you look up, or you lie on your back and look directly up at the sky. That's what is here. We have the nodal points of the moon, a dragging of us backwards, back into our old ways, but dressed up in new ways. As this is a new thing, a revolutionary thing that is going to be the clincher, be what really does it, what really changes it. And you know what? Faith can do that. Miss Patina, they're getting raptured. Faith can do that. It sure can. It can make the world a better place. But as we'll learn, this isn't what this TP USA event is about.
It's time to get into a Bible-believing church. And pastors, if you didn't want to give Charlie Kirk the time of day, these folks are going to be showing up at your church, and they're there because of his life. God bless you, and may the Lord keep you. Amen.
Now, next on our list of events, this is an interesting one. Now, Jeremy Boring, if you can believe that name, Boreing, Now, my reading of this is that he's the CEO of TPUSA? Yeah, I believe he is. Or no, he's the producer behind Charlie Kirk. Yes, that's what that is. Now just listen to this guy. Just listen for a second. It's very strange.
And Charlie, we are so grateful for the harvest that your life and legacy is producing all around us. And you can see it, the workers. There's a whole lot more workers than there were before. And so let me leave you with this. For all the fans of the Charlie Kirk Show out there, you'll know the line. We will see you Monday. Until then, buckle up. Here we go. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you for the harvest. An interesting choice of words. I would hope that you'd agree. Now, this is another hallmark of this event: harvest, a collection, a result. Although Charlie Kirk is deified, it's almost it's not in the kind of satanic or pagan way. It is satanic if you consider the replacement of Jesus to be satanic. The idea that he gave his life for something, and he gave his life to make TPUSA bigger. And this was the thrust of Jeremy Boring, Boreing, of what he had to say. Where's my fucking? I had this. Ah, there we go. No, I lost my Google document. Hang on a second. Oh dear. I have to open up Google Drive now and open up the document again. Give me a moment, folks. I'm getting there. I'm becoming more I'm becoming more adept at managing all of these things on my own. Give me a few more weeks. I'll nail it. Okay, so this is the moment at which he said harvest. Now, the new moon or eclipse, depending on how you read it, it's a good bit off from completing at this stage. What time do we have? Yeah, so it's at this time when he was speaking, when he said this, it was 12:20, 12 p.m., 20 minutes past. And you have it in Virgo. You also have that configuration, although not complete, coming to the midpoint, the midhaven, the zenith of the sky, the highest point. So we've come to the culmination of the message that we're getting here in this whole theater production, the harvest. What's Virgo? She's the harvester. She harvests in a very particular way. She harvests in the mind. She's very analytical, very legal. This isn't about the spirit. I think you have figured that out for yourself, dear viewer. Where did you get that chart, Howard? Miss Begina asks. I use astro-seek.com because I'm too cheap to buy astrology software. I really should invest in it. But it's easier to shift times on that website, and they have like a variety of tools for buy wheels and all that jazz. Very good website. They also have a game called Guess the Sign, where you get random pictures of the users and you guess which star sign they are. It's fun. Spell it. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in the chat. AstroSeek. Astro-seek.com. We also have spot on, bang on the money, Saturn at the IC, at the mirror opposite of the zenith of the sky. Let's say the zenith of the night, the very deepest night. The deep root of who we are. The beginning of the fourth house being all things concerning heritage and home. This is a challenging of not just God, an occulting, not just an occulting of God, but occulting and challenging heritage, manipulating heritage. So the tone of the rally changes considerably from here on. It's kind of a 3-act structure kind of thing. I'm just keeping an eye on the chat. Now we move on to 1226. There we go. We move on to a very statist kind of rally now. The tone has shifted. Now that you've been introduced to this evangelical Protestant version of Jesus and his replacement, Charlie Kirk, you are now shown your new God, the state.
In the audience right now, there are rulers of our land. Represented right here is the State Department, the Department of War, the Department of Justice, the Chief Executive. God has instituted them. God has given them power over our nation and our land. God saved our president, President Trump, from an assassin's bullet for this moment. And what does the Apostle Paul in Romans say about a godly leadership? He says that rulers wield the sword for the protection of good men and for the terror of evil men. May we pray that our rulers here, rightfully instituted and given power by our God, wield the sword for the terror of evil men in our nation in Charlie's memory.
Dogman Vic in the chat says, this is a feckin' joke. Yeah. That you can say it again and again, and you wouldn't be saying it enough. It's comical, really. It's put on. And it comes across that way because it fucking is. It's scripted. All of it, down to the last word, I would imagine. Now, the last fella, boring, surely that's not how you pronounce his name. I just couldn't imagine any other way of pronouncing it. Okay. Dr. Crispy asks, can we get back to the kettle? I think we can later, but it's going to take a while. We're going to be a while here, okay? Not so long, maybe another 20 minutes, half hour. Don't worry, we're almost finished. Right, okay. Well, what am I doing here? Looking at the chat. Dude says, the irony of them talking about wielding the sword, wielding the cope, more like. KO says, rehearsed to the hilt. Yeah, I forget who said it. I think it might be in one of the clips that I made. He said about TPUSA, like, I can't believe it was possible to arrange this in 7 days. Like, how are we going to do it? But we did it. That kind of sounds like something you say about a theater play. I can't believe we pulled it off, guys, in this record time. We actually did it. Granted, it was a huge fucking feat. It takes a while to organize these things, and it takes a lot of manpower. And a lot of legal stuff as well had to be done, I'm sure. So they didn't need to do it in 11 days, did they, really? Well, they did if they wanted to have this effect on the people. Not that, they needed a whole lot of help, but these people are creatures of ritual. They think the ritual in itself is the important thing. And there is definitely time and place for ritual in life, but to kind of surrender yourself to that completely, well, that's the downfall of man. It was at this point that we had the cusp of the fourth house, I can't pronounce it, the IC, let's call it. I can't pronounce that Latin name. The house of the family, the home, heritage, the nation, really. Although nation is represented elsewhere in the house system. But when it comes to the ties that bind us as a nation, as opposed to the artifice of the nation, this is the fourth house. This is the quadrant down here. And at the moment that he made this proclamation about what I call the mandate of heaven, that Trump and everyone in Trump's government, without exception, he did say this department, that department, and everyone else, without exception, has the mandate of heaven to rule the United States. We have the fourth house moving into Aries, the sign of war, the sign of direct action, doesn't ask fucking questions, just fucking does. And that house cusp right on a retrograde Neptune, the planet of illusion. This isn't by accident, folks. You know in the chat as well as I do, this is so badly overdone. It's overcooked. And it's overcooked for a fucking reason. Now, we're almost all the way through. The more interesting part is yet to come, in my estimation, anyway. We have this fella, Jack Posobiec. They call him. Well, you'll hear what they call him. And I'm just going to be an asshole in how I pronounce his name.
Please welcome to the stage, Jack Posobiec.
Posobiec. Now, I heard that it's pronounced in different ways. Posobiec is what some people would pronounce it. But I'm going to pronounce it Posobiec. Posobiec. Because it's a Polish name. And I think that even if it's in America, Polish names should be pronounced in the Polish way. Because if the Anglos get to keep their culture in the New World, why can't the Irish and why can't the Polish? Huh? Now, this guy is a fucking gem. He's a gem of a man. Dude says Posobiec. Yes, and that would be completely fine for an Anglo. But it's Posobiec. Posobiec. If you thought that we saw schmaltz so far, get a load of this.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was my friend.
Okay.
Charlie was my brother. And Charlie was my commanding officer. And we will never, ever let the left, the media, or the Democrats forget the name of Charlie Kirk. The Bible, we'll get there, hold on, we'll get there. The Bible tells us that on his last day, Moses climbed to the top of the mountain and he looked across the River Jordan and he saw the promised land. He led the people there, but he did not cross himself, for he was taken and he died on that mountain and he was brought to God's kingdom. On his last day, Charlie Kirk was on the top of a mountain, And Charlie Kirk led us there. And Charlie Kirk has brought us to the promised land. Charlie's death was not just a murder. The true word for what Charlie did is sacrifice. You see, the difference between murder and sacrifice is that sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people, and for his family. Charlie Kirk died for all of you. And Charlie Kirk's gift of his sacrifice means that Charlie Kirk will live forever. Not just for all of us, not just for his family and Erica and for his children, but for all future generations of Americans. And the question of our time, will Western civilization endure? Or will it fracture in two, like so many predict? Well, I say to you that a century from now, when they write of the 2 or 3 pivotal moments that led to the saving of Western civilization, they will write that the sacrifice of Charles James Kirk was the turning point.
You can have two reactions to this guy and how he's delivering what he's delivering. The first is to be enraptured by it, and the second is to be like, ugh, yuck. Either of those will obscure the trick he's playing here. Really? That Charlie Kirk will be in the history books? Crispy says wind back up and rain too. Yeah, we could lose electricity here in the anti-broadcast studios, so hold tight. Dude says Posobiec is one of the more based speakers. This is a nudge to the right for normies. Dr. Crispy says it's Jack Probieski. Okay. Okay, so juicy part coming up.
And the ugliness that was been revealed by Charlie's murder will be and is already being overcome by the beauty of the outpouring of love and prayer around the world, seas of 1,000 candles that have been lit from coast to coast for Charlie's sacrifice for all of us. We will overcome their evil. And Charlie's sacrifice has given us all, and I see it in your eyes, I see it in the eyes of every man, woman, and child who has come to me since this unspeakable evil happened. We have it now. Charlie gave it to us. He gave us that last bit of courage, that last bit of fight, that last bit of grit and resolve to say no more. We are done. We are done with all of it, and we will now stand and fight, because if you took Charlie Kirk off that line, then every single one of us will rise up and we will replace that line, and we will be there and we will remind them what they did for Charlie, what they did to Charlie, and we will never, ever let them forget the name Charlie Kirk. Our civilization will endure. The United States of America will endure. For Charlie, we will continue the mission. For Charlie, we will end the evil disease that split us and took Charlie from us. And for Charlie, Turning Point USA will last forever. And we will come to find that in the final moment, that Western civilization was saved through Charlie's sacrifice in the only way possible, by returning the people to Almighty God.
Would you just drink that shite in? It's incredible. The overblowing of Charlie Kirk as an actual event in history. Yeah, okay, surely that will be mentioned for quite a while. Yeah. On the level of Martin Luther King Jr., no. On the level of JFK, no. So certainly not the saving of Western civilization. Western civilization will continue to circle the drain, I'm afraid to tell you. Yeah, Dude saw it first. Rosary bead spotted in his left hand, back up a few secs. Well, we didn't have to, because he displayed it prominently. Now, I don't know. I think this is a Catholic thing. I'm not sure. As far as I know, you don't get a cross on rosary beads, right? It's a very strange Protestant formulation. And this behavior, I'm sorry, is by no means recognizably Christian to, the true, real church. This isn't a symbol to just wave around. This is something to wear humbly. Or if it's a rosary, it's for humble prayer, for use in your private time with the divine. It's all very weird, but it's about to get weirder. It's about to get weirder.
For greater love hath no man than this, than he who laid down his life for his friends. Are you ready to continue the mission? Are you ready to fight back? And are you ready to put on the full armor of God and face the evil in high places and the spiritual warfare before us? then put on the full armor of God. Do it now. Now is the time. This is the place. This is the turning point for Charlie. God bless to all of you. God bless to everyone, to Charlie's family, to all the families. And Charlie, till we meet again, brother.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't laugh because he probably means what he's saying. It doesn't look like it though. This isn't a memorial. Some people rightly asked on Twitter, at least, and I'm sure in private and amongst themselves, where's Charlie's family? Why aren't they there? And granted that they wouldn't want to get up and, talk to 200,000 people while there's fucking organ music playing behind them and fucking pyrotechnics going off and a jumbo screen with some fucking pastor's QR code on it. If this was your brother, your son, your nephew, your cousin, you wouldn't be here. This wouldn't be a thing that you would be a part of. I don't think anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Because I certainly I certainly politicize some of my family, I guess. I recently buried my great aunt, and the only politics that ever came up at all was over booze, and then maybe it might be touched upon. But for the most part, it was waking her and then going to the chapel, the church, rather. Sorry, geez, she wasn't a Protestant. But then, at the end, people were commiserating and getting drunk, and occasionally politics would come up because we're in Belfast, so of course it would. But on my grandfather's special days, 10-ish, that's 10-year anniversaries. Yeah, that would be very political. But not when you're burying a person or they're just being buried, I don't know. It's all very weird. Miss Pacina says, circus show. Dogman Vic says, no tears. And that's the thing. This isn't a real memorial. It's a show. It's a pageant. Simon Martin, haven't seen you in the chat, so let's hear what you have to say. Reuniting a new type of Christianity on the back of Charlie Kirk's murder, a political, ecumenical movement of the ages. Yeah, you nailed it. Dude says they have to leverage the political capital that's on the table arising from his death. I think it's a lot more sinister than that, even. I'm of the mind that he was assassinated by his own people. And his own people being, I don't know, take your pick. It's hard to tell. And theorizing, it can only go so far. Now, the other problem with what this guy just said is it goes back to what I was saying about how there's like different act structures in this memorial or rally, sorry. Now we're into the state as God section of the rally. And I'm actually scared to admit that I find myself agreeing now with James Lindsay, who has been railing against Christian nationalism, because just like Simon Martin there said, a political ecumenical movement of the ages, bringing together Christians of all sorts, I guess, a kind of a Protestant umbrella Christianity where I guess if you're Christian, that's good enough, but you have to follow this, because you have to have a unified church. You can't have a unity without a unifying doctrine. So I guess the doctrine now is the state. So now that we're on this subject of the state as God, basically, and Trump being the God Emperor, which we'll see an example of soon, the armor of God takes on a new meaning. Give me a second there. I'm recalibrating in my mind what's going on right now. The armor of God is not some, fucking flaming sword and magical plate armor that can't be pierced, or even in a more occult sense, kind of a spiritual fortitude to vanquish your political enemies. It's the armor of God to live as Jesus teaches, which is with humility. And violence has a place in that, but it's when that violence is to protect the people you love and yourself when you're in direct danger. And that violence, can also be state violence, legal violence, and God, we have to admit, vocal violence, collective belief violence, if you follow what I'm putting down. What really is being taught in the original church in Christianity is humility and the power that has. The acknowledgement that, we're all sinners. We're all innately sinful. We are going to falter. So we must be humble. We must not judge. And that's not to mean that we can't make determinations about things and people. We absolutely must. But to say that we are better innately, that goes against the original teaching. So this is what we have. 1247 timestamp. And this chart is just as interesting. We have the messenger of God. We have Mercury, the voice of God, the guy who runs back and forth from heaven to earth to relay God's will in a Christian lens, that is the angel Gabriel, I guess. Right up there at the zenith of the sky, I'm getting dizzy with just how absurd this all is. The zenith of the sky, the MC, the fucking Jesus, I'm losing my vocabulary now. This is on full display. The Libran Mercury, giving a balance of judgment, a legal declaration. This is the new way that it will be. And the warriors of Christ are really the warriors of the state. We will carry on. What are we timestamp wise? 12:47. So we have Frank Turek up next. Now, here's what I have to come clean, guys. When I was doing preparation, I was writing everything down, making notes, clipping these videos, and for God's sakes, I wrote things down in a document. I thought they were being saved, and then the electricity went out, and turns out no, my work wasn't saved. So let's hear what Frank Turek has to say for himself. And this is just as oh God, where's my head? It's up my hole. That's what it is. It's absolutely up my hole today. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? This is coming to the completion of the eclipse. The moment where the moon occults the sun, and symbolically the sun is, the center of everything. The ego of man, but in the general term, it is God. And I don't think it's any big accident that sun and sun, S-U-N and S-O-N, are homophones. I think that's the word. Sound the same, spelt differently. It's the Son of God, or God himself, the Son is. And it's being occulted now. It's being blocked from our view. Now let's see what is told to us when it is blocked from our view.
Erica wanted me to share with you what happened after that shot rang out on September 10th. I was standing 25 feet from my beloved friend just off his right. Why was I there? About 5 years ago, Charlie asked me if I would mentor him in the evidence for Christianity, because that's one of the things I do. Now, it's going to be difficult to mentor someone smarter than you. However, the only thing that surpassed Charlie's intellect was his humility. And so the few things I knew that he didn't, he wanted me to share with him. When that shot rang out, I took a step toward him, but his security team was on him immediately. And so Charlie, being like a son to me, I ran toward the security team and we ran to the SUV together. No father would stand back and go, no, you just take my son, take him, I'll meet you at the hospital. I got into the back of the SUV, and let me tell you something. His team was amazing. When this full investigation is done, I think you're going to see that his team did everything they were supposed to do. In the car, Justin was driving. Dan was in the front with the GPS. Rick was to my left. He had Charlie's head. And Brian was at Charlie's feet. And Charlie's so big, we couldn't even shut the door. He's so tall. And I'm perched over the back seat. And while they're administering all sorts of first aid, apparently my job was to yell. I was doing a lot of yelling. And I want you to know that we did everything we could to save Charlie, but Charlie was already gone.
In a normal set of circumstances, it's possibly even silly for me to say it. In a normal set of circumstances, would you even admit that? You know, with my friend and our friend, who we all love, I got in the way when others were trying to save his life. But this isn't a normal situation, is it, folks? Not in the fucking slightest.
His face was looking at mine, but he wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me right into eternity. And if it's any comfort at all, I learned later that Charlie felt no pain. He died instantly. But we had to try and bring him back. We couldn't save him. Now I want you to know that Charlie right now is in heaven, not because he was a great husband and father, not because he saved millions of kids out of darkness on college campuses, not because he changed minds and chased votes to save the country, not because he sacrificed himself for his Savior. Charlie Kirk is in heaven because his Savior sacrificed himself for Charlie Kirk. Now look, there's only two things you can get in the afterlife. You can get justice or you can get grace. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone in here, does anybody out there watching around the world want justice from an infinitely just being? I don't want justice, I want grace. Well, the only way to get grace for an infinitely just being is for him to punish an innocent substitute in our place. Where can he find an innocent substitute among us? He can't. We're all fallen. So what does this infinitely just and infinitely loving God do? He adds humanity to his deity. He comes to earth. He allows the creatures that rebelled against him to torture and kill him so he could place their punishment upon himself, and then by trusting in him, every one of us can be forgiven and then given his righteousness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the greatest story ever told, and it happens to be true. There's evidence for this, and Charlie knew it. Watch his videos. Charlie knew that life wasn't just about money, it wasn't just about sex, it wasn't just about power, it wasn't just about prestige. He knew that the purpose of life is to know Jesus and to make him known, to make heaven crowded. Charlie's eyes were fixed on eternity. Where have your eyes been fixed? What have you been doing with your lives? What have you been doing?
Make note of the synth in the background that kicked in a few minutes ago. Ah, jeez. And this life isn't, what did he say? Isn't just about power, isn't just about sex, isn't just about prestige, isn't just about those three things, which are seen in not a very favorable light by Christianity or, people in general, you know, especially not amongst, the rank and file, evangelical community, It's like, oh, power, you know, sex, prestige. Yeah, look, that sounds very sinful. I don't think I'll have any of that. But this what is he, a pastor or something? He wants to include that in his life. He thinks it's just probably as equal as God, you know.
What are you going to do now? You know, in every evil, God brings forth some ripples of good. In this case, he's bringing a tsunami of good. Look around. You're seeing it. And if you think a martyrdom is...
Now, this is the occulting. This is the moment of the eclipse where the whole event has been leading up to. After this, there's a few more hours of you have like anywhere between Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson making speeches, which I just think it's time for them to open their mouths and say something. But this is the meat of the event right here. Now let's just considering for a minute that maybe, yes, it's not visible in the Arizona sky, but somewhere in the world, the sun is partially eclipsed by the moon exactly at this moment.
It's going to stop this movement. Well, we all know Charlie was inspirational, but Erica Kirk is a force of nature. You're going to see her later today. In fact...
And Erica Cook, or, Kirk, as she's known to most people, is now Mary. The long-suffering mother of Jesus. Even though, in this formulation of the archetypes, she's married to Jesus. Maybe she's the other Mary, who was, oh yeah, actually, I'd never considered that before. Take a look at this, guys. Take a look at this one. And you know what? I'm not going to, be an asshole and say, oh, well, you can't be doing this. But, I mean, when you're this person, no, you can't be doing this. That's Erica Kirk as Miss Arizona. Being kind of on Trump's radar as a potential Miss America. But according to this article, she didn't make it that far. Erica Kirk has like 3 fucking degrees or something? I don't know. I heard something crazy like that. CEO, an executive woman. Nibs in the chat says Mary, Mother of God, or Magdalene. Yeah. Nibs, my mother's called Mary. It's a lovely name. Does she ever go by Mora? Moira. I like the Gaelic version of Mary. It's softer. And Miss Pacina says, my mother was one. Huh. Dars K says, holy testicle shoes day. Oh, you're getting into dangerous territory there with sacrilege. Yeah, this is your new Mary now. Yeah, this is a force of nature. Erica is. You know, she's not just Charlie's widow. All right. Nib says no, never. Yeah. Give it a go. Call her Moira. See if she responds to that. She might like it. She might think, oh, that's interesting. I think I might allow my son to call me that. Where am I now? All right. So we're given this new pantheon now, you know. Jesus, who died on the menorah. if you're conspiracy minded at all, Jesus, who died on the debating. What do you call that? That when you kiosk, when you put up that little tent. Niv says no, she won't. Yeah, you know best. Don't be taking advice from me. I'm the last person that should be given advice or be taken advice from. Then we have Mary, or Erica, and God Emperor Trump. We will see him later, but this is the culmination of the whole event, the occulting of the sun.
I know what's going on in the spiritual realm right now. Every morning Erica gets up, the devil shrieks, "Oh no, she's awake again!"
Getting past the whole thing of like, who is he talking to? Fucking children? This idea that the devil, Satan, is afraid of Erica Kirk. You know, it's dipping into that Catholic thing. I mean, yeah, okay, you have it in the early church as well, but the Catholic formulation of Mary, which the Protestants kind of carried over in a kind of way, and are now kind of pulling out of the bag of fucking random archetypes, that she is the sinless woman, the infinitely graceful woman who herself frightens demons, and you can call upon her just like any of the saints to intercede on your behalf and fight spiritual warfare. Now that's Erica, but it gets worse.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's honor Jesus. Let's honor Charlie. Let's honor Erica, so that when we wake up every morning, the devil shrieks, "Oh no, they're awake again. They're born again."
They're born again. Ah, nice play on words. Nice play on words, Pastor. Ugh, yuck. Ugh. You know when Nib says I'm Catholic. What the fuck? All right, did you say Catholic? Yeah, or did you just accidentally lean on the S key there? Or are you being sarcastic? Catholic. It's quite the word right there. Yeah, sure. man is to become a little g god through grace. Now, I'm not here to preach Christianity to you because I can't. That's well be above my pay grade. But I know what I know. I know my left from my right enough for me to know what's right. This is the lamb in sheep's, or the sheep. Wait, what am I talking about? The wolf in sheep's clothing, right? Donning the clothing and waving around the symbols of Christianity to sell you martialism, nationalism, and a kind of a mass brainwashing event, basically. This idea of the devil being afraid of us, that's not the position of the devil, and it's not the position of man. That's not the relationship that we should have with those entities, whether it's Satan himself or his fallen angels. You're supposed to live outside of their grasp, not be at war with them. The war that you go into with them is to get them away from you, you know? Nibs nails it. I know enough to right from wrong basics. And that's good enough for, most people. Much like Thomas, who doubted, he has to touch the wounds. Some of us have to go deeper to understand more, because that's the price of our particular road to walk, our particular cross to carry. So if you know enough, then that's good enough for you. What I know is good enough for me. But we should at least know enough to know what is bullshit when we see it. This idea that we're going to go to war with political enemies or internal enemies, immigrants or Antifa or the trans cult, or if we're going to, go to war with the outsider, whether that's China, Iran, Russia. It's a whole package. It's all the one thing. They are the demons, and you will see that in their rhetoric whenever they talk about politics, is that, say Putin is either a demon himself or has been plagued by demons. And, once you dehumanize and otherize another person, I think we all know this. We've been taught this from day one, I think. At least my generation and older have been taught this from day one about, say, World War II and the things that were going on there in Central Europe. You can do anything to those people once they're dehumanized, and to, say this person, he's controlled by demons. You can do whatever you like. A lot of exorcists from outside of the church, Protestant exorcists, they've done terrible fucking things to people who have probably could have a match. Oh, jeez. Sorry. I've got a little something. I'll get over it. Might take me with it, though. Or maybe that was my own exorcism there. I don't know. they beat these people to death. They may have some fight going on with some kind of spiritual thing, but for the most part, they're having real fucking medical problems. Or they've just been beaten over the head with this evangelical fucking nonsense so much that they've gone insane. And maybe they've convinced themselves that they're fucking possessed and they're playing the part. And it, fucking helps that, everyone is kind of playing these roles. And, when you're not well in the head, you will method act being fucking possessed to the point that you get murdered by your pastor. LARPing as an exorcist. That's a digression. Sorry. Not only are you capable of doing anything to a person you have dehumanized, if you're talking about Christianity, you are now outside of the teachings of Jesus. You're supposed to have compassion for these people who are other, who are potentially wrestling with demons. And it's through that compassion and God's love that you demonstrate. Those are the works that they say that must follow faith. That you break down that wall and you bring people into the fold. Not with this shit. Not with this nonsense. Right. So this is where my editing came to an end because, fucking storm, man. I'm glad that I haven't heard any wind or rain now for a while. So what I need to do is go to the raw video of the event. Nibs says, I'm Irish/Italian. Cool accent. Nibs asks, am I Irish American? Your accent is cool. A mixture. No. I'll tell you what, and I've told this story a few times, so sorry if anyone's already heard this. I am the son of a Republican family from Belfast. And although I was born in Galway and raised in Galway, for my very first formative years, I was mainly around my family, my mother's side of the family, who spoke with a Belfast accent. Now I was moved out of the countryside into the city where, it's just horrible in terms of like how kids treat each other. It just is. And my Northern Irish accent, which may have had a little bit of Galway in it, so it sounded extra weird, was the target of ridicule. Probably not in the form of hatred, but it was always pointed out to me. I remember this time we had a bit of a little outing in primary school, and this classmate, to this day, I have loads of respect for him. I hope he's out there doing well. We were sent on some kind of mission to go to some place. It's amazing. Back in the day, you get brought to Galway City shopping center, to the Leisureplex thing that they have there, and the teacher just says, "Yeah, so go across the road, the really busy road there, to whatever store and get this and that." And all they did was make sure that there was two of us so that we could take care of each other. You can't do that today. But I digress. I remember I was told by this guy, it's funny how you pronounce bag. The bag, almost. So what I did was I watched television and I learned how to speak properly. So I adopted the American accent. So now you have this mixed fucking mutt in front of you. Yeah, you can't put an area on it. Yeah, that's the thing. Wow, okay. You're half Irish, Italian, Belfast, Falls Road. Fuck yeah. Falls fucking Road. Love it, man. Italian. Yeah, the Falls Road. It's fucking beautiful, man. I'll tell you what, years ago, I had a very multicultural fucking journey to Belfast for a commemoration service for my grandfather. We landed in the Airbnb. Didn't have the time or energy to cook for ourselves, so I looked on the Google Maps, like, where can I get something to eat? Oh, this place called Absolutely Chicken, which sells kebabs. Wonderful. I go there. I see on the wall, on the window, there's a sign, and it's in English and Polish. And I'm thinking, wow, what the fuck? So I go in. I speak a little bit of Polish. Hey, oh, you're Polish. That's great. Wow, wonderful. That's so weird. But that wasn't the end of it, right? I'm sitting there waiting for my order, and in comes these young lads, teenagers, like, um, and one of them is clearly Bengali or Pakistani or something, and he had the thickest fucking Northern Irish accent you could imagine. It was surreal. At that point, I just wanted to go to bed. I've already had a long day, and my head was just fucking blown off by this weird mix of person. From Kerry, my dad's from Belfast. Great grandfather was Italian. Fucking solid, man. Good to get to know you, Nibs. Sorry, folks, for that digression. But this is what we do on the anti-broadcast. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Ballymurphy every summer as a kid. Fucking beautiful. And Miss Pagina's father was from Tyrone. All right, I'm amongst friends. All right, so after this pastor talks shit. Wait, hold on. Why is that showing up on the... Why? What's going on here? Okay. You know what? There's an easier way for me to do this. Right, what timestamp are we? 9 hours. No. 5 hours, 50 minutes, and 21 seconds. All right. Give me a second here, folks. It's at this point, usually, my co-host Morgan would keep your attention while I do something. Live now, remembering Charlie Kirk. Okay. But he couldn't make it this week because... Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's just a CNN? No, that's not really a CNN channel. Someone's fucking streaming Charlie Kirk debates endlessly. What the fuck? Wonders never cease. There we go. There we go. All right, we'll use the stream. Yeah, Storm, Morgan couldn't make it. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry about that. I trailed off. I'm easily distracted. Not a great thingy for a show host, is it? I hate you, Restream. I mean, I love you, but I hate you. You're so finicky. Okay, so after this pastor talks shite, and the eclipse has finally come to its the eclipse has come to culmination, and we've come to the point where Christ has been subverted. dethroned in exchange for Charlie Kirk, the savior of all our souls, and all the pantheon around him, and the 12 apostles on stage there that we saw, the producer of the Charlie Kirk show and the staff behind him. The producer is like Peter or something, and the others behind him are the apostles. I mean, you could fucking go very deep into these things, and maybe some of the correlations make sense, maybe they don't. But it's fun to theorize. So just take a look at this. This guy comes on the show, comes on the stage to read the Bible. Soon, at some point he comes on, because like I said, and like we've noticed as a group here, I love our community. Nibs says, cool stream. You're going to love the people who also think this is a cool show. So stick around. Come by every Friday at 9:30. I'm away with the fairies tonight. So yeah, this has to be timed meticulously, right? It's just the way it is for astrological reasons as well as the theatrical reasons. So we have these kind of interludes of music as people get ready to play their parts. Now there's God Emperor Trump waving to the people. Now he was there for a few hours beforehand, sitting down behind the plexiglass, minding his own business, but for some reason, he's made himself known. Maybe he didn't get the stage instructions. I don't know. Yeah. All right. It's important to recognize where Donald Trump is. He's in an elevated position. This is very kind of, I hate using the word pagan. It's very pre-Christian, because you know what? Paganism, it's fucking great. I'm a pagan, personally. I think Christianity is kind of a brother faith to the ancient Irish faith. But this is some other religion. It's not Christianity. It's where the God Emperor, the God embodied in a person, is cheered to, on his lofty fucking podium. Jesus. Sorry about that, folks.
We're going to take another moment to honor Jesus and sing what we heard this week is one of Charlie's favorite songs.
For me, that was very meaningful. This guy very clearly on stage. The Jumbotron is definitely on him. Donald Trump can certainly see that something's going on. This guy, he's standing at the microphone. His Bible is open. and he's looking at it, as in, like, he's not just reading it for himself. He didn't just think, oh, la-di-da, I'll wander onto the stage and just happen to stand in front of this microphone and read the Bible for a minute. And he kind of gives a kind of a wry smile up at the lofty position. He says, yeah, we're just going to take a moment to honor God. Let's read from the Bible. Ah, Jesus. All right, look, we're going to put that one to bed, folks. We will return to this horrific fucking event, as well as the Erica Kirk speech 2 days after her husband was assassinated, with Morgan when he comes back on the show. We really would like to kind of dig into that and pull it apart in a more practical, human sense, take a look at it more from the political lens rather than the metaphysical, astrological, theological way that I've been going through it tonight with you guys. So what I'm going to do is okay, I got distracted by the chat. The ever bizarre chat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a little bit of music. I'm going to relieve myself, and I'm going to grab a beer, and we'll just have a bit of a chill stream, right? How about that? I will open the lines, as they say in radio. Let's have a chat. I'll put the link to do so in the chat room. If you want to hop on, you don't need to use your camera. Although I don't mind if you do. And if you want to come to have a chat, if you feel compelled, do so. Don't be afraid. Nerves are a natural part of doing something new, and you will walk away from this experience a much stronger person. A person who's done something that they haven't done before, which is a very powerful person, mind you. But otherwise, we'll just talk amongst each other in the chat, and we'll go through a bit of the news from the last week. All right, catch you on the flip side.
County gains flexing that muscle. You struck our channel thinking it's all subtle. Talking big but can't take a joke. Stealing content while you're buying small. Thought you were real, but it's all a game. Saying you're firing, but it's just for fame. Flexing with your crew, pumping iron tight. But your real intentions ain't coming alive. Boys in the gym. What's the point? You say you're tough. What we called your joint. Can't handle a laughter, can't stand the heat. Good humor's the way when we meet on the street. You think you're a king, but we calling your bluff. With camaraderie here, we ain't playing rough. Big muscles can't hide your skin. You ain't the cause, but we know your plans. Flexing with your crew, pumping iron tight. But your real intentions ain't coming alive. So step back, gains, it ain't worth the fight. Good vibes over threats. rise above hate, spreading laughs all day. Join in the fun, that's how we play. Big muscles can't hide your skin. You claim the cause, but we know your plans. Flexing with your crew, pumping iron tight, but your real intentions ain't coming alive.
How about that for perfect timing? Ugh. Oh my god, I don't know. Ugh. I don't know what's going on, folks. Oh. I'm not normally like this. Oh, Jesus. I feel like I'm gonna get sick. I really do think that, oh, God, oh, the last few days watching that shite, to edit it, to cross-reference timestamps in the video to actual time in Arizona, and then looking at charts and just over and over again listening to these gobshites fucking talk shit. Oh my God, it was awful. Whew. I just need a minute. KO. Perfect timing. A bit like this Charlie Kirk memorial. All right. I forgot to do this throughout the stream. If you want to get closer to the show, be a part of it, you can scan the QR code on the screen. QR code. To join our Discord server. We haven't, it's an active enough community, but the more the merrier. More people in there, more people chat, the better fun it is for everyone. Subjects are just, they range from fucking kettles to geopolitics. And you have the web address down at the bottom. Also, if you want to support the show, we take donations from Buy Me a Coffee. But in my case, it's buy me a Red Bull or a beer. And for Morgan, it would be buy me tea and cigarettes. Because this is what fuels us. Caffeinated drinks and rollies. Yeah. And what else do we have? Oh, yes, right. So it's pretty much guaranteed that we're going to be kicked off of YouTube at some point. We've already had brushes with the law. But, one day they're going to decide, yeah, you're not advertiser friendly, you're not ideologically friendly to us. We do stream on kick.com, which we hope to make our home one day. We don't really get any viewers over there, but we're still streaming there and always will. We hope that people will come and join us over there because when we do get removed, the only way that you're going to be able to know that we're still around is if you're in the Discord or you're on our mailing list, which you can get on to if you go to antibroadcast.com or if you are on Kick. Right, now that all of that is out of the way, thank you for your attention. How do I get rid of that now? Okay, there we go. Whew, okay, right. What do we have in the chat? Shall we put the overlay on the chat? Yeah, let's do that. Nib says I'm behind 4 minutes 2x. Did I miss anything? No, not really. Not really. What's QPR things? Huh? Whose carrots are ginormous? What is going on in this chat? I step away for like 4 minutes and it's gone off the rails. Did you have a nice day, guys? I had a nice day. It was fraught with uncertainty, though. You know, not knowing whether I would be able to do the show because of power outages. Power went off, power went back on because of this bloody storm that we've had. But, you know, I acted on faith. At some point, I said, it was like 6 p.m. I said, okay, you know what? I'm just going to schedule the show and act like I'm going to do it. I have enough research done for the subject. Friday for me, Thursday night, evening, night on through Friday for me, all that's just clear, totally focused on the show. So I had it was either just arse around and play computer games or something, or dedicate myself to the show. So I hopped in the shower, hopped in the car, went for a nice meal in the local hotel. And that by itself, a nice chicken dinner, it was like God breathed life back into me. It was amazing. It was wonderful. Gotta just do that for yourself once in a while. 15, 20 quid. Go sit down in a nice place. Although mine was more homely than most spots that you would get in Ireland. A kind of a hub of the community hotel. So I like to I have my spot there, you know, right by the door. Little, you know, little table, big enough for 1 or 2 people. And this new girl, God love her, you know, she had it down, you know. She came along saying, "Are you ready to order?" And then fumbled her little pad out of her hand onto the floor. And just sharp as a whip, just whatever that saying is, I'm not, as in, you know, I'm not ready. And we had a bit of a laugh. That was funny. That put a little lightness into my life. Just small things can be fucking beautiful that way. And then just to top it all off, to make it very clear that, you know, life ain't so fucking serious. The lady at the desk at reception, she picks up the phone, you know, she's looking through the book of people who booked a room. Said, "Here is this such and such. Yeah, so we have you booked in. I'm just asking, when do you plan on checking in?" Okay. And then out of nowhere, I see a lady sprint across the room in front of me with her hand still up to her ear, saying, "Yeah, I'm here." It was something you'd see in a fucking movie. It was beautiful. Who are you asking that of, Crispy? Let me check back in the chat. Let's see what's going on. Miss Pagina has deleted Facebook, Metaverse, all of them. Good for you. Social media is a plague. Nib says, "I'll say nothing First time on this live. I don't want to make a fool of myself. First time out and end up getting your channel flagged. Yeah, don't worry about that, because we're not worried. Miss Pagina says, well, I had good enough within reason day, no rapture. Yeah, as long as you weren't raptured, you know, that's a good day. Nib says, I had a great day. I was off because of the storm. Gotta love some inclement weather. Dude says, Dude is, oh, what's, come, I can't read for shit. Dude was fabulous, great soak. I'm a new woman after it. Miss Pagina and your Friday night baths. Dr. Crispy asks, are you inviting chat to your cottage? Whose cottage? Mine? Miss Pagina? It would be nice to have a bit of a gathering. But there's barely any space here. Not even space to fucking park your car. So I'd love to have family and friends around here, but like 3 cars, absolute maximum. Any more and nobody will be able to, you know, leave because it'll be gridlock. Darske says, I've had 3 sandwiches today. Nice. What was in the sandwiches? I hope something substantial. Nib says, never take life too seriously unless you have to take it as it comes. Unless you have to, take it as it comes. Yep, that's the balance that really works, you know? Like, you have to fight against taking life seriously. It will insist that you do so. And people will insist that you take it seriously, not out of necessarily out of concern for you, but for their own peace of mind, for their own idea, self-conception, you know. They'll demand that you take things just as seriously or even more seriously than they do. In the darker manifestations, those people are fucking running a con on you. Yes, Howard, your cottage. Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. That would be great. Maybe one day we'll have some kind of gathering. I'll organize a minibus from the local town. There's a place to park, or you know, I'm on a bus route, on a train route as well. Yeah, we'll have a little festival. We'll have our own Misha Air in South Galway. How about that? Sure, we can take a taxi to his cottage, Miss Pagina, Crispy says. Fucking try it. Between 100 and 120 quid for a taxi to Galway City from where I am. Absolute fucking scandal. But you know, my friends know. Call Howard. Throw him 20 quid. He'll run you into town. We're getting to that point of the night. Jeez. Wow. We've been going 3 hours. I sure can fucking talk shite, can't I? We're getting to that point of the night where Temple Bar is emptying out. Yep. Long taxi ride from your place, Miss Pagina. How much would that be? A fucking grand? I need to get back to someone here. Oh, I said I would be opening the lines, wouldn't I? Didn't I? For a chat. Let's see. The plus button, is that what? No. No, invite guests. There we go. All right. You don't need to install anything. You just need to make sure that you have a working microphone. I would prefer if you were wearing headphones. If you're using your phone, that's fine. But still, I would prefer that you had headphones in if you were to come on the stream and have a chat with us about anything. The lines are open. This is my thing, radio. It's what I live for, and a big part of that is open lines, talk radio. A shared paddy wagon, Miss Regina said. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. I'd love to buy one of those. Yeah. But keeping the cage in the back, that'd be great. Picking up friends, go on, hop in the back there. We'll lock the cage behind you. You sound like Maloney's Digest, the fella from Hardy Bucks. He's on YouTube. Good laugh. American Irish accent, same as Graham McDowell. No offense, nice twang. Yeah, I couldn't see myself any other way. Excuse me. I'm still dying here. Space Ghettos. Nice to see you. Late in, chap. All right. Yeah, you missed a show. For once, I actually put on a show. Miss Pacina says, Era Howard, I'll get raptured, beamed to your front door. That wouldn't be the worst thing. That wouldn't be the worst thing. I am not familiar with that Maloney guy. Do I sound like him in his accent or his style of presentation? I'm not familiar with this Hardy Bucks thing. I heard it's a thing and it's a TV show or something. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to bring me up to speed there. Maybe this is my problem. I don't listen to enough Irish media. I'm not learning how to speak like other people. I work from home. I have a very limited pool of friends. And I hang out with family. So there's very little space for me to learn how to talk properly. There's a touristy paddy wagon bus, Miss Pacina said. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of offended by the name of that tour company. Personally. Yeah, I don't know. I'll stop there. I had the Listowel races last week, a week of drinking and debauchery. Nice, Nibs. Very good. Very good. We need to tear loose once in a while. I'm very upset, guys. There has been no subscribers on this stream. So if you're not subscribed and you're enjoying what you're seeing, hit the subscription button. And hey, hit the like button because we need all the interaction that we can get. That's how the algorithm knows that people enjoy what they're seeing. But if you don't enjoy it, that's fine too. Nib says Maloney Digest. He's on YouTube. He's a comedian, an Good actor. Good laugh. He does lives like you. Nice. Nice. Okay, I'll check him out. Miss Pacina says a hologram of me will be at your door. A hologram projected by the CIA satellite you have access to, is it? Okay, now I'm curious. Maloney's Digest. Supposedly I have the same accent as he does. Do I really want to hear it, though? There's been 2 or 3 times in my life where someone says, hey, I met your doppelganger. And he's like this and that. And, you know, you're really similar. And I just think, I don't want to hear this at all. Like, it's kind of like one of those sci-fi movies where, like, if you have, like, the same person from different parallel universes and they meet, then, like, the universe collapses or something. I don't need that in my life, man. Oh. What's going on here? What? Why can't I type? Maloney's Digest. Wow. There's a few. There's a few in there, isn't it? Brown hash down. Okay, this looks okay, that does that involve him in any way, or is it just now, okay, all right, there we go. Now that this looks funny in the only way that Irish people can be funny.
Fucking steam from all the drink we had back in Tumor. I'm off the fucking heartburn now.
Hold her steady there, good lad. Train up, you're making the balls of it. Hold her steady. The no claims bonus to be gone from AXA is being another dispute because of reckless driving.
She's going, she's going, she's going, she's going, she's gone, she's gone.
For fuck's sake, man. Now let's take her to the pedal beater next week and get us shined up.
I threw you a touch for that, boss.
Alright, come here to me now. We'll have to check the sat-nav. I had a communication job. He's as discombobulated. You go ahead there and find fucking...
Few drinks for the old book, yeah?
Yeah. I'll go and meet himself. You take care of business here and get some drink for that lad. He's rolling with the horrors. Get him a bottle of Jägermeister now and some brandy and maybe a slab of Karapaki. Here, take that. You go fighting dragons and shit with that, like. Come in handy, old boshtik.
No more nails, job.
Sound fucking work.
Z. Harry's in bits, the old bastard. Liver's fucked.
Harry picked up an old bug, he'd be alright. Get him a couple of looseners. He'll be sound.
Drop me off to Harvest there, will you, glad?
All right. Yeah, okay. If that's the type of entertainment and humor that you find on Hardy Books, I'm in. That was a funny mashup, I guess. If you want to if you want to talk Irish humor, this is a show that was beyond its time, and one of those where they say, you couldn't make that now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage our Longford Rose, Emer the Hula Hoop. Isn't she gorgeous? Isn't she gorgeous? My hand, Colleen. It says here, Emer, that you're a primary school teacher and something funny happened on the way home with the GAA. Is there many Irish there? Do you love ham? Fair play to you.
And then I remember something, and it was amazing, and it was a surprise, and I remember every detail, but there's no point to the story.
And your father loves shooting, is that right?
Yes. I remember one time I found his shotgun lying on his bed, and I wrapped my mouth around the muzzle. Sure, we're all going to die. And we met the gang down in Spain. It was such a crack. What a surprise. And then we listened to Ray D'Arcy on the internet.
Did you ever put a cow through a mincing machine?
Ah, sure, stop. Come here, go away. And
what are you going to do for us tonight?
Assemble a table and chairs.
In your own time? Jeez, who said there's no talent in Longford, huh?
Ah, Jesus. ah. Very criminally unheard of. The Savage Eye. What is the best that we can... There was one skit they did about buying electricity from France. And I really want to find it, where these fellas from the ESB in their white coats got on a little dinky. And they had this giant plug. And it was framed as a news report. And they went over to France in this little dinky to plug this giant plug into France. It was fucking Kino. John Duffy. Now this is
Good afternoon, and we're
again one of these things where you can't do this anymore on RTE. It's just not allowed. And Joe Duffy is a sacred cow, especially now that he is retired and he has been what's that word KO taught me? Beatified as a saint of Irish broadcasting.
good afternoon, and we're talking about the problem of the bullying in the school. Go ahead, caller.
Someone stabbed me testicles with a compass.
Somebody perforated your particulars with a mathematical instrument. Well, one for sorrow and two for joy. Continue on this road of ruin.
Yeah, John. I do be loving school, but it do be hard when they be throwing stink bombs into your lunchbox and all.
Let me stop you there, caller, because a smelly lunchbox, although bad, is nowhere near as bad as having your ball sack punctured with a compass. Can you give me something a little bit heavier than a smelly lunchbox?
Well, they gave me a wedgie.
Now we're talking. And do the bullies be bullying you in the doobie daytime and the night time, and during the breaks and in between the breaks and all the times of your privates and all? Oh, the humiliation of having your wife runs turned into a big tent in front of the whole school where they're lobbing bogies at you, turning you into a moist, weeping willow. And you mind me asking, where's the teacher protecting you from the personage of all the insults and injuries to your person?
Well, I am the teacher.
Ah, Jesus. A teacher being bullied by students. What will they think of next? Bankers being ripped off by their customers. Politicians being lied to by the people. Priests being fondled by altar boys. Ah, jeez.
Yeah, you can't get Savage Eye anymore. And as Dude said, McSavage, the guy that you see most in the skits, he distanced himself from all the edginess. KO says, dude, he totally changed. Yeah, this is the tragedy of the last 15 years or so. It's like some kind of corrosive acid was poured over all of these people, and very few fucking survived to tell the tale. And the truth of it at the end of the day is that nobody's paying attention to these people. You have the RTE folks, right? God love them, but some of them are members of my family, you know. Whether it's, you know, watching fucking the Late Late Show, which used to be a brilliant institution, or watching fucking RT News, or following this comedian or that musician elevated by the state. You have those people, and those people are keeping the machine alive, but most people, I don't think, are even paying attention. It's kind of sad that they've sold their soul to this machine, and like nobody really cares. Maybe they got some praise, but for the most part, the people that actually were edgy and had something to say, they were shamed and ridiculed, because the first rule is that you don't apologize. Dude says corralled and contained in the fear of saying the wrong thing in the fear paradigm. Yeah, and that's what they then go on to promote to the rest of us, as if it's some kind of virtue. Now, what people like ourselves have been saying for a while now is that the overcorrection isn't going to be pretty. You know, we've seen examples of it in the Kirk rally that we watched in the earlier part of the show, and it's not good. It's not fucking good, guys. It's Martial, and you know, as in Martian, planet Mars, the archetype Mars, war. It's sinisterly satanic, you know, overly restrictive. And it's also what would you call it? It's a new inquisition, is what it is. Thomas Sheridan, God love him. He's a complicated creature, but I would say that he is the bard of our country. You know, he's more like the druid, while John Waters is more the bard. But this beautiful man, complicated, gets things wrong, but when he's right, he's so fucking right, you know. And he warned people after Charlie Kirk was shot. They're going to start coming for the pagans now, and you see this rhetoric on social media and out of influencers and even politicians now in the new regime in the United States, saying, oh, this is pagan, that's pagan, oh, it's all bad, everything non-Christian or pre-Christian is bad, without making a distinction, you know, between any of it. Just saying, look, if it's not Christian, it's bad, it's just inherently bad. Granted, that's Christian doctrine, but I don't take that personally. Because a Christian may say, I personally, for me, as an example, live outside of Christ, but they're not coming for my head, you know? They're not coming to destroy my life, because that's not the Christian way. And I respect that about Christians, and I will come to their aid whenever they need me to, because we are brothers in faith in ways that I think even they understand. But what we have in the States now, and it's seeping into other countries now, because America is like this cultural hub, this powerhouse that just it takes over the Anglosphere and beyond in Europe and around the world. It's going to be the 90s all over again, the late 80s, satanic panic. Let's take a look at the chat because I've talked shit enough. Remember AI Porter? He apologized and that was the end of his career. Oh yeah, okay, AI Porter. I saw that in the but I didn't I thought, oh, I didn't see that before, but it certainly caught my attention. So let's take a look at that one actually.
Mickey.
The usual.
Yeah. Give a good head.
Here's one I pulled earlier.
Jesus. He's a great barman all the same, what?
Ah, come here, Mick, your son. Is he a bit late in the loafers?
Late in the... So he doesn't wear loafers, like?
No. Does he bat for the other team? You know, is he a bit theatrical?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I know. Is he queer?
Is he Is he what? Get the fuck out! You're bad! And all subsequent generations of your family are bad!
Anything wrong there?
Nothing's wrong, son.
Was he a queer? Was he? Was he a big, dirty queer? I could tell. Well, there'll be no feckin' queers in this bar. You big, dirty, feckin' queer! Feckin' queer! Queer! Big, dirty queer head on him.
That's me boy.
Fucking Kino. Nib says they're 3 minutes behind. You know what? When you hear this in 3 minutes or 4 minutes, just jump ahead. There's really nothing going on here. I will purposely say nothing of substance for the next 3 minutes, just so you can just skip right ahead. All right, what's today's case? He had party hands. Some people didn't want to party. There was a bunch of community. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Complicated person, so. Which many of us are. And frankly, the most interesting of us are complicated. But indeed, yeah. The first move is to not apologize, because it's almost like a test, you know? You apologize and you get treated worse. But if you don't apologize, suddenly your career improves. Maybe because, you know, people aren't fucking idiots and they see real and they like real and they want to see more real in the world because it makes them feel more real. Nibs has been a mod for a channel before. Big responsibility. It is. It is. This is a thing that I have to consider, or we have to consider, myself and Morgan, because usually it's a two-man show. We can't be policing our own chat. Nibs is up to date. Good. So I'm perfectly legible on 2x. Good to know. I think I'll do that in future. I'll just, when editing videos of me talking, I'll just 2x myself, because I'm a slow talker. I'm a slow thinker. I take time with my words. Nibs never wants to mod again. I've never moderated a channel, but back in the day when forums were a thing, I did that on a semi-professional basis. This is a classic. But yeah, I did that on a semi-professional basis, I guess you would say, for years on various places. And yeah, it's tough. It's an actual fucking job. KO says, it is, but this channel is like a dream, to be fair. This channel? Yeah, that's going to change if we ever get any kind of real traction on this platform. Dude says, the irony is this was liberal satire and they got cancelled for flying too close to the sun and transgressing the very worldview they subscribe to. Yeah, but the thing is, and this is a perfect example of this, is that the greatest comedy can actually be read from like two competing different angles. Like, just look at this.
Among our colleagues, we see a lot of racism, behavior, attitude, threatening.
You're in the taxi, the guy turns around and he says, it's all very fine except for those black fellas. And you wonder what to say.
So, yeah, I saw that film there the other day, When We Were Kings. Do you know it, with Muhammad Ali?
Muhammad Ali, great fighter. In general, though, I wouldn't have much respect for the blacks.
My recommendation when that happens the next time, well, think of something that would really shock him.
In general, though, I wouldn't have much respect for the blacks.
Yeah, would you not?
No.
Do you think that's bad? I fuck children.
What?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. They're black children.
Oh, that's all right, so.
The influx of foreign nationals into the taxi trade has resulted in the so-called taxi wars between the Irish and non-Irish taxi drivers.
We're brought up with these films of cowboys and Indians. The Indian's always the bad man, the black man's always the bad man, this, that and the other. And we're always brought up on this. And then all of a sudden, Mary Robinson lights a bleeding candle in our window. And all of a sudden there's an influx of fucking black people all over, and we're supposed to be politically correct straight away.
Unfortunately, Irish taxi drivers' racism is not only directed at their foreign colleagues.
Here, would you look at that? That is a disgrace, I'm sorry. No. In 21st century Ireland, I mean, they treat their women worse than dogs. There should be a law against that. Here, pull the curtains, love, and give us a go. Here, why the long face? Go back to Arabia. She must be suffocating in there, poor love, you know? Yeah, 2-1.
See what I mean by you can read that in two ways. Yeah, I can see my my usual Facebook interests are on full display there. Actually, I don't recognize David McSavage. Oh yeah, that's McSavage. Okay, granted. Oh my, what's that video? Oh, that's very naughty right now. Rhetorically defective. James Lindsay will make you love Hitler. Gotta watch that one. I love Rhetorically Defective. If you like what we do on this channel, guys, then you're gonna love this American and British duo. But the British guy sounds like he's fucking Aussie or something.
Psychologically fascinating, and I like researching this because
Let's see what's
it's a
going on.
once in a lifetime thing with what happened to him. It's so hard to diagnose him with something or speculate what's his behaviors and whatnot because he was shot to stardom, and then Jordan Peterson was fucking sucking his dick a few months ago, being like, "Yeah, there's a lot of psychopath." Like, it's Haley's Comet. This type of fucking lolcow only happens once in a generation. Where
Okay, that's not the best example of them. That's their live stream right now. I am going to have to digest that one later because they're funny in that American and English way. Hello, Kieran. Good morning, as you say. I mean, it's 2:15 in the morning, but not quite the morning. Dr. Crispy says, I'm only here for the County Gains content. Yeah, we decided to give that guy a rest for good. We're retiring him from the the lolcow stable. It's there's only so much that can be done with that. And he won't play ball, He just won't play ball. He's very boring. He takes himself too seriously. And in fact, he takes himself so seriously, as Morgan said, he has regrets. And because he might actually take the piss taking seriously, like to heart. Like, I didn't consider that before because I grew up, I guess, my my early adulthood, I guess you would say, is from the American internet, right? That's my source of entertainment, my early adulthood, aside from for a while drugs and music. And taking the piss out of each other, it's much more alive in America than it is in Ireland. We've kind of lost that thing of, it used to be back in the good old days of the Druids called flighting. Before you go to war with someone, you meet on the battlefield. All your warriors are ready to fight, to kill each other. And the leaders do a rap battle. And they talk shit. So that could only go one of two ways, right? Either one person loses the rap battle and tensions rise and you go to war, or it comes to a point where you kind of vent your frustrations with each other and you realize just how fucking ridiculous this all is. And that's a part of how the Irish resolve their differences. However, we've lost this. We don't fucking talk shit anymore. It's sad. It's just sad. Kieran Martin says, here, what's been said now? I don't know. What has been said? Dublin's so quiet at 2:20 a.m. on a Friday. KO, part of that would be the storm. But yeah, it's a bit empty. Yeah. I tried looking for a CCTV feed of somewhere in Galway City. But you know what? I think actually there would be a few more out there than is in is in Temple Bar. That's sad, actually. Dr. Crispy says we have the GAA now. Yeah. Yeah, that's the role of sports. Simulated warfare. Miss Pacina says, Howard can talk more on Druidry, so. Wide eye emoji. What does that mean? KO says, well, the Gen Xers still take the piss, but everyone else so restrained. Yeah. That's why when this whole Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, whatever kind of terminology started to come into not just American parlance, but Irish parlance, I was offended by the idea that I was a millennial. And it's understandable. I'm right on the cusp, really. However, I don't associate with that generation whatsoever. I am more associated with Gen X, which is rebellious, I guess, rebellious in on a monorail. And so were the boomers to some point, but there's a whole discussion to be had there. But at least you have good music on that side. At least you have a sense of fucking humor. KO says, imagine Supermax in Air Square be packed. It usually is. It's a hub of activity. KO says, always exceptions to the rule, Howard. Yep. And I am one because that is just how I grew up. I grew up around Gen X. I had peers as friends, but not nearly as influential in my life as Gen X. And I've always dated within Gen X. I couldn't really relate to anyone else. Oh, right. See, I don't understand these things, right? Maybe that goes to my Gen X thing. Sure. I gave them googly eyes in interest, Howard. Yeah. Yeah, see, I don't know the woo eyes. I mean, there could be shock, for instance. I remember a big conversation at Christmas between my family about like fucking emojis. My mother and my two sisters, we were discussing how these emojis are important to some of, I forget who and what was said, but supposedly there was a big disagreement over like what this means. I'm sure you heard that big thing about how millennials, or was it even Gen Y, or maybe both, don't like the thumbs up emoji. They think it's dismissive. And truth be told, sometimes, it is dismissive. It can be used in a dismissive way because everything can be used in a dismissive way. Maybe there's some social paranoia going on there. Anyway, look, I'm no big druid lore guy. Like we've discussed before, I know enough just for me and what is important for my guidance. Paul O'Neill in the fucking house. Oh, Lady of Air in the house. I imagine that you're both coming from a live stream that just ended, maybe. Drop the link to whatever it was you were doing before now, because you both showed up together. I imagine there's a reason for that. Dooch nails it. The all-seeing gaze of Miss Pagina. I've come through personally. Look, I may talk about myself often, but there's always a reason for it. I would like to think so anyway. That I'm sharing a part of my journey that might be reflected in your journey, or might trigger you to think of something in your own life that's beneficial to you. I've been on a journey rediscovering kind of something deeper, that, or rather coming to some kind of conclusion about what it means to be faithful, what it means to live in a world where there is a God, where there is a divine presence, and how that divine presence isn't just real, but is actually important to the very reason why we're here, the who, the what, and the why of philosophy. Or what is it? Who are you? What are you doing here? And where are you going? The three main questions that you're asked by thugs when they see you on the street happens to be the same questions that the philosopher asks himself and you. There has to be some kind of fucking reason, that, because it's just all so fucking bizarre. There's many experiences that transcend the explanation of just brute materialism. And I've been on that journey for many years now. First step was coming to terms with the fact that the world is not just things bouncing off each other kind of thing. I've always understood that that wasn't the thing. There was always some kind of underlying spiritual reality, just never really kind of narrowed it down. Then I narrowed it down. I got an idea of what it was, and weird experiences, spiritual experiences increased from there. So the first step was realizing I wasn't crazy, and learning how much of that craziness, in quotes, I can share with other people, and who I can share that with, who's ready to see, or at least entertain, that realm without going all the way to, immediately to schizophrenia or delusion. Because that's important. If you first of all, don't want to get locked up for being crazy. It's important. But if you want to have a conversation with someone, it's important that they just don't immediately mentally slide to the conclusion that, oh, this is just nonsense. Even if it's just not a clinical diagnosis, just you're talking shit, you're making that up, or you're deluded. So I came to peace with that over time, and then it came time to, after walking through the desert of spiritual dryness, as the Catholics call it, of nothing really making sense except for the brute facts of life. I found Orthodox Christianity, and I began to ponder it and look upon it and kind of see, that makes sense. And if there is Christ, then that is the true church. There's no argument against that. And the laws, I guess, that they ask a person to live by are very commonsensical, and and very compassionate towards the human being. The saying in the Orthodox Church is that the church is the hospital of the soul. While on the other hand, you have Catholicism, which, if could be summed up in a song, would be "It's a Sin" by the Pet Shop Boys. And then you have this crazy offshoot that was only possible because the church schismed and created Eastern and Western churches. Protestantism that spawned this diabolical thing that we've seen examples of when we were looking at the Charlie Kirk memorial / rally that we analyzed earlier in the show, which is demonic in many ways. So this started making sense to me. And then I was able to ferret out that, well, is that brand of theology right for me? And I don't think it is. At the end of the day, I have to hold my hands up and admit, jury is still out. The Holy Spirit may still act upon me, but for the time being, I remain Irish pagan. But the moral framework of Orthodox Christianity has rooted in me like a seed, which is continuing to grow. And it's just interesting to look at the way other people live, the other side of the world. A friend of mine was asking me about this church, about Orthodox Christianity, and she said, when I filled her in on some of the differences between her church and Orthodox Christianity, which is Catholicism, she said, I thought it was more strict. Like, for instance, birth control, that's fine. Within reason. It's up to you and, of course, your spiritual leader, your priest or bishop to guide you in the correct way, to know, when you're cheating God, At the end of the day, that's, kind of up to you and your father to help you understand. As opposed to the legalistic Catholic way of looking at things of this is wrong, just this is wrong, and that's right. Absolutism, which is what Catholicism excels at. And then divorce. Divorce is fine. That's a possibility in Orthodox Christianity. I was shocked when I heard that. Of course, you can't take the piss. You can get remarried 3 times. That's the limit. And there's a reason why there's that limit. I guess all the bishops got together and said, okay, so how do we manage this? How do we put it in a framework to help people stay within the limits of piety and, just and right living? And I guess they came to the conclusion of, you can get remarried 3 times. I don't know, I'm speaking out of ignorance right now. But the whole idea is, I didn't know that this side of Christianity existed until, I got curious. And I think a lot of people are yet to have that experience. I think a lot of people have just taken it as, okay, Catholicism, and then all these offshoots from it, the various forms of Protestantism, the protesting against the Pope. And rarely do Western men turn eastward. And in there, I think you'll find a lot of ancient custom, a lot of ancient wisdom, just applied to Christianity. And I guess I took it as a bit of a refresher course, because when you look at the ancient Irish beliefs and customs, our way of life, the way we think, very, very, very close to how the Orthodox live. And that is demonstrated by how easily Ireland adopted Christianity. And we have to remember the Laudabiter, the Laudabiter papal bull that was issued in 1100-ish, I think, is when it was. Let me fact check myself there. Laudabiliter. Ah, yes, I wasn't far off. 1155. Pope Adrian IV, the first English pope. Like within, say, the first 3 months, or maybe even the first few days of being pope, he issued a papal bull, which is, he's the God Emperor, so he gets to say what is, what's done, what isn't. He gave England the right to invade Ireland and rule it, to set the Irish straight, to set the Irish church straight, because we had doctrines that didn't match the updated Catholic doctrines. Before the schism, it was all orthodoxy. That's what orthodoxy means, the right way. So the God Emperor Pope broke off from that, long story short, and started issuing all these different fucking interpretations of theology, and Ireland was suddenly outside of that. Dr. Crispy has it in one. Orthodoxy helps you control your passions. And I like the way he worded that, of course, he couldn't have worded it any other way because he's a good Orthodox guy. You control your passions. You use them for a reason. Is that is that a statement to me? I think God is getting into. What's this? Yeah, I don't know. What's that? What that is in response to? Is it in response to the guy talking? Lady of Air, hey, good to see you. Sorry I didn't notice that. I seen a big, tall, Nordic-looking druid in brown hooded cloak and nightclub in Cork a few years ago. Oh yeah, I love it. I love it. KO says that's important to know that you're not crazy. Yeah. Because if the world, and we know this for fact, if the world is enchanted, if it's a magical place, which it absolutely is, then it means that the world has meaning. Everything has a meaning and a purpose, a meaning for existing, and has an ultimate end that it strives to become. But that's not how the world works in the West now. We have the Enlightenment. Everything's just billiard balls bouncing off each other kind of thing. So if you think you're crazy, then you have to put on the mask and live your life as if that's true, which it is in part, but it isn't entirely. You start living wrong, but then you also mislead other people, because when you lie to yourself, you lie to others, and vice versa, and that causes problems. Dude says, the problem, in quotes, I have with orthodoxy is pure and simple. Such a highly refined version of Christianity that doesn't entertain the foibles of humanity. And you, I believe, are very wrong. I think you have it inverted, my friend. I don't mean to, I say this with love and conviction rather than to put you down. I think that's the out of out of the three branches, Catholicism, Orthodoxy, and Protestantism, it's the most forgiving of human foibles. But at the end of the day, you belong to Jesus and your heart belongs to Jesus, and you have to walk that line. So, it's a take it or leave it proposition, you know. Um, like for instance, like these days it's different, right? Catholicism, you can be gay and make a procession with your. Oh my God, you have to see this. Make a procession, a gay procession into the Vatican. Procession, Vatican. Oh man, this is gas. This is absolute gas right here. Here we go.
Thousands of LGBTQ Catholics, their families and supporters have participated in a Holy Year pilgrimage to Rome. They've just walked through the Holy Door of St. Peter's Basilica. They say this is a historic moment in the life of the church and for their community. They say they have long felt
Officially, this new American Pope now has invited the gays into the church, and we can have a conversation about whether that's okay, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's not Christianity. So yeah, today you can be gay, you can have an abortion. I'd imagine you could probably piss on a crucifix and say, that's okay because I'm a Muslim or I'm a Jew. And that would be okay because, now the church is ecumenical and everyone can go to heaven. But that's not Christianity. Plain and simple. So that's what I mean by it's a take it or leave it proposition. There are just rules that are just, indisputably Christian, and they're necessarily restrictive on behavior. So, which kind of, God forgive me for using this analogy, which kind of prison guard would you like? Would you like a Catholic prison guard, or would you like an Orthodox Christian, Orthodox prison guard? The Catholic one will be very legalistic. It's all very legal. You get brought into a court and you get convicted, and then you go to purgatory, you go to hell, or something like that. The Orthodox prison guard says, come out of your cell and go into the hospital wing, because our church is a hospital of the soul, and we don't treat you like the scum of the earth. And maybe that is the best possible, the highest ideals of the church, and there's examples where that isn't true. Okay, granted. But, on the other hand, you have fucking Catholicism and Protestantism, which is awful. Dars says, who's this Jesus lad? Sounds like a buzzer. No, Howard, I was talking to Dars about Paul. Oh, Paul's accepting our Lord Jesus Christ into his heart. Oh my God. Ah, that's sacrilege. Sorry, I shouldn't take the piss out of such holy things. Yeah, he is a buzzer. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the thing I'm telling you I discovered through orthodoxy is that there's a power that is greater than the sword. It is power greater than hate and destruction. Although destruction is definitely an aspect of that power. It's just moderated in a certain way where when it is called upon, that's when it's at its most exacting and terrifying. That power is love. That power is unity with Christ, whatever that translates into to a non-Christian. But it does exist. You God forgive me, but you can have Christianity without Christ. Christians wouldn't like you saying that. But, it's true. I've yet to hear a metaphysical argument that convinces me otherwise. Maybe I'll call into Jay Dyer's stream one day and challenge him on that. But I fear being humbled that much. Dr. Crispy says, with the Pope blessing ice cubes for the climate scam, we need Irish Catholic priests to cop on and leave Rome. See, that's a possible thing. That's a thing you can do. And this is another aspect that I love about Orthodoxy is, there was always assumption of like autocracy versus fucking communist style rebellion, right? Where the Pope is the autocrat and he speaks for God. But then you can go to the Protestant side where they hate the Pope, which, is just hating something and being anti something is just as bad as being that something. It's just the truth. They have their own fucking problems because there's no unity. There's no real message that you can hold on to and say, yeah, that's the one thing that actually matters. That's the one thing that's true, except for this vague notion of Christ that nobody can really seem to agree on. However, in Orthodoxy, it's not about an autocrat telling you what God wants you to hear today. It's a coming together of churches and church leaders to discuss things as they arise, as things change and evolve in the world, and the religion needs to be understood in a new way. There isn't just this one fucking guy in this corrupt institution that gets to have his say and that's it. Maybe he'll listen to his bishops or cardinals. Yeah, maybe he'll listen to his cardinals. But, he has last say. And what he says, all the way down to the lowly priest, has no say whatsoever. He has to go along with the ride because the Pope is infallible. That doesn't exist in the original church. You come together in a confederation and you work out, what are we doing here? What do we think? Like if the world is, if the proposition of the world is that you must have a church and there is Christ, so you must have a church. So you have to then work out, well, how is it organized? And the Orthodox way is the best way to organize. Yep, Dr. Crispy. Vatican Globo Homos. And no, that has nothing to do with gays. That's It's a Latin configuration. What's Miss Gina saying? Crispy, sure, if you were Orthodox, you'd not say you want to be mod in... Oh, fucking hell. Miss Pagina. Paul, I haven't heard from him tonight. So the Brazilians control the rickshaw game in Dublin and are very... Yeah, I won't say that. There are many bits, many faiths, many colors destroying us. They will use our anger against Islam, fund their holy war to our demise. Two thoughts there, both equally valid. This is the problem. If someone comes along and says, I'm this thing, you know, you might want to fucking interrogate them. Kieran says, keep your faith, but abandon the organization. Organizations are bad, MK. I don't know. You said MK, so I don't know if you're sarcastic. This is another aspect of orthodoxy and you know, Christianity in general, which, you know, kind of makes sense, is that fellowship and being a part of the body of Christ is kind of important. You know, you need that kind of level of organization as a society, as an individual, because some other fucking way of organizing is going to come in and take that place. You know, the state is one of those things. But if you're in a church where, yeah, you know, organizations can be bad, but if it's an optimal organization, then well, you have a better chance of withstanding statism and cults and things like that. Catholicism, like Protestantism, has been subverted, albeit at a slower pace. I imagine Orthodoxy would suffer the same fate if it took a foothold in the West. Or maybe, just maybe, entertain this douche. Maybe this thing that we've been doing for a while now will end. You know, maybe the infection will go the other way. Is that a possibility? All right, I have to take a pause here for the obligatory letting you know how you can keep up to date with the show. We have antibroadcast.com. That's our website where, you know, I mean, I haven't been updating it lately. I should get back to it. That's how you can get in contact with us. If you ever lose track of us, if we ever get kicked off of YouTube, that's where you can go find us. Speaking of which, oh dear. Okay. Speaking of which, kick.com is not KIK. That's something completely different and disgusting. KICK.com. We stream there live every Friday as well as on YouTube. So if we get kicked off of YouTube, you can find us there. Also, we have a Discord. If you want to chat with the community, we have a lively little community. Come along. It's a good time. Discord is a bit bloatware-ish. You know, it's not great, but it's the best thing going, right? And also, if you feel like throwing us a few shekels, buy me a coffee. Literally. Coffee. Red Bull. The odd beer. Tea. Coffee. Cigarettes. That's what keeps the anti-broadcast going. And we also have a membership thing on here, but I don't see it. When I go to our Buy Me a Coffee page, I'm not seeing it. I set it up, you know. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay. So back down here, Broadcastian Recruit, €5 a month gets you. I mean, it helps keep the show running. You get top secret intel. We're going to expand the franchise on that. You know, we'll figure something out to give our supporters and a feeling of satisfaction like no other. Yeah, those are the 3 benefits for now. Oh yeah, and you get added to a secret chat room on the Discord server if you become a supporter. It's good fun. And also, by the way, if you haven't subscribed or you haven't clicked like, please go do that right now because it helps our algorithmic reach. And if you just tuned in, like an hour or 2 ago, and you think this is the show, no, it's not. This is a thanks stream. And if you want to hang, do so. Chat away. We like to talk about just about anything from kettles to geopolitics. But if you want to come on the stream and have a chat, that's an option too. You can find the link in the chat room for that. You don't need to use your camera. But I would ask you that if you come on, use your headphones because I don't want to hear feedback. Nobody wants to hear that. And if you're thinking about doing that, if you think that might be something that you would like to do, but you're feeling a little nervous, don't worry. I don't bite. We don't bite. We don't judge. You know, we know how hard it can be. Also, when you're done, when you leave the page, when you leave the call, you'll feel a whole lot better having done something that you haven't done before. All right, let's keep track of the chat. Dr. Crispy says, I don't have hot water in the house. I'd do anything for a bath, Miss Pacina. Are you out of electricity? Is that what's going on, Dr. Crispy? Because I think you said you were 4 hours without electricity. I assumed you got it back. Paul O'Neill says, mass evictions in America for Section 8 housing stock. Holy shit. Section 8 is like council house stock homes for less fortunates. Go Trump, WEF, top man to get the job done. What they are doing in America is coming here. Yeah, it's not good, man. The first few months, even me and Morgan, we were cheering on. Yeah, yes, this is great. Trump, you know, this is cool. You know, he's actually doing stuff. But now he's using this mandate from heaven after being allegedly shot in the ear. You know, God saved him, made him turn his head just in the right way. Even though there's no photographic evidence of him having an injured or malformed ear, which you would. He now has the mandate of heaven to do whatever the fuck he likes. Dr. Crispy nails it. Buy me a new kettle. You joke, but no, actually, no. I'll tell you what, right? I bought a Russell Hobbs €39 kettle in Super Value because I can't do without my fucking tea. I'll die. But this is the goal, right? I think I can pull this off in a week or two. €202 for a kettle, right? You might look at it and think, fuck, really? €200 for a kettle? But this is what I'm going for, right? Fucking solid, repairable appliances in my house. Shouldn't we all want that for our lives? Shouldn't that be the goal, guys? You know, to have something that doesn't fucking break constantly. I knew I was missing something. Dude says church bonds communities, the very thing the state abhors. And fears. Let's call a spade a spade. It absolutely fears it. Paul O'Neill says, no merch here, just fund the lads' addictions. Merch. Mm. Yeah, because that's a lot better, isn't it? That's exactly what we want. Fucking merch. Oh, look at this shirt. It says something. Oh, great. The channel that I suggested that you go check out, Rhetorically Defective, they have good merch. The American guy makes drawings and he puts those on t-shirts. Cool. That's the way to do merch. Dude says, make baths great again. I really need a fucking bath. I mean, every muscle in my body fucking hurts from my ass upwards. Poor Crispy, an electric powered shower, but it's broken since 2019. Electric showers, right? And I have one. For reasons of water pressure. Electric showers are fucking, you know, one more fucking piece of manhood taken away from us. Or humanhood, even. You know, woman should have more dignity than that. Like, just think about it realistically, right? Every house has a capability of heating water. That's a very basic thing. And the tankers is usually fucking huge, unless, you know, modern houses are downsizing the water tanks. I'm sure they would be. Conserve space, you know, cheaper builds, and you know, limit people more. But you should have enough water to wash yourself, enough hot water to wash yourself. So say a storm is coming. In the same way that you would run the tap and fill up all the pots in your kitchen with water, just in case you're out of electricity for a day or two, just flip on the immersion, and then at least later you can have a shower. Kieran Martin says, what have you done with Morgan? I fired him. You know, right? Every fucking time, every Friday, I come on here for 9:30, you know, and this cunt is always at least a half hour late, and he's leaving me holding the fucking bag, trying to fucking educate and entertain and, you know, dance like a fucking monkey. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, he's just had some, a series of unfortunate events. Oh, look at those happy fellas down there. Now, Temple Bar isn't so empty, is it? Miss Pagina says the gales are strong here. Sorry, what section of the country are you in? Because it's all very calm in South Galway. What was that weather map that I was looking at? It's much better than windy.com anyway. Is it Zoom Earth? Let's take a look at what's happening with the storms. No, it's looking okay. Yeah, see, that thing was all the way down here when the show was due to begin, and luckily the electricity survived. Dars K asks, "Yous were cheering for Trump early on?" Ah ha ha ha. Early on, as in earlier this year. Sorry, no. It was just the excitement of it all, you know, the earth-shattering fucking overhaul of state departments, and Doge was kind of like, well, at least something's happening. And then this controlled release of information started coming out. That was cool. And then pair that with the masterful fight that they had with dictator Zelensky. That was beautiful. So yeah, we got caught up in it, you know. Man is fallen, you know, and we are man, so go figure. And Dars K asks, has it got vacuum walls on the kettle? Jesus Christ. I mean, who do you think I am? Fucking vacuum walls. I'm not fucking running a fucking particle collider here. I'm boiling fucking tea. Water for tea. Jesus Christ. Put a pot in the fireplace. Yeah, I have a Stanley range. This is a lovely perk of the winter, right? The range has to be on every night. So make a pot of tea, put the pot on the range. Hot tea. Dars K says, pure Irish. Everyone's fixated on the kettle now. Miss Pacina, €202 for kettle. That's expensive. No, what's expensive, right, is how much did I spend for that Silvercrest kettle? Fucking €60 or something? Not even 2 years to the day. Something went this morning in it. It just decided, yeah, I'm not going to boil you any more tea. I open it up. I check the usual suspects. You know, but without replacement parts, I can't do anything because it's bespoke. But this kettle, it's hardy. But if it does break, first of all, I have a 2-year warranty. And if that fails, if it's like 5 years down the road and something breaks in it, guess what? I can go to the manufacturer and get a replacement part and put it in there. That's fucking that's like stepping through a portal into like decades ago, you know, where things made fucking sense. Further that, it's one step away from the disposable society. We don't want to fucking throw shit out all the fucking time, do we? Like, there's a fucking kettle on the floor of my kitchen now. Perfectly good kettle, except for one component. And I have to throw it out. And then buy a new one. Is that the world we want to live in? Lady of Air says, you get your cigarettes and Barry's tea bags. We get the t-shirts. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe we'll do a merch store. Does anyone have any ideas what to put on a t-shirt though? Granted, we live in Ireland, so nobody's gonna fucking see your t-shirt except for like 1 week of the year. I don't know what that means in what context that's said, Kieran, but it sounds mystical and interesting. More digging fixes the pains from digging. Words to live by. Davina, rent out baths. Yeah, I'm going to hit up my aunt in a few days and say, can I take a bath at your house? And I'll get all the nice things as well, you know, to make it like an immersive experience. But if I didn't have family or friends, then, you know, I would be in the market to rent a bath. So there's an idea in that. Dr. Crispy, the carnivore, by the way, I learned 2 days ago. You don't smell if you only mince meat from the local butcher. It's the supermarket sugar processed stuff that gives you BO. Yeah, I've never been a person that smelled. Granted, you know, I do smoke, so that should come out, but it doesn't usually. KO says, picking up here again. Where in the country are you, KO? Miss Pagina knows her fucking baths. Hotels are clever. They give you enough hot water to have one bath, but try to have another. It's cold. Lady of Air with, well, saying the things that really need to be fucking said, honestly. These storms are made to make people fear, so they go out panic buying. Don't forget your toilet roll. I swear to God, after I was out to have my dinner, it was a nice treat tonight prior to the show. Put me in a good mood. But I didn't want to start making dinner at home and then the electricity went out. But after that, I will go on to Super Value. I have my bread that I like to eat, you know. But you know what? Fucking shelf cleared, all except for one loaf. Thank God. The brand I like, whole wheat. No, that's not me. But I grabbed it anyway because that was all that was left. And I made a point of audibly saying out loud for everyone in my area, you know, my within earshot of me to hear, fuck's sake, this fucking bread thing people do. And I do honestly think that there's some kind of fuckery going on with the weather. I mean, at this point, you'd have to be born like 5 years ago to not get it, you know. Paul O'Neill says every food shop that goes up eating soon will become a luxury. It's looking like it, my friend. Unless you want to live on fucking tinned beans and fucking muesli and But you know what? I'm not seeing fucking vegetables go up that much. The meat is going up, but you know what? I can still make fucking 3 meals for myself, 4 meals even, with €10. Why is that? Why can't other people do that? I wonder. Diced beef and a few vegetables that cost an extra few euro. That's like €10, and you know, factor in fucking electricity. I mean, it's not that much, man. Crispy asked why you need an electric kettle if you got a Stanley range. Because if you must know, my friend, the flue is not fucking put in right. Yeah, I'm fucked that way, right? So what happens is I have to burn twice as much fuel to get about 60% of the heat that a Stanley range is capable of. It's fucking awful. It's the one thing about this fucking house that I regret, but I still love it. Miss Pacina asks, how much was that kettle that I bought in Cork? It was €35. Yeah, that seems to be the going rate for middle of the shelf kettle these days. I need to look at our hosts chat. Fell asleep 8-ish, missed your message. One second, I might have something for you, folks. I'm going to take a break because I need to evacuate. But I want to hear what Paul and Neil has to say because a lot of the times it's fucking on point. They've already got rid of Christmas bonus for those on welfare. Next on cards is fuel allowance. The Gov are getting scissors out, cut for next budget. I don't know. I'm hearing that that the Christmas bonus is here to stay. That's what I read on extra.ie anyway. Yeah, but that's one source. Who knows? I'm hearing a lot of conflicting things, but the overall idea is that it's it's going downwards for sure. They say we're broke. I don't believe it necessarily. All right, I thought we had something there for you, but don't. I'm trying to catch up with the chat, you see, because y'all so interesting. And I will like to stay with you for a while longer. So what you can do for me is sit tight while we have a musical interlude. I need to look for where I put the toilet roll because I'm out of it in the jacks. All right. That's the problem with living in a fucking cottage, it's like Where do I put stuff? While when this fucking building was made, there was like 7 people who lived in here, man. How the fuck did they do it? Dr. Crispy. Gotta support local butchers if you have them. Otherwise, it's meat packagers. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. And put on some music. Sorry, I'm being distracted here. A friend of the show, Sean, decided to eat some nachos for lunch, and from a local place, and now he is suffering for it. Always fun to hear about friends suffering, isn't it? I have a suggestion for you guys in the chat. For a while now, I've felt like a kind of a monolithic voice, kind of thundering down from the clouds. I don't like this position very much. How about, right? We do this. I go off air, and you guys, and there can only be 10 of you. Click on the join link. Join me in the green room here on Restream. You don't need to install anything. And if we want to, we'll have a chat on voice, maybe on camera, so that I'm not just some guy fucking talking to a chat room on a live stream. I'm fine with that. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's right up your alley, that type of humor. Fine young Casios. Yeah, that was supposed to be 8-bit. I don't know whether what goes as 8-bit these days is actually made on 8-bit. But I do like that style of cover. It also lets me get around the whole copyright issue. Lady Vera reckons 1 won't jump up, never mind 10. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but I had to fucking put out that fucking statement though at the, like who knows? Who fucking knows? It's hard to get people on a panel, I know. Yeah, but if it's not live, I mean, surely you can use your voice, even if you're on a phone. Like, come on, you're chatting together. Don't you want a more intimate environment? I mean, when I went away for the break, I was thinking to myself, wouldn't it be great if, just went to Discord and went on a voice channel? But then I thought, well, people need to install Discord if they don't have it. Blah blah blah. But this thing that we have, we can do it off air, and nobody has to install anything. And yeah, I have yet, and I'm sorry, Lady of Air. I am so sorry that I have yet to fucking have to look at your work. It's embarrassing. But there's people in my life that would say that I should be around more often too. So it's not personal. All right, I made my offer. Nobody's biting. So I will retire the stream. It was great fun talking shite at the end, and I hope that you enjoyed my Oh, what are those Gardaí up to? Jeez, they're splitting up. What the fuck is going on here? Jesus. This isn't even live. It's a little, yeah. Wonder what was going on there. Yeah, I made my proposition. I'll retreat to Discord, and I'll go on voice there. So if you want to join me over there, you're free to do so. For just text chat or voice chat, that's fine. But these are the ways that you can get in contact with the show, keep up to date with the show, yada yada yada. Good night. And said, for fuck's sake, not here for recognition. Yeah, but it comes, doesn't it? If you're if you do something, you're recognized for it. See, it's comments like these that make me want to not end the stream, because I know that people are having good crack here. And where are you going to go after this? Where else are you going to get the comedy stylings of Miss Pagina? I'll take requests on things to eat for specific fart aromas, depending on the customer. And Lady Ver makes a call to arms. Someone jump on with him. Come on, jump up. It's not that hard. And you know what? You're absolutely right. All the difficulty is in the first 3 minutes, I swear to God. Because people are having fun in the chat, and I have staying power. But me being this monolithic voice, yeah, it's not working. It's not working. It has its hard limits. Hmm. Anyone have any ideas of comedy skits? Hmm. Let me think. What would be the Australian or New Zealand version of Brass Eye or Savage Eye? That would be the thing to watch, right? I have a feeling that there is a thing like that. Miss Pacina says, "Sorry, I'm too giddy for panels, Howard." That's exactly the what you want. Aaron Wolverson says we wait all week for this show. So do I. So we're both as sad as each other. That's great. Good to share in that. Okay, all right. Grok says, yes, there are a few edgy satirical TV shows from. Oh, here we go. Who's this? Morgan? Hardly not. Surely not. Let yourself in when you want. The screen is blank, though, and there's no audio coming across. Okay. Boundary pushing mockumentary style social commentary, bro. Brass Eye. Okay, so Morgan emptied out. He'll be back, I'm sure. Eating Media Lunch 2003 to 2008. I think that is one of the sweet spots of media in the Anglosphere. Okay, something. No, I see nothing. Why does your camera not
Oh,
work?
I haven't turned it on. I can't be arsed.
Yeah, never mind then. All right, what's going on?
Fuck all. I'm only awake. I'm not long awake. I fell asleep at 8 o'clock because I'm an old cunt. Because it's terrible. I was depressed.
Yeah, you've got something going on with you as
Yeah, I
well,
know.
anyway. By the
I was
sounds.
Taig, Taig is now languishing in an Israeli prison somewhere, so I've been very upset for the last few days. He didn't make it all the way to Gaza, so
Oh,
yeah. So we'll say a prayer for Taig Hickey, languishing in a prison in Gaza. And I was surprised, like a lot of people are they're kind of rowing back on the whole Gaza thing. What's those two Asian guys in America, in particular? Two podcasters, Kim something or other, and
Oh, yeah. Kim something. Fuck me. What is it called?
SARS
What
people or
about them?
something. But they've kind of done a Trump pivot, so they've completely pivoted. They're still sticking with the Jews are responsible for everything bad that ever happened anytime, everywhere, all things,
Okay.
including
All
space.
right.
But they've done a hard pivot on Trump, and now they are apologizing for making fun of the flotilla to Gaza. They've gone 360, that they're now professing their love for these people, how brave it was, how brave it is, and it was very, very confusing for me. and it made me question my sanity. It's like, hang on a minute, like, is this bravery? Because to me, it seems terribly foolish. There's a bit of a difference between bravery and foolishness. Like, yeah, so, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think everyone's doing the kind of the Trump pivot. It's not that it wasn't to be expected, but I wonder how many people are doing it genuinely versus viewer coverage. But there's something about that. Asians in particular, I just don't trust them. Maybe it's the small eyes. But Matt Kim, and I don't know who the other fella is.
Yeah, Matt Kim. Yeah, I don't know him either. The Matt Kim podcast, I know it as. Yeah.
Yeah, the other fella, like, so I just caught 15 minutes of them just gushing over the people.
Oh, I see. A day ago, I was wrong about the global flotilla. And yeah, the other Asian guy is just the hype man, the foil that lets Matt Kim form his rhetoric, which is great. It's a brilliant fucking thing they've got going. And if you don't, oh wow, they're live.
Oh, they're live now, are they?
Yeah. Did Trump just end the Palestine war? That's the title. Oh,
again, yeah. I don't know.
We fucking rest.
I know. If we play a little bit of the Gaza apology, or maybe not. Like, I don't fucking know. Yeah.
I mean, do whatever you like. I mean, we'll watch something funny, watch something stupid or interesting. It's up to you, man.
Yeah, if we could do that, or we can watch some MMA. We can watch people beat other people's faces.
Yeah, we can totally do that too. Yeah, but here's the first dish you ordered, sir.
The global Samud flotilla has been intercepted. Pfizer and Trump sign a new deal. The government is shut down again. And are we canceling Netflix now? Let's go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are. Welcome to the Matt Kim Podcast. I'm your host, Matt Kim, joined by my co-host, Mr. Peter Saddington.
What's up, guys? Smash the like button. Welcome all you stars. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. Stroke the like button with your cursor gently, my friends. It is the Matt Kim Podcast. Check in.
Smash it hard. Get in there.
Idiot. Get it.
Check in, SARS. Let us know where you're from. Appreciate you guys hanging out and giving us your time today.
Welcome, guys. It's a Matt Kim Podcast. Let's go.
Dude, we kind of touched on...
I just realized that I can't rely on any visual cues, so you need to say something if you
Oh yeah, I will. I'm just looking on in disgust. Yeah, this guy's face is so long as well. Like, I only realized today how long his face actually is. Kim.
Oh, Matt Kim. Really?
Yeah.
I
don't know. Is he Korean or Mongolian? It's like that nose is just incredibly
Korean, but like, come on, those people. I mean, Korea is like a part of the continent. It's not like Japan, and they're the closest. Yeah, of course, he's part Mongolian. Everyone's part Mongolian, don't you know?
Oh yeah, Genghis, horny Genghis, or Genghis, depending on how pedantic you are. Yeah, I don't know. I've never kind of fully trusted them. Not that I fully trust anybody, but I've never seen people become so popular so quickly. Who badmouth Jews so much and seem to get away with it with impunity.
Yeah.
But there's always a level of suspicion around everything. So,
yeah, absolutely. There's a new, not new, but there's a lady who, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are platforming, and she was on Redacted News. She's okay, but people are saying, "Hey, hang on, you're manufacturing an influencer here." Very few things are organic, but I do actually believe that last year their Noticing podcast about usury did actually, get them attention. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see in this. What time produces for us. Okay. All right. Play away there.
This global Samud flotilla earlier, maybe a couple weeks ago.
Yes. I just like the word Samud, though.
And we were pretty dismissive of it. Dude, I spent the last 2 days completely infatuated with this thing.
What did you learn?
Nonstop.
What did you learn?
That's all I've been doing. Watching, like, we'll tell you. I've had the live stream up nonstop for pretty much 2 full days now.
Wow. It must have been a captivating
It's
experience.
crazy. Okay. For people that don't know what the Global Samut Flotilla is, it was a group of activists that left Spain with the intent of getting all the way to Gaza and breaking through the Israeli blockade.
Yes.
The naval blockade. That was the point.
And what's the naval blockade blocking, Matt?
Blocking aid and anyone else entering into Gaza and Palestine.
I thought food and water and supplies were getting into Palestine quite efficiently and effectively.
Well, they want to be the arbiters of truth and control and make sure that they monitor everything that goes in.
So they're not starving people. Okay.
So they started this approximately 30 days ago.
Yes.
And we touched on it 2 weeks ago, and we were quite dismissive. I was dismissive, you were dismissive, because we saw Greta Thunberg kind of in the headline, and we're like, okay.
I mean, she's just lighting things on fire by...
Yeah, this is a big PR show. Yeah. Like, they're never going to make it there. They're not going to try. Yeah. Like, the whole thing is for clicks and views, and, like, screw them. Yeah. It's not that important.
However,
and then there was this video, and maybe we'll stitch it in right here. Of September 10th, September 8th and 9th, when the drones were blown up on the ships.
Yeah.
And I saw from different angles, like, okay, like, whatever, it's not a big deal. And then I saw the videos from the boat.
Oh.
Dude.
Are they revealing?
Dude, that shit was launched at them.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. There's no doubt in my mind that they were attacked by drones.
So you're saying that there were drones that attacked this flotilla?
Yes.
And who is suspected of launching these drones? Who would have the sophistication, Matt, to launch these types of drones?
Same people that know how to explode pagers.
Oh, intriguing.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's been able to prove exactly where it came from. But if you watch the video, a projectile came and blew up on the boat.
Okay.
For sure.
For sure. Okay.
For sure.
You saw this with your own eyes.
Yes.
No AI.
No, and we will we'll clip it in right here and we can watch it later. The fuck are we looking at, man?
It's the same shit we looked at previous, isn't it? Like, so
from a new angle, right?
Yeah, or this is a new angle or new boat. I believe there was further attacks. I did see a video of guys lying on the deck and hearing explosions.
Okay.
Again, we can never know. So it's just surprising that all of a sudden these guys will go from, okay, it was, possibly a flare to this new angle, which doesn't really show anything new to my mind, other than something dropping from the sky and landing on the deck. Again, I suppose if it was Israeli operatives or Mossad, it's very easy wherever they are. I don't know if they're still in fucking Yemen at this stage, or if this is another drone attack. We can see land in the background. But it wouldn't take much of a stretch to, get a drone from land over, drop an incendiary device, which doesn't really do anything. We discussed previously that if it was Israelis and they wanted to actually sink the ships, they could very easily do it. Of course, you can argue, well, they wouldn't do that because they don't want the bad publicity. But if we know anything about the Israelis, I don't really think they care about the publicity at this stage. If you're fucking, willing to kill tens of thousands of people, if the whole world is against you, you're not really worried about a couple of boats, showing up, trying to get into Gaza. You're not going to be too concerned. And if you're willing to kill people with pagers, well, then it wouldn't be much of a stretch to just, take out a couple of these guys at the top, just poison them and get rid of them that way, So yeah. I don't think that they're that concerned about it. And everybody seems to forget that there are other interested parties here. Like, so we have the whole Islamic world. So it wouldn't be much of a stretch to kind of, fake these events, like false flags or mini flags. It wouldn't really classify as a false flag. in the real sense. But it'd be very easy for anybody really to just come over, drop the trailer
Yeah.
from it. I could do it. Anyone could do it with an
Yep.
hour of training. You can fucking do it, you know.
Yep.
But it's just very strange to see this and then all of a sudden go, okay, well, clearly it's Israelis. It has to be
Yeah.
a Mossad operation.
Like these guys are, yeah, you know, they sell themselves as the people who look behind the meaning. The look behind the presented reality to see the meaning and possible agenda. But Matt Kim is all like gung ho, like, yeah, I looked at it. Yeah, that's you know, that's a fucking drone attack from, you know, the people who blow up pagers.
Yeah. And it's being presented as it could only be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which yeah is a bit of yeah. It's silly. Yeah, you've sold me on that now. That's a bit heartbreaking. Not that I've been tuning into these guys very often. They've seemed to have dropped out of my feed. Maybe that's the reason why, because Matt Kim's social media thing might actually be failing, because, you know, he tried to make what he says is like a algorithm free, you know, speak your mind, connect with people kind of social media. And then also the channel might be going downhill as well. So maybe this is you know.
And of course, that's not to say that it couldn't be Israelis.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you know what? I want to know, right? That video, actually, let's go back a second, right? I want your answer to this question, right?
We'll clip it in right here and we can watch it later.
What the fuck is that siren?
That's the boat siren, isn't it? Like the.
Why is there a boat siren?
I don't know. They
Is it like a fucking like military, like naval fucking technology on this little fucking fishing
No, I think
boat?
every ship, so it's probably some sort of fishing vessel. So I've watched enough episodes of The Deadliest Catch.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a rogue wave coming or they need to alert the crew on the deck, that they hit the siren to let the crew know that there's impending danger.
Oh, right. Okay. That's the thing. But like, yeah, absolutely. So it's not like, you know, some kind of radar thing that picked up the incoming fucking drone.
No, somebody would have.
Someone hit the alarm. Okay.
Someone hit the alarm. So we could say somebody saw.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I get it. Yeah. But then some dude just wanders onto the deck and points into the sky.
Yeah. You know, look, there it is. Yeah. So.
No,
again,
I'm not buying this, man.
No. And again, it's like somehow people are supposed to just shut their minds down and go, okay, well, you know, a well-organized flotilla to Palestine, and there's no way that any sort of propaganda could be happening on that side of the equation. Like, it's too fucking much. Like,
it's not that they fell out of the news cycle, or, you know, when they are in the news cycle, nobody gives a shit. So you know, they're drumming up fucking attention for themselves.
Yeah, it's non-stop, like wall-to-wall coverage. We watched the fucking Irish presidential debate, like 1/3 of it, if not more.
Oh, it was Palestine. Okay.
Dedicated to fucking Palestine. Like, every time you turn on RTE, you know, it's Palestine. Every newspaper, Palestine. So, you know, there's no, and it's been like that for 20 fucking years. Like, it is the major media story for the last 20 fucking years.
Perennial. It comes up again and again. You know, when things actually happen now, that October 7th, it's just full on. Yeah.
Yeah, and we have, of course, people now, you know, protesting in the streets, blocking Dublin Port for what? I don't fucking know. Like, how that solves anything other than just irritates the life out of people. I don't know. London's in a fucking state of distress at the minute. So I don't know. Like, people thought it's a good idea. You know, 3 Jewish people were killed at a synagogue, including the guy who killed the people and threatened to blow people up. And so, okay, well, now is the time to get onto the streets and make a point about Palestine, when it just seems, or it so seems, that everybody's come to an agreement on the way forward, and it's now time to rebuild a new shiny prison for them and that will take 5 years. Anyway, but listen to Matt, see what else he has to say, because
Yeah.
I got about 5 minutes into it, and then I had to stop because
Yeah, I guess. Miss Pacina asks, replay that again. Okay, I will.
On the boat.
Okay.
For sure.
For sure. Okay.
For sure.
You saw this with your own eyes.
For sure.
No AI.
No, and we will we'll clip it in right here and we can watch.
In his defense, maybe he was watching the live stream and maybe he picked up on subtleties we can't see because they're clips. All right.
Watch it later.
Fair enough. So the blockade is let's just get all the ducks in a row. So the blockade is a blockade of blocking food, materials, help, support into Palestine, Israel.
Correct.
So,
and the claim of this flotilla is that this is international waters, that they have every right to travel through international waters, that Israel does not have the right by international law to block people from providing, especially since the ICJ and the international courts have deemed that aid and humanitarian aid can go into Gaza.
Yes. Well, if it's international waters, that sounds like a shared agreement that people can pass freely, is what you're saying. Okay.
Just to stop, Chuck Norris asks, is that a flare? And I don't know what flares look like, but that looked like a flare.
Yeah, it looked like a flare. Again, it could be some sort of, minor incendiary. But again, it doesn't just kind of fit with what we know about Israel and Mossad. Again, is something like that going to intimidate people who are on this? I don't think so. It's a propaganda gift, really, if you're going to do something like that, because really, if you've got a bunch of 40 boats who are just sailing to Gaza, like, people lose interest after a day or two if nothing happens. We know this, if it was a television program, it's like, oh, well, there's nothing fucking happening. If you like watching Deadliest Catch and they never catch anything, it's just a live feed of a wave every 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So this would be a propaganda gift. Okay, well, let's set off an incendiary device, and then the world has a meltdown. This is shocking. And then what these guys are saying, like, well, it's international waters. If fair enough, but get fucking real. Like, you're dealing with a war or a genocide, whatever you want to call it. It's like, well, we're supposed to play by the fucking rules, is it? Let's have a humane war here. Okay, well, we just let anybody in to drop off aid on the seashore, and we won't check anything. And then when their boats are checked, there's no aid on the boats. Of course, we can't believe that because that's being presented by the Israelis. So there's no way to tell the truth about any of this, and really it's just you're going to come down on one side or the other. Most people will. Okay, well, Israelis bad guy, flotilla good guy, and I don't doubt the integrity of the people on the boats, but
sure,
to my mind, what real good can come from it other than for propaganda purposes, and even then. It's like, do people really care? Granted, they got people out on the fucking streets, but it's the same people who'll go out in the streets for anything as long as their fucking union tells them. It seems to be continuously a mix of, student union types and then government unions. Yeah.
Fuck me, man. It's a big mess, and I think that's a part of the agenda. I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that fucking Israel instigated the flotilla in the first place.
But that's it. That's where we're doomed. Like, because that's the problem, isn't? That's the perennial problem, is that we can just go and keep going. Well, Israel, organize the flotilla.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to just take this. Pick a place to stand and then stand there and don't move unless there's overwhelming evidence to suggest otherwise. And my place to stand is we're dealing with the most extensive, experienced, and well-funded intelligence network on the fucking planet. I and you know, these guys have no scruples. They will kill and imprison their own fucking people, man.
I know. But it's
They
not just that.
discriminate against Jews who
I
are
know,
native
but
to
what
the
I have to
land.
say, right, I'm getting worried about this, right? Because generally I take the view of a novel approach. So if I see the herd going one way, I'm naturally go, okay, fuck it. I'm going the opposite way because I don't trust the fucking herd.
Sure.
Now, the herd at this stage is like, there's what? Israel, maybe there's one other country who's you know is going, okay, well, you know, maybe they have a point, some point, but no, the whole world now is, you know, against Israel, and this notion that Israel is the most powerful, the Jews are like they're almost fucking an alien species, so clever, so devious that nothing can be done ever, and then we forget about the rest of the entire fucking planet. Like, so, you know, America has no influence on the world anymore because they've been infected by the Jew.
Right.
China vanished infected by the Jew. You know,
Yeah,
Qatar infected by the Jew. The whole world is just is peaceful. And if it wasn't for the dreaded Jew, if we could only get rid of the dreaded Jew, well, then, you know, everything would be fine. And Genghis Khan, I believe, was also a Jew. You know, it just goes on and on and on and on. And that's not to say that, okay, the Jewish state are diabolical. All states are diabolical, given the fucking chance. You know, look at our own state. You know, granted, we're not killing people.
No, we just kill ourselves. That's
only
the
because we
view,
don't need to, because, you know, we're
or we're not capable of it. You know, that's the thing. Yeah.
there's no even need to it. You know, to do it. You know, just a couple of fucking news stories and well placed scolding will shut Irish people up. But yeah. I just find it's just a bit hard, and it's a terrible script, really, if people think, okay, well, the Jews are so powerful that nothing can be done about them ever. So essentially, to my mind, it's a loser script. It's like, well, nothing can be done and nothing can ever change. Well, then you might as well just fucking accept it. Okay, well, this is how it is. The Jews rule the world; they will forever, and nothing can be done about it. What?
Well, that's you know, going way too far. Yeah.
Well, but what can be done other than, okay, well, we need to kill it? They're so powerful and so devious that, you know, they would be essentially killing themselves because they're that controlling. And again, like I said, I've no issue with, you know, highlighting the horrors of the Jews, but when it's to the exclusion of everything else, it gets on my tits, you know. It's two Asian guys. Like, Asian people should just they historically do what they do: be quiet, you know, run the restaurants and be quiet, because they're trying to cozy up to everybody. It's like they're trying to cozy up to Western white people and people of color as well. And I've never trusted Asian people. I'm sorry, I don't know any personally, but I don't know. I find it hard to swallow when the whole kind of basis of their podcast is to highlight everything terrible about the Jew to the exclusion of everything else. And again, I recognize my own bias here with, you know, Islam and the silliness of Westerners being so concerned about Gaza. Not that you shouldn't, but just when it becomes a fucking obsession, like when it's the be all and end all of everything to the exclusion of everything else, there's something wrong. You know, it's essentially a mind virus when the only thing that matters in the world is Palestine, and you would happily kill yourself or get on a fucking boat, abandon your family, your own fucking family, your own flesh and blood, sail into the middle of the ocean, knowing that it can only go, you know, a couple of ways. You know, you're intercepted and immediately released, or you're going to an Israeli prison and you're dealing with the most despicable beings on the planet, to your mind, and you sail
Nazis,
you sail in thinking, okay, well, then everything will be fucking grand. Like, so, and what's the call from these people and their supporters? Oh, the world needs to go to war with Israel. Oh, yes, that's a fucking great idea. That will solve everything. Let's have a giant world war to free the people in Gaza. That will really fucking help the situation. That will show them. Yeah. Anyway, let's listen to Matt and Kimberly and see what they have to say.
I love you, man.
And in order to help this mission, originally Italy, they said that they're going to send some warships to guide them and accompany them. So they were going with the flotilla, making sure. And they said that No, we're just sending them just in case someone gets injured or they need help, and we're just there. But it's a warship. Spain sends a warship. Turkey sends drones overhead eventually to monitor. And it's like this whole
to monitor,
thing
was
moving
it?
towards
Turkey
them.
sent drones to
Italy
monitor.
eventually
not to-
backs
not
out.
to-
It's like, okay,
Turks would never do anything fucking nefarious at all. Not those fine, upstanding Ottomans.
Ottomans,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, they're fucking fine people. Like they're not known colloquially as dirty fucking Turks or anything like that, are they? No, of course not.
No.
Just
And
a
you know
monitor.
what? That's not just that's racism or whatever. Yeah, no, it's actually baked into their culture, and they'll tell you themselves. And all you need to do is look at Erdogan, right? They play as a cultural rule, and this is how they've survived this long, even after their empire collapsed. They play all the fucking sides. Yeah, like Erdogan shot down a fucking a jet belonging to the Russians, and the Russians were like, I mean, we can't, like usually that would be like, okay, we're gonna nuke you, but like, yeah, because he's played both sides. He plays the EU, he plays the NATO, he plays Russia, and nobody will fucking touch Turkey. Turkey, runs its own shit. It's fucking magical, really, and that's the way to do it. Irish people are kind of similar in a way, But yeah, sorry to cut across you there.
No, it's all right. Work away.
we got you close. We can't go any closer. Spain stays nearby. And they get to, I think about 2 days ago, they're about, I don't know, 400, 500 nautical miles. I don't know what that means. Away. And I'm thinking, wow, they're actually pretty close now.
Yeah. And but the way that you presented it kind of sounds like a bad movie, right? There's that one protagonist who says, come on, guys, let's get the treasure. And there's all his homies that are like, okay, we'll get the treasure with you.
Yes.
And as he starts walking towards the treasure, one of his homies said, oh, I'm too scared.
Oh.
As he gets closer to the treasure, the other homie says, I've gone this far, you're good. It almost
What are you
seems like
talking about?
I don't know.
Admiral
He's
Akbar.
trying to
It's a
make it
trap.
relatable for the blacks
It's a trap.
watching, is it?
We're going into a trap.
This is it's relatable for children, man. Like in the earlier part of the show, we were looking at segments of the Charlie Kirk rally. I won't call it a memorial; it was a rally, and the astrological points, right? And this pastor guy, who I don't care, he was saying every time Erica Kirk wakes up, the devil goes, "Oh no, she's awake." And it's like, oh my god, man, who
Why
are
is
you
he?
talking to?
Is he sleeping in the same bed as her or something? Fuck's sake! Like, I don't think the devil. I don't think it works in that way, or
No,
Yeah.
but like, you know what I mean, right? It's like talking to fucking children. Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing, man?
I know it's retarded.
All right, let's see if we can grab a hold of this analogy that he's doing here.
Presented it kind of sounds like a bad movie, right? There's that one protagonist who says, come on, guys, let's get the treasure. And there's all his homies that are like, okay, we'll get the treasure with you.
Yes.
And as he starts walking towards the treasure, one of his homies says, oh, I'm too scared.
Oh.
As he gets closer to the treasure, the other homie says, I've gone this far, you're good. It almost seems like Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. It's a trap. We're going into a trap. So was that the game?
I don't know. I think that the population and the citizenship of those countries were so kind of pro-Palestine, anti-Israel that they were like, all right, we'll help out a little bit and we'll do the best we can to at least virtue signal. We kind of like we're helping.
Military exercise, virtue signal.
Yeah, but we're not going to go get in war over this.
We wouldn't want to actually shoot anything.
So it's about 50 ships, and they're not huge ships. These aren't luxury liners because people are like, oh yeah, it's like a vacation for them. It's not.
It kind of is. We saw the shorts put out by Hickey, right? It's like, I'm a sailor, I'm in the Navy and I'm on shore leave in fucking, what was this? Fucking the worst, Eritrea or something?
It was in Tunisia or something, wasn't it? Like,
I mean, that's just one tiny step above Eritrea.
Yeah.
Or whatever you call it. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so they started off in Barcelona, wasn't it, or somewhere in fucking Spain, and like it's taken almost a month to get there. It should take a week, really, if you're just if it's such an emergency. You don't need to
Yeah.
stop off for fucking 2 weeks in
Actually, yeah,
Tunisia.
it's when did we start covering Hickey's travel on the flotilla? And that
I don't know.
what, a month ago now?
Yeah, and
It
he
has
made
to be.
he even made a video for his fans saying, "Listen, I'm sorry it's taken so long, but we will get there eventually." Like but we just there's a party on tomorrow that we're going to. There's a rave on, like we don't want to miss it. So yeah, it's hardly a real crisis where okay, we need to sail, and it's not like they're rowing. Granted, they're
Yeah,
sailing, but
it doesn't have the feeling of war at
no,
all.
it's not
It
like a
is
fucking coffin ship, where it's like 2 weeks at sea and you're sailing to America, and
right.
everybody's packed in, or a fucking slave ship. No,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's other things people would rather be doing, but everybody looked particularly fucking happy. There was no scurvy
Yeah, it was
that I
just
could
there.
see.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
they were just kind of chilling out on the deck, like, yeah, that's another nice sunny. Oh, on the fucking Mediterranean, man. It's
yeah.
fucking beautiful.
I
Like,
suppose he
come
could be
on.
making the point that okay, well, it's not just fun. There is a purpose to it, but
Yeah, everyone has to have fun, yeah.
yeah, but I
But
don't think anyone was making the point where this is just purely
a leisure trip. No.
yeah, like it's
No.
just 2 weeks away in the sun, or a Club Med holiday, anything like that. But it's
Not
just
until he mentioned it to me anyway.
yeah, it's too fucking performative, And maybe it's the age we live in that if they had mobile phones during the Crusades or something like that, we would have had knights doing selfies to camera, letting us know that they've almost arrived in the Holy Land, and only we're going to stop off in Tunisia to get a bit of oil for the armor and polish it up. I don't fucking know. But because we live in this age, we get to see updates every 2 weeks, and especially with Tyg is our man on the ground. So when you're if you have time to be fucking writing songs and goofing around and doing skits with Greta Thunberg, it hardly puts forth this urgency.
Right.
Like, oh, we're going to rescue the poor people of Gaza, but before we do, I just need to stay overnight, 2 nights in a hotel.
Oh my
make a couple of
God!
songs.
You know what just fucking dawned upon me? One of his first dispatches from his cult stroll session fucking situation that he had on his boat, right? He was like, "Oh, they taught me as a white man, although I feel passionate about this cause, because I'm white, I can't actually connect with it like other, people who aren't white." But then, like, they're on that flotilla too. Can't they say, hang on, white men and women, what are we doing here? We need to be going straight to Gaza.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
And
not lollygagging around, so it just collapses the whole fucking thing.
yeah, and weren't the LGBTQ plus people expelled from the boat? I believe. I don't know if that's true, but I did hear that the Palestinian and Islamic contingent who were on the boat didn't want the LGBTQ plus contingency.
Oh, I get it. So they dropped them off at Rome and then they marched into the Vatican. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Come on,
All right.
Kim. Let's
Yeah,
hear what you
but
have
you
to
know
say.
what though?
Uh-huh.
Check out this Kino screenshot I got. Peak Asian. I
Yeah,
love
I
it.
know. It's like, come on. Jesus Christ.
It's like out of a Pokemon cartoon or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Pikachu.
look, if Matt Kim is worth his salt, he'll know I'm just taking the piss in good humor.
Yeah, but come on, like, fucking
Out of
hell.
vacation, guy.
Oh man, even now it's frozen so well. Okay, let's carry on.
Okay,
It's 500 people on 50 ships slumming it.
yeah, they're not dinghies, but they're certainly not luxury.
No, they are not luxury at all. There is nothing luxurious about them. They're like huddled in underneath the cabin. They're spending their days outdoors, kind of on the deck. It's not comfortable situation.
So, are you saying that you have empathy for these flotilla individuals who are trying to bring light to this issue to the world?
Yeah, I mean,
Stop it there.
we talk a lot about
They're not bringing light to the fucking issue. Like, maybe it's different in America, like, but who doesn't know about it? Like, seriously.
Well, I mean, let me steel man them, right? He's bringing light to his audience.
Who is his audience? Like, fucking people who've been living in the, in an underground cavern for the last 20 years. Like, it's not like the States where they don't have actual,
Well, I mean,
two
look,
sides to a media where one like Fox might go, okay, well, everything is, in favor of the Jews. And then
I don't
CNN,
know.
the other side of the equation is, pro Palestine. Someone
Yeah,
just mentioned Charlie Veach as well and his love for Israel. That's also disgusting. That dick sucking of Israel is just as bad as the dick sucking of Gaza.
Yeah,
It's
agreed.
like,
But you know what? Actually, no, you're wrong. Sorry, but the social media has absolutely completely replaced the mainstream media. Like, it's just the same thing, man. The algorithm just decides, oh yeah, you're in this category, so you'll only see this. No more in quotes radicalization.
I don't think so. I think he's not going unless you can prove that for me. Like, I know people, Americans, who watch mainstream media, and depending on their politics, like you can pretty much guess who's Democrat and who's Republican after 2 minutes. And again, this algorithmic, you only get to see one side of the thing. I don't know if that's fucking true. It's like people, you have to then accept that people are just retards, and they're just going to sit there and constantly go with the flow of what's being presented to them and never actually search for anything themselves. I don't buy that. And granted, I don't live in America. I dip my toe into the news on Irish television and media, and the UK as well. But it's not like they're hiding what's going on in fucking Israel. Like, the only people who be saying that are people who are, on the extreme left, who, like, when something happens in Gaza, if it's not in the news cycle within 20 fucking minutes, they're like jumping up and down. Well, why isn't this being covered? Why isn't this being covered? The mainstream media is hiding this, and then they get their knickers in a twist, saying, well, oh, these people, they haven't been detained. They were kidnapped. They were kidnapped. They were taken from their houses as children, and they're being kidnapped. It's fucking nonsense. Like, it hasn't been hidden that there's a genocide, or call it whatever the fuck you want, in Gaza. It just hasn't been hidden at all anywhere. And it's not like, okay, well, we didn't know about. No one ever heard about it until the flotilla decided to make their way there to highlight it to the world, to shine light on the fact what's happening in fucking in Gaza. You can't be on social media and miss it, because it's every fucking feed. Like, it's in, especially the last 2 weeks, it's just endless shite. And they do themselves no fucking favors when you got the likes of Joe Brolly appearing in your feed every 10 fucking seconds, essentially sucking I don't know if he's deliberately just trying to annoy people, but coming up with shit by saying like that Israel is the biggest killer, or the biggest killer of children at the moment worldwide is Israel. Which is nonsense. Like, it's like just pure fucking lies. Like, he forgets about malaria, he forgets about the fucking, 400,000 or 500,000 children who've died in fucking Syria and, Nigeria and Congo, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So this notion that somehow it's fucking hidden is horseshit. It's all fucking horseshit. And as we said a million times before, the killing of innocents is wrong. Completely fucking wrong. But we don't get to decide who our favorite fucking innocents are. Because what ends up happening is you become a cynical cunt like me, where you have to present yourself as not as uncaring, but it's not that. It's just that we can't pick a favorite fucking side and go, well, it's okay that those poor people, it's terrible for them, but everyone else, well, let's just fucking forget about them. We'll get around to that eventually, And you can only look cold, because the reality is, as an individual, there's not much you can fucking do, And I can see where these guys are coming from, that these people, right, let's take it at strength. They actually wanted to do something. So they said, okay, well, let's get on a flotilla. Let's go there. Let's deliver aid. Even if there was no aid, who fucking cares? Like, nobody in the right mind will think that, okay, we're going to go to Gaza. Somehow we're going to sail through a fucking blockade, get to the shore with 7 cans of fucking baby food and save the Palestinians. So just drop the horseshit and just say it for what it is. It's, it's just a PR exercise to bring, further attention to this. And then it's like, but why? You don't fucking need to. You really fucking don't. Because the likely outcome is you get to a certain stage, a certain point, you're met with the Israeli fucking defense forces who actually are, or army, who can actually do something. And have proven they can do so. As an army, they're doing their fucking job. They are one of the, better armies in the world because they know how to fight and they will fight. And what's the optics? Oh, Italy sends a fucking frigate. Spain sends a frigate. And what do? Nothing.
Because they can't. Yeah.
They simply fucking can't. It's only to placate their own fucking population. And what does their population do at home? They fucking march up and down the streets. Meanwhile, their own country's being fucking invaded by fucking hundreds of thousands of people. Arabs from all around the fucking world. They're doing everything they can to placate them. And what happens? Nothing. They don't take it as, well, it's solidarity. No, it's like, these people are fucking weak. And in the meantime, what will happen in Gaza, like the whole thing will be wound up within a fucking month for another 5 or 10 years. Then all the fucking parasites go in and rebuild it and, make themselves a lot of money. And then the Palestinians have to be put somewhere. They'll either be, housed in tiny containers within the territory. And what to be looking at the costing of that was something like $5 billion over 5 years, or they will be dispersed around the world, which costs $1 billion less, and housed by varying friendly governments for 5 years while they rebuild, and then they'll all magically go back. And we know how well that works, don't we? When you leave a war zone and you live in another country for 4 or 5 years where, the country bends over backwards to fucking welcome you, gives you free rent, free accommodation, free education. Then, do you know what? I think I'll roll the dice and I'll just go back to that fucking nightmare shithole that I left. Even though my children are now settled here, I've managed to get my family over. No, it's not going to happen. So what will happen is Israel will get what they fucking want. They'll get rid of all these Palestinians. They'll have this beautiful new shiny city with, 200-300 billion worth of fucking oil reserves off the coast and a greater Israel. And it'll be all for naught. And all that beautiful energy that's being expended by the likes of Tig in the middle of the ocean will just sink to the bottom of the ocean. And he'll come back here to Ireland. And, it will continue to be the, sinkhole that it is. And it will never occur to him, do you know what I might do? I might use that energy for my own people. But he can't, because he's been fucking... he's been brainwashed to think that his own people are dirt and that his own flag represents the worst of us. While the best of humanity is in faraway shores in the Middle East, Sorry, that was a bit of a rant that went nowhere.
It went somewhere. It went somewhere.
Yeah.
Did you want to carry on with these guys?
Yeah, let's carry fucking on. Let's see where they're going. Like, if we can get to the end of this homey fucking nonsense, whatever he was talking about. Or is he gone past the homey nonsense? Or
The metaphor ended like 2 minutes ago, man.
All right, okay.
Or I don't know how long. Jeez, I can't keep track.
In the world, we talk about, man, what are we gonna do about it? And these people actually try to do something about it. Dude, go.
Are you calling us out? Are we bad people?
We're pussies.
Are we bad people for talking shit about people who are actually trying to do something?
Yeah, I mean, we're like people who talk shit behind a camera and a keyboard. But
yeah, I think that's where we lose them, or they lose us. Because, in principle, just on the surface of things, that makes sense. Yeah, we're just the guys, the keyboard warriors saying, you should be doing things this way instead of that way. But, it's the truth that, these guys are just doing a PR stunt. And look, you know what? My opinion is that PR stunt would actually make fucking sense if they were fucking honest about it. But they're not. They're saying, these, fucking baby formula, that's going to change things. Instead of, no, we're going to, prove that for years now, including now, Israel has been blockading this country and strangling it to the point of, genocide has been going on for decades now, not just since fucking October 7th. No, it's like, oh yeah, this baby formula, which, by the way, I mean, nobody can actually do anything with because, there's no fucking water to mix it with, to make use of it. It's so he's taking it on power of like, this will actually do something, and these people are being honest.
Yeah, and it's a
I
dangerous
don't, I
road to
don't,
go
I don't
down as well. That nobody can comment because you aren't actually on a boat sailing to fucking Gaza to take part in events over there. So you might as well go one step further, but then nobody can talk unless they actually volunteer and join up with one of the Hamas brigade, and the same or anywhere, everywhere. Like, unless you're in Iraq, you can't comment on Iraq unless you're either with the US forces or the Iraqi. It's a horseshit. It's nonsense. Like, if he feels guilty, fine. Well, then, shut up. This is the end of your podcast then, because you can't talk about anything anymore. I think this keyboard warrior horseshit, it's not keyboard, it's natural human behavior to talk about things and question them. Not, oh, well, these are the best of us. They're really brave people. They're not doing it for any ulterior motives. Fuck off. Like, ask yourself the question why it is that somebody who has, and this is not the shit on Tig. I don't know the fucking man at all, but to my mind, it's the height of stupidity to leave your own fucking, his partner, like, or, in olden times, he would be married by now. So his wife and children, to go and what? Like, he's not saving any Palestinians. Like, you'd have to be retarded to think that you're actually going to get through, land on a beach, give these people enough food, if the boats were loaded with food and supplies, to last them what? Half a minute, considering the population over there. Then they're just going to get back on the boat, sail back to fucking Europe, and woo! No. The best you can hope for, like we said earlier, is to get detained for a couple of days and then be released. But potentially, knowing who it is, like I said, these people think we're Nazis because we have a differing opinion. So they're actually up against actual fucking Nazis. I think, do you know what's a good idea? I'm going to go over there, risk my fucking life, leave my children and the mother of my children without a husband. But sure, it will be grand because I'll be remembered for weeks. You won't be remembered at all. Because you're not high enough up the totem to be remembered. You're not even making it on the reels on X of the people they fucking captured. You will be forgotten in a minute. And I don't doubt that your heart is in the right place. I really don't. But that's more of a biological reality. Everybody's heart, or most people's hearts, are in the right place. But it's fucking silliness, man. It's stupid. And it's this, I think it's down to identity like that. Nobody really has an identity anymore. So most people are looking, well, what is it? What's my identity now? It's nothing concrete. So it's oppositional. It's like, well, I'm not the far right. I'm not a racist. And that's the new identity. It's all oppositional. It's, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not this, I'm not that. And I think that's what's going on with Tig. Maybe it's that, he's, I don't know what Tig, I think I'm going to give up on fucking Tig because it's causing me too much pain. And I hope he does get out of fucking prison in Israel. Maybe give it a while. Or part of the condition of his release is that he can't appear on the Late Late Show, because I'll just fucking edge, because we know what's going to happen, isn't it? Like, he will be released. They'll all be released. The Sinn Féin Senator Tig, and I think there's 14 other Irish people over there as well. So they'll come back, and then it'll be like fucking 3 months of constant coverage and Late Late Show appearance. We'll keep the Late Late Show on guests for the whole of the fucking season. And then we'll have to put up with that shit. And I'd rather go to Gaza than have to contend with that for fucking 2 or 3 months. Like, and look at this gimp as well. Whoever the other fella is, again, feeling all terrible. Oh, they're pussies for not getting on the flotilla. But then get on the fucking flotilla. Get a dinghy and swim across if that makes you feel any fucking better. It's like, oh, you're feeling terrible now for, questioning something. Well, then end your fucking podcast. Kill it now, and have some respect instead of turning into the inevitable. What will happen now is they'll just turn into a bunch of soft, faggoty, mushy chinks. Let's be honest. Not even chinks. I'm sorry, that's an insult to Chinese people. Maybe South Koreans. They're kind of awful people, aren't they? Yeah. All right. Let's see what that. I don't have any more to say. This is where I just lost the fucking plot with these guys.
Well, I mean, you said you only got 5 minutes in, and we're now at 7.5.
7 minutes. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't actually get involved.
Fair enough.
And this is not a comfortable situation. And can you imagine this? Being on a boat, traveling towards the Israeli naval blockade with the intent of penetrating and getting through.
That's
a fucking scary idea.
It is a non-rational idea.
No.
If you know anything about the Israelis do not see any other species group of human as worthy. Meaning you're going into a active war zone with a potential enemy that does not see you as an equal. Meaning they are open to be able to do anything to you. And the rules of engagement do not apply to Israel.
And it's a group of activists, journalists, lawyers. Nelson Mandela's grandson is on this.
So you're saying all the user personas of all the type of individuals that Israelis usually like to kill are in this flotilla?
I mean, dude, can you imagine like going on this boat and traveling towards the Israeli navy?
So what are we doing here, man?
I know this is horseshit. Like, so they're killing their own point. So all the people that like to kill are on the boat. So let's see what happens. What happens now when they're all released, all unharmed, and nobody dies, and nobody gets raped with a stick, and they come back, and then it's like, are you gonna say, oh well, we were treated very, very well last time? What happened? They got sandwiches and they were released because the Israelis, they know what they're doing. They're not going to.
Yeah, and once again,
brains off.
they detained Greta Thunberg and her comrades, and then when she was escorted to the airport to make sure she fucking left the country, which is what countries should do when they make deportation orders. By the way, just saying.
You mean she didn't have to voluntarily leave? They didn't just leave her to roam around and deport herself?
No.
These awful creatures.
No, this is straight from confinement to the airport.
Shocking.
And,
It's a human rights violation right there. Like, it wouldn't happen in Ireland, I tell you. Like,
there'd be protests. But the cunt, the sneaky cunt, she held her hands behind her back close to give the impression that she was handcuffed, when we have frame by frame fucking evidence that no, that wasn't the fact. It's all a fucking thing. It's we've beaten this horse to death.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a gloopy puddle on the ground at this stage, man.
Yeah, I'm converting to Judaism. There's nothing left for it. Like, fuck.
Yeah, maybe then you can remortgage your house without interest.
Yeah, well, it's for you silly guys. To be paying interest, like, you never, even the fucking Muslims aren't that stupid. They have their own banking system,
Yeah.
Yeah. So what did you do with the Charlie Kirk segment? Who did you listen to? Rob McCoy, his pastor, or does he even qualify as his pastor? I think Charlie Kirk spoke to him twice or something.
McCoy is, what is a pastor? I mean, I'm a pastor. Like, so we went through, see, you don't know what I was doing because I didn't want to tell anyone until I knew that I could actually fucking do it. So there was a sermon. Yeah, that was McCoy. But then there was this creepy fucking, like I told you right earlier, there was like 3 hours of fucking Christian rock and soul music before it began.
I suffered through that as well. Yeah.
And then there was Frank Turek, Jack Posobiec. Yeah. Thank you. Jesus Christ, it's late. And then some others, I forget their names. It's just a fucking who's who. There's like fucking 100 people, and they all said the same thing. But what I was doing, right, and this won't infringe on what we will do later in the coming weeks. I hope that we will actually fucking analyze this stuff. What I was doing is showing how this was actually timed to align with an astrological event It was a fucking solar eclipse, man. And it happened it was like poetry, and the whole thing, right? And the chat agreed, at least on this point, that everything was scripted. Like the whole thing was choreographed. Everyone's speeches were written, and they all came across as fucking. I don't know, man. I've seen bad actors put on better performances than this. Like it was fucking awful. Let's look at the Posobiec this thing again. Would you like to? It's like the better part of it is like only a few minutes long.
Sure.
Yeah, just because I want your opinion on this. This is probably the most sinister of all of the speeches.
Please welcome to the stage Jack Posobiec.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I know he has this. Like, what is that, by the way? Can you have a crucifix on your rosary beads, or is that just some random fucking Protestant shit?
I don't fucking know. The Protestants use rosary beads. I thought that was a Catholic thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's strictly a Catholic thing. But I mean, Protestants are just Catholics minus any sense or reason. So they'll just make up anything they like.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
That alone, right? That should fucking tell you all you need to know. That's the whole fucking thing. He's putting on this thing of Charlie Kirk, but like that's how I would do it. I would run up to the mic, go, Charlie Kirk! If I actually believed in it, if you were fucking shot from a distance by a sniper and, maybe there was like, I don't know, 20 people might show up. I'd go to the microphone and go, Morgan Reeves! Yeah, he lives! I wouldn't do this fucking fake shit.
Yeah, I know. Nobody does this.
No.
Yeah, could you imagine doing this as a family member's memorial or something like that? Just getting on stage and fucking screaming the person's name. Like you'd be taken away. Who is this guy anyway? Who is he? Like, is he a politician or like some sort of his friend? Is it or
Human Events Daily? The fuck is that? Because he's one of those fucking conservative fucking talking heads. That's
because I was looking into this TP USA because I was aware of Charlie Kirk, as a podcaster because he'd appear in the feed every now and again. And but I wasn't aware of this TP USA, so I looked into it a little bit. It's fucking massive organization. Like the amount of events they put on and the amount of money that was sloshing through it. And we'll get into it further when we analyze it further down the line.
Yeah.
But yeah, like a massive organization, and there's a lot of questions to be answered because if you were going to, have this revival. And turn America into this revivalist Christian nation again, you need a martyr. Like, so you would either take full advantage if somebody was martyred, you would either, kill him outright yourself to make him a martyr, or you would fake that he was killed and ship him, elsewhere. And then again, go with this whole fucking martyr thing. And his pastor as well. I was looking into his pastor. His pastor's a big Israel guy, and a lot of these Protestants are like this thing like that. I think there's probably more Christian Zionists than there are, Jewish Zionists at this stage. In America, I think it's something like 70 or 80 million people, hold these views that, if you bless Israel, well, then Israel will bless you, and that's fucking terrifying. Like, anyway, let's listen to Jack, or is that it?
Yeah.
Is the main point? Just the
Oh no, it gets worse, man.
All right,
it gets so bad.
Charlie
Text
Kirk was my
merch.
friend.
Does that say, is that real? Did you ask that?
Wait, where?
Down the like the ticker tape going across the bottom of the screen.
Oh yeah, no, that was going. but see, that was the Charlie Kirk YouTube page that was live streaming the whole thing for like almost 10 hours. So yeah, they had the ticker at the bottom. Yeah.
Do you think they were doing that back when Jesus was crucified? Like there was people with signs, text merch.
No, actually, you know what I think it is? I think when he was taking his last breaths, there was like a Monty Python-esque fucking scam artist going next to the cross. Buy your Jesus merch.
Yeah, well, we could be going down the Muslim route with the whole switcheroo with Jesus, like so. It wasn't Jesus himself who went up on the cross; that he was switched out, and they put a replacement up there. So we could be saying the same with Charlie, that Charlie wasn't actually executed, that he taken off, and he's on that island in New Zealand. He's in Valhalla as what's the Indian guy's name? The FBI director,
Patel.
Yeah, Kash Patel. What a name!
Kash Patel,
Kash
yeah.
Patel. You see the guy's eyes? Like his
Patel,
eyes never
as
stay still. His eyes are rolling around in his head, fucking constantly.
they
It's mental,
call
like
him. He's in a constant state of euphoria, being
Nirvana.
Yeah. No, not Nirvana. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Enraptured by fucking Krishna. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Charlie was my brother. And Charlie was my commanding officer. And we will never, ever let the left, the media, or the Democrats forget the name of Charlie Kirk. The Bible, we'll get there, hold on, we'll get there. The Bible tells us that on his last day, Moses climbed to the top of the mountain and he looked across the River Jordan and he saw the promised land. He led the people there, but he did not cross himself, for he was taken and he died on that mountain. He was brought to God's kingdom. On his last day, Charlie Kirk was on the top of a mountain. And Charlie Kirk led us there. And Charlie Kirk has brought us to the promised land.
Oh, fuck off.
I know, right?
Charlie's death was not just a murder. The true word for what Charlie did is sacrifice. You see, the difference between murder and sacrifice is that sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people, and for his family. Charlie Kirk died for all of you.
Oh, he's Jesus. Hang on, that was quick. He's gone from Moses to Jesus in like a minute and a half. Like,
yeah, like it's like if you take all of the fucking Christian terminology and symbolism, then put them into the tumble dryer and put on, extra fucking dry. That's what you get. But the framing is that this is like a gift that Charlie died. That's the main thing going through this whole thing. And his
what was it?
Exactly.
Conscious decision, like the Charlie was this prearranged where Charlie decided?
You'd get the fucking impression from it, right? And it even came down to, okay, this is short enough. I think we'll pull this up. Yeah. So his producer on the show, the Charlie Kirk show, this is what he has to say. Now listen very fucking closely to this rhetoric.
And Charlie, we are so grateful for the harvest that your life and legacy is producing all around us. And you can see it, the workers. There's a whole lot more workers than there were before. And so let me leave you with this. For all the fans of the Charlie Kirk Show out there, you'll know the line. We will see you Monday. Until then, buckle up. Here we go. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you for the harvest.
Yeah. Gathering souls, harvesting souls,
Yeah.
and premium memberships.
No joke. I mean, I'm sure you saw the clip about his pastor at the very beginning after the Christian music. I want all you people who haven't accepted Jesus to stand up, that feel, you will accept Jesus and, blah, blah, blah. And then scan this QR code on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking pathetic.
It's horrific. Do you want to listen to more Posobiec?
Yeah, let's see what he has to say.
All right.
Charlie Kirk's gift of his sacrifice means.
Is there something wrong with that guy's mouth, man? It is this part is very swollen, and he's like, "Look that language."
I don't know. He's an odd-shaped face. He's a very long chin.
Oh my god! Yeah, he does. What
Or
no, is that forced perspective kind of thing because his cheeks are really big, man? Or no, is his jaw it is like the front of his jaw really small? I don't know.
I don't know. It's
weird,
like his
man.
skin is a goatee. It should end with that dimple, but it just carries on like he's always he shaves his chin.
Oh, we have Sean in the house.
Yeah. After shitting for about 3 hours, I am back and I am in good spirits. I drank a lot of Gatorade. We're good.
Oh, really? That's the fix for local fucking tortilla. What is it that you ate?
Nachos. Don't ever get poblano nachos, folks. If you're in Bloomington, Illinois, do not get poblano nachos. Now, their other food's really good. I had their enchiladas before. It was very good. Didn't give me any stomach issues, but their nachos, I was skeptical because the guy just picked up the nachos with his ungloved hands. That should have been a sign. Okay. But I'm stupid. So literally then pours the cheese on it. I guess he made chicken, but I didn't see it. So it was just.
Oh, you could have salmonella, man.
Well, I feel all right now. I don't feel deathly ill. I don't feel deathly ill.
Okay,
I think I'll be okay.
That's a good sign, yeah. But
I wanted to join because I was watching the show for a bit, and I was like, yeah, this is apropos because I literally watched this whole Charlie Kirk thing.
All right,
and man, it was so cringe. I mean, Jack Posobiec. I mean, he gave a good. I mean, rhetorically, it was a good speech. As a person who deals with rhetoric, it was a very, very good speech.
absolutely, especially if you compare it to the others, it was good. Yeah.
It was a very, very good speech. I mean, I have to say that. I have to give him credit. I know you guys are kind of shitting on him a little bit, but but it was a good speech compared to the others. Like that one I guess he's the new CEO. Like that guy, he's not a good speaker. He's just not. I mean, he just can't do it. Like he should be he's a guy that if he's the CEO, he could deal with that shit. He could do, accounting and shit like that. He's not a front. He's not a front guy for this. Jack Posobiec should be there. I don't think he wants to do it, but if anybody else, it should be him. I would think, right? But nonetheless, let's continue with this. I'm fine with going on with you guys.
Yeah, great. But for context, right? Yeah.
And I'm drinking beer too, which is probably not good after I just drink a shit ton of Gatorade. But whatever. I'm drinking some PBR. I had some PBR in the fridge. I feel good. I feel good, guys. Let's do this.
Okay, that's good.
If I
Okay.
shit myself, I'll let you guys know. Okay.
Well, no, just leave.
No, I will.
Go to the
No, I will.
toilet.
I'm gonna shit. Yeah, I'll shit myself.
We'll
and-
see the facial expressions. We'll be able to tell just by your face alone.
I'll just switch to my cat's video because I have the camera here. I'll just flip it and I'll just switch to one of my cats giving someone
No,
bath or
don't
something.
do that. No, your beautiful face is good enough.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So sorry, we need to introduce you properly. Sean, you
Yes.
Okay, first of all, you're American. So it's not like we're
Am
bunch of
I?
art-
Are you sure about that?
I mean, all clues, point towards you being
Okay.
American.
Yes, I am very much American. I was born in America.
Drinking
Of
beer.
course, that's what
and
my
relaxing
parents
yourself.
told me.
Giveaway.
My parents told me I was born in America, so I was born in America. But yes, I am in fact American. Yes.
And that leads me into my next point is you're also a fucking lawyer. All
I
right?
am a lawyer in Illinois. Yes, I am a licensed
Yes.
attorney in Illinois and federally too. So.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
But are you
well done.
Jewish? That's the big question. Are you Jewish? Can we watch that now?
My
No.
grandfather
So
was
no.
Jewish, I believe.
No, yeah, your mother has to be
Mason,
Jewish.
yeah.
That's the only
So.
way it works. All right, so my 2 points
No,
are
I'm not.
right. My 2 points are right that
Yes.
it's not just us foreigners looking at this and thinking, "Oh, this is bullshit."
Nope.
Because it has been brought up before that. Oh well, maybe it's just a culture thing. So even you as an American is like, "Ooh."
I watched
Right?
it live. Yeah, like I watched it live, and I was texting you
Oh.
guys about it. I was like, "This is like a." It was literally like one of those. Like if you ever see those old like what's the dude's name? The televangelist guy. Swagger. It was like a Swagger fucking literally until Jack Posobiec came on, it was literally Swaggart. And then after Jack Posobiec, it was more Swaggart until Trump and all that bullshit, which was kind of weird
Yeah.
because you would think like to respect him, he would have his wife speak last, but Trump spoke last. I just thought that was weird as shit too, but
There's a
whatever.
lot of fucking questions like
There's
that.
a lot of weird shit about
Yeah.
this funeral
Yeah.
service. And this guy, I mean, yeah, Charlie Kirk, great. I mean, it's fine, but I mean, man, this was just like I don't know. It was like something out of like that.
Over the top, right?
It was like something out of like Mao, like when Mao would give speeches. It just reminded me of that, like watching clips of that or
Huh. Interesting.
something like that, or like,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it was weird. So I don't know what you to take about that, but I thought that it was weird when watching it, and it's still weird now, even weirder now. When so
Yeah, of course. When you're watching live, there is a collective kind of trance that you're in, and this is what these events, rely upon.
Yeah.
Is this you're in the moment with these people, and by the way, there was a significant astrological event that this was timed for.
Okay.
So that you would have that feeling. I would recommend you look at the first 2 hours of the stream to,
Okay.
because I think I did a good job pointing that out. Anyway, my second point is that as a lawyer, you in a very cold way acknowledge, Jack Posobiec's speech is actually good rhetorically. It's not
Yeah,
that
it is.
you think it was actually human because in the courtroom there is no human really. I mean, the only human that can exist in a courtroom is the judge, because they're the ultimate
Mhm.
authority and they can choose to be human. And so
Yeah.
you're just saying, this is rhetorically a good speech, so let's look at
Yeah.
it. And
Okay.
and we will actually compare this schmaltz to an example that Morgan has provided.
Okay.
That Charlie Kirk will live forever, not just for all of us, not just for his family and Erica and for his children, but for all future generations of Americans. And the question of our time: will Western civilization endure? Or will it fracture in two, like so many predict? Well, I say to you that a century from now, when they write of the 2 or 3 pivotal moments that led to the saving of Western civilization, they will write that the sacrifice of Charles James Kirk was the turning point.
Like, really? It goes
I
back.
know, yeah, but
Sean,
I think
wait. It goes back to your point about. Come on.
I was just gonna
Come
say
on.
that.
Yeah, I mean, he was,
He was looking for the straight. I mean, that was the applause moment. I mean, Jack Posobiec is obviously given. I mean, he's given many speeches, and he knows how to work that. So he knows how to work crowds. He's not a stupid guy. He knows how to do it. So that's. I mean, that's just one example of that. I just take it as that. I don't think it's like anything other than that.
Yeah, I think it's cultural as well, isn't it? Because this is, it's very American. If it was happening in
is.
Ireland, it would
It
be
is.
just somber and
Yeah.
dire and uninspiring and uninteresting, and it would be like a 4
Wait. So how? Because whenever I went to like an Irish family funeral here, like it wasn't dark and dreary. Like we drank all day.
No.
Yeah,
like,
I'm
it
talking about
was-
the memorial itself. So, like, if you
Oh, a memorial.
yeah,
Okay.
if you go to
Yeah.
the
No,
church-
I agree. Yeah. I mean, it's not supposed to be that. Yeah. I mean, if this was in another country, it would not be, this rallying cry of sorts. They would
No,
not
not at
have
all.
this
Yeah.
individuals.
And I think in the
Yes.
context of the culture wars as well,
Yeah.
it has to be this.
Well, that was the thing. I mean, this was, I think, without without this war, this would not have even been, this would have been a private event, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this was the epitome of, the portrayal of the culture war, so to speak, right?
hmm Yeah. So it's, in that sense, he is a martyr. He's a martyr for the culture war. Where it goes from here, I don't
Yeah.
I don't know. I know people are images of what's that? Catherine, is her name Catherine Atwood? That book she wrote about this American Christian autocracy.
Huh.
Oh Christ, what's it called?
I've heard of,
Tale.
no, I know what you're
Handmaid's
talking
Tale.
about.
That's
Yeah.
the big fear from the left, isn't it? That America will turn into a version of the Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's
This is
Tale.
very Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And
I do
don't
agree
know
with
if these
that.
people
Yeah.
are actually what we would consider to be, Christian-minded people, but I'm not getting that impression.
They're evangelical. I mean, most of these. I mean, everybody was. This is like an evangelical service. I mean, I'm an Orthodox Christian. This would never be. This is not appropriate. You do not.
No.
First of all, you don't broadcast this shit to like, a mass audience. That's the first point. I mean, we are very private in our services. I mean, we do a panahita. We call them panahitas, but we don't. This would not be a thing. This is a purely evangelical thing, which was what I thought throughout. I mean, this was like it was not only a memorial service, but it was like a evangelical rallying cry, which I was kind of disturbed by, to be honest. And I think
Yeah.
Jay Dyer talked about that too, and he agrees. I mean, Jay Dyer thought that this was kind of disturbing in that same light. Yes.
Yeah, it's a revival, isn't it? It's like the next revivalist movement.
Tent.
in
Yeah, they
America.
even said like this is a tent revival. Remember the tent revivals? Like they literally like they made it clear like this was it was insanity. This is not appropriate for Christianity.
No.
This is not how to recruit people to Christianity. I'm sorry. I'm sure that they gained a lot of followers. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but I'm sure they gained a lot more than we think they would. But it's evangelical Protestant Christianity, and that is absolutely this is absolutely heretical. Absolutely.
I'm glad that you have said it as a fully baptized Orthodox.
Yes, this is absolutely heretical.
Because I could only say it in theory, looking at, from the outside in, saying this is not Christianity.
It's not.
Because
It's not.
Christianity converts by compassion and direct contact. And
Yes.
that's why you guys...
As Paul baptized many others, as his successors baptized many others. This is not.
It's the
mass
chain of
tent.
succession.
The whole tent thing too was ridiculous. This was an American experiment that succeeded in like the the early 20th century to the 70s. that was horrific, and it's a blasphemy to Christianity, and that is not Christianity. This
Sorry,
is not
can you
Christianity.
explain this tent? Sorry.
Yeah, so basically, a bunch of these evangelical preachers would set up tents, like they would literally. It was like it was a circus, really. But and funnily enough, a lot of them tagged along with circuses too. Like Barnum and Bailey had like their preachers. I'm not even joking about this. So they would set, but in the general sphere, they would set up tents in various,
For
major areas.
clarification, for people outside of the United States, though, those are circus operators who
Yeah.
had.
So basically, it was a circus, really. So they would set up tents in various areas and do baptisms and shit like that, and try to and do sermons, preaching to people.
Isn't this just the same thing as the guy, in the movies where you see the guy
Yeah.
that sets up the table and he's selling literal fucking snake oil?
Yeah, like Steve Martin in
Yeah.
that one movie. Steve Martin did a good portrayal in that 1992 movie where he literally played one of these preachers, and that's exactly how it was, and was up until a point, until it got absurd, until even and then televangelism became apropos, and then a lot of people would donate to Swaggart and shit like that. Swaggart was the worst of them. Swaggart ended up having sex with a prostitute and got exposed by that, cried on TV, said, "I have sinned," cried. Yeah, everybody was so compassionate about him crying. Very, very, very emotional moment on TV where he cried. But this is just the same shit that I've seen. I mean, I was raised Catholic, so I was already kind of naturally disinclined to believe this bullshit. I mean, Orthodoxy just kind of confirms it, but really, I mean, like evangelical shit was. I am like that is like I could spot it where I see it, and like the furthest, like the scent of it, I'm like a fucking cat sensing a mouse. I'm just like, this is evangelical bullshit. I'm
Spidey
tuning it off
sense,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah. But
Because it's
Well,
horrific. I mean,
well-
it is a blasphemy of Christianity. This is not Christianity.
And
Yeah.
again, I'm thankful that you, as an actual Orthodox man, has come along and said that, because because I have no authority.
Many
on
others
this
have
case.
too. I mean, my church had a
Yeah,
picnic, and we
but
talked
you know
about this
what?
too.
I
and we were
mean,
like, this is horrific.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
well, that's good, but you're the one here, so that's what matters.
Yeah, I know.
I think we
I
have
know.
to take into account as well that again, to draw back to America,
Mm-hmm.
and part of the Make America Great Again movement. So if we go back to
Evangel-
the Pilgrims, it's not like America was founded by Orthodox Christians or Catholics. So it's
No.
these guys and the one that caught me was I think it was Steve Miller, his speech about bringing America back to.
That was a good speech too. That was also a pretty good speech, I have to say, rhetorically. Yeah, that was also a really good speech.
that they built everything, and I wasn't sure what he was saying when he was referring to they, because he is Jewish. If he was referring to,
He is Jewish. He's Jewish.
Jews, or if he was referring to the founders, like the waspy Americans who did in effect build.
Yeah, I mean,
people like to think it was the Chinese and the Irish and the blacks that built America. Granted, they were laborers.
I love
but
that. Yeah,
it
I love
was
that.
this
Yeah, I love that.
white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who
It was
founded and essentially created
developed
the
America.
great America. So I'm just not sure with the evangelical Christians. I think I looked into it, there's maybe like 70, 80 million people who classify themselves as evangelicals. So I don't know if they are the kind of religious powerhouse that they're presented as being. But if that crowd is anything to go by, I would imagine that they probably could have filled 2 or 3.
They're a majority. They're a majority in America. Unfortunately, I mean, America is still mainly Protestant. We've been since our inception. I mean, it's just kind of a reality of our nature, and many of us have. I mean, we have our. I mean, we're all Christians, I guess, in the end, right? I mean, we're all Christians, as perverted as some might make it. But at the same time, I mean, we really do have to acknowledge that there is like blasphemy and heresy. And this whole performance was heresy, I would say. Yes.
Yeah.
And many others have had.
Yeah,
So,
I think even for non-religious.
it was heretical to use. Yeah, I mean, just to use somebody's death to promote this, I think in my opinion, is heresy in and of itself.
Yeah.
Well,
You can do
we
a prayer
we
for the
all
person.
share this basic fucking sense of what's good and right. You don't necessarily need to come to the true church, whatever that might be, to know right from wrong, because
Yeah.
that is encoded in us as creations of whatever the ultimate
Mhm.
being is. So yeah, of course, a lot of people, if they're most people, actually all people, unless they're psychopaths or unless they're
Yeah.
completely manipulated and brainwashed, should see this for what it is. But shall we look at Morgan's example of evangelical?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morgan,
Maybe
do you
the
think?
second video is probably a
Yeah.
better one, I think. So it's Benny
Oh
Hinn.
yeah.
In
I thought it was
evangelical
Benny Hill at first, and I was thinking, no,
No,
come on.
Benny Hinn, who is Jewish, I believe, but magically transitioned to become an evangelical televangelist.
That's interesting.
Okay.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what he has to give us.
You may not understand this. I don't either.
Oh my God, he looks like a fucking guru. He's
Yeah.
like,
He looks
What's
like
he
an
doing with
Israeli
his
car
fist there? He's got
salesman.
his fist. He's got the posture down. I have to say.
you know what
He's
he
got
is?
his-
He's a Jewish Osho Rajneesh. That's what he is.
He's Jew.
I don't either. But when the Lord talks to me, I obey him. It's just that simple. There's nothing more to it.
Are you ready, guys?
Okay. Sorry. I don't mean to jump in so soon, but like, you see this kind of acting that they're doing. Like this is the
Theater.
essence.
It's just fucking theater. Yeah.
But no, see, it's like those stage hypnosis
Yeah,
things.
it's mass hypnosis. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, when they
like,
do the when the Protestant preachers do exorcisms live too. Yeah, that's
yeah,
all part of
exactly.
that shit
And the
too, yeah.
speaking in tongues,
Snakes
it's
and
the
shit.
same.
Yeah, snakes dancing with snakes and shit like that. Like the fuck? Like where in the Bible does it say you must dance with like where? Like point that out, preacher, please. Point that out, please.
I think you're referring
Fucking
to a
absurdities.
specific. I think you're
Well, they
referring to. Sorry, I think you're referring to a specific church somewhere in
It's
the Appalachians.
Yeah.
Yeah, where.
Well, no, it's actually it's.
But there
it's
is
more,
there is actually a church, right? And this is the thing about Protestantism, right? Is that since there's no one around to tell you what the
Yep.
words in the Bible
no
means,
authority. Yeah.
that so you can come along and find any verse or a story or archetype in the Bible, and then name your own like little cult.
As long as I'm with
on it.
Christ, I could form my own church and make it like I could dance with cats. I could pretend my cats as
exactly.
like deacons or something.
Well,
yeah, my
it's
cats
that-
are deacons. It's all in love. All in love with Christ. Yeah. It's all about Jesus. My cats are deacons. Yeah,
Yeah,
like that's
you're-
ridiculous. If you don't have authority, you don't have a church. Like that's the thing. There's no if you do not have that authority, that authority that we could trace back to the Council of Nicaea, you do not have a church.
Well, it's traced back to Jesus himself.
Even but
This is the
I
whole
mean,
thing.
I
Right.
mean, but I'm talking about what the established authority is, which is Nicaea. But yeah, I mean, and the church
Okay.
fathers,
Yeah,
John
so,
Chrysostom, Saint
Alright,
Gregory
The
said.
serpent handlers, they use Mark 16, 17, 18.
That was what I was going to say. Go on.
Yeah, that's all the fucking Protestants do. They like take one verse and they make it a part of their whole
Yeah.
fucking church. It's ridiculous.
And
Like
these
the
signs will
rapture,
accompany those who believe.
like the
and
rapture bullshit too. Like
Sean,
apparently the world was
Sean,
supposed
Sean,
to
Sean,
end this
Sean,
week.
Sean. You've got a lot to say, and I'll love to hear it. But you have to take audio cues from people. Maybe it's hard because have headphones, but be aware that
So we've got Mark 16, 17, 18, the New International Version. And these signs will accompany those who believe in my name, and they will drive out demons. They will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes with their hands. And when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. They will place their hands on sick people and they will get well. Yeah, so they do that as well. They drink poison as well in these Appalachian churches. I don't think there's many left, but I have seen documentaries. I think it was Louis Theroux who went.
It was, yeah,
Appalachian
yeah.
Mountains. Like, it was a good documentary.
I
But yeah,
think
this
what-
whole
what
nonsense
hap-
comes from this. Like,
Yeah, what happened in that church is that a few of them developed what do we call it? Immunity to the thing, but the rest of them died at some point.
Oh.
So it's like, oh yeah, the Lord just took that guy. No, he died of snake poison.
at least there was faith in action, which is better than this Charlie Kirk thing. Like, did you see every one of them? All the important people stood behind the bulletproof glass. Like, where's your faith? For God's sake,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
And it was interesting to see the hierarchy as well of people who deserved the bulletproof glass and people who didn't. All the initial guests didn't get to stand behind the bulletproof glass, but the more
I
important.
know. I mean, to think that God's faith would save them, but no. I mean, we have to use human resources to our bench. But like I was saying though, it's like yeah. I mean, a lot of these churches just are the Protestants take one verse and they like completely bastardize it or even create it to like a conception where the rapture events, like all these Protestant preachers say that the world's going to end and there's going to be a rapture every 5 years or so. I think it was like this week one even said it.
Oh
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
Like that.
On TikTok, like
Yeah.
oh my god, man, fucking
Yeah.
social media, right? Last week there was supposed to be a rapture, according to like what, hundreds or maybe thousands of in quotes Christians on TikTok. Oh yeah, we're all going to get raptured, and then that happened. I don't know. The cult leaders decide to make an excuse, as so many cult leaders before them. You know,
Got the wrong date actually. I
Yeah.
I translated
Calculated
the
it
verse
wrong.
wrong or something. Yeah.
Didn't he get them to give up their wealth as well? Like, I think he asked a lot of people to, since they were going to be
Well,
raptured,
that's
give all their
the
money
key.
away.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that's geez, we need to run that Griff. Morgan.
Yeah.
It's conscience
The
is a terrible
rapture,
thing,
the
you know?
anti-broadcast rapture show. It's coming, folks. It's coming.
No
Yeah,
refund.
but our version of the rapture, right, is the government is going to lock us down again, and you
yeah.
all need to send us your money so that we can buy a tank and fight them.
Dude, a tank.
And
Yeah.
toilet roll will be more,
Fuck
more,
yeah.
more of a pull.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I mean, we need a tank. I mean, we do need a tank. I mean, it's for your safety, but we're going to be protecting you. We have the shield of God upon us, folks. I mean, come on. Government's going to.
And this Benny Hinn guy is the
Yes.
only person I've seen use a coat. Not even, maybe it was just COVID,
Crazy.
pre-COVID.
That's
You
crazy.
can't lay your hands on people. You just have to
2010.
wave a
Yeah.
coat around, like. But incredible. But again, it just shows how easily people can be hypnotized. And again, the music, you saw
Yeah.
that with Charlie Kirk as well, the organ, and the
Well,
mystic
see,
part.
that's where I was going with it. Sorry,
Yeah.
Morgan. This is where I was going with it. The whole Charlie Kirk thing
Exactly.
was a mass hypnosis thing.
Yes.
'Cause,
Yes, it was.
Like, may I remind you again, the thing that they opened the doors at 8 a.m., right? Now, if you're there at 8 a.m. for this thing with like what, 10 days notice or even less, you are excuse me, you are already primed to be in that thing anyway. What was it, out of the pool of fucking TPUSA people? They bust them in, say, look, we'll pay your bus, it's fine, come along, we need to fill these seats. 200,000 people, by the way. So 3 hours of evangelical schmaltz music, and then all of these fucking sermon after sermon. It was everyone was playing their part. Everyone in the seating, they were playing the part of, oh, I'm being saved now. It's auto hypnosis, and we will watch more of it if we want.
Yeah, we'll watch a bit of Benny Hinn. I have to go now in 10 minutes because all the children will start getting up.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Oh yeah, it's almost I was gonna say
yeah. It's early, man. All right,
for you guys. Okay.
You up, brother?
Oh, I'm not gone yet. Like 10 minutes. I'll be
Oh,
back.
okay. Oh, okay. 10 minutes.
All right, watch more of this guy. Oh boy!
Oh, he's back.
Who's this guy? Like Luke Skywalker or something? Fucking preacher? Fucking. What did you just say?
There we go. Speaking in tongues.
Oh boy.
Take the fresh breath of the spirit.
Just slapping people like that would be a bit. He could be charged with a crime, Ryan.
Yeah.
You're defending this guy.
Yeah, that is assault, right?
Battery.
Oh, jeez.
Cancer pastor. Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
Oh, he's back one more time. Fuck now. Oh, shoes and all come up.
Oh no.
He was in a fire when he was 3.
Horrific.
That's fucked.
He could not speak
Oh, horrific. It's gonna heal him.
for 13 years.
How did he just?
Who doesn't want to do that? With
I honestly have no words for this. This is. I haven't seen this before, but this is like even compared to like the evangelical bullshit like Swagger, like this is this is absolutely insane.
I was trying to find.
I have no
quick-
words.
I was trying to find real quick. The fellas at Ashton on Kino Casino played a televangelist who basically was saying, yeah, just send money, just send us money, and then
I saw that.
it. Yeah, and then like he basically had money on what was a bed. And on the fucking TV, he was literally rolling around in the money so that he could bless it. Like, you can't make this shit up. Man.
No, and some people say that
I'm serious. Yeah, I've seen this.
These people are, demon possessed. The best example I've seen of that is Kenneth Copeland. I just put a link in the chat there.
All
This is where Kenneth Copeland, again, a very famous TV what do they call it? TV evangelist. He was interviewed by some news station, so we can watch that and just look at this man. Like how this guy isn't demon possessed is beyond me. Maybe it's just me, but we might have a look at it and see if what you guys think.
Let's.
I would think. Well, let's do it. Yeah.
Morgan, how about this? Can you play that video?
Sure. Okay.
And I will go pee, real quick. Yeah.
1 second.
All right.
Yeah,
That's why I shut off my camera and my audio, so I peed when you guys were watching the initial televangelist stuff.
That's sexy, man. I like it.
I picked a good moment. I could do it, but
Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Let's do this.
Let's get this set up.
All right, let's do it.
Let me see. Share Share the screen. Where's it gone? Kenneth Copeland.
He's related to Stuart Copeland, the drummer of the Police.
This is Kenneth. They may be related. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Another really good one was
It's a common name.
Morris Sorello. Like, he was fucking amazing. It's just the charisma they have is incredible, you know.
Yeah. They had to, like I'm wondering, like, did they go to like I know a lot of them came from families where their fathers were preachers, so they learned it that way. But some of them were actually did develop it on their own. I mean, look at fucking Jim Jones. I mean, he didn't come from a Christian background, but he developed his own fucking code because he developed it on his own. Which, I mean, to some degree, I do give him respect for that, these individuals. But at the same time, yeah, it's fucking demonic.
It has to be, because you know, at some stage you'd have to imagine that your conscience would kick in, wouldn't you? Like, as a decent human being, you think like, Christ, how can I continue to do
Well,
this?
Jim Jones started, like, just for an example, like, he started doing this when he was like 15 years old, apparently. Like, he had his friends and he tried to, like, he would practice on them and he would, like, hypnotize them with his speeches. Like, apparently that's what he claimed. But I mean, there's like it's madness.
Yeah, I
So,
suppose you could understand that if you truly believe that you are a chosen one and this is your, you know, mission in life is to go and save these people. But I don't get this impression.
Oh, I remember this guy. This is like the biggest example of televangelist grifter of all time.
Oh yeah, like
he's got
private
an
jet.
Escalade. Is that an Escalade?
I don't know, my knowledge of
I don't know
American
what that
cars is
is.
terrible.
Nice car, nonetheless.
That looks like a car if it hit you going 5 miles an hour, it would kill you.
Yeah, it looks like a Secret Service car. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love American cars. It's a pity we don't get them over here. There's so many American cars I would love to own, but
Yeah, the
just don't get them over here.
SUVs. We have good SUVs, man.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, this is a stupid digression, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. I was doing shopping today, and I was literally pulling into a parking space, and I was thinking, fuck, how big are the parking spaces in America? Like, they have to be at least like 2 foot wider than ours. You know?
It'd have to be. It's just they have the motorway for it as well. It's just motorway after motorway. My American wife was telling me like that the cars, like the interior as well, they're literally twice the size of our cars.
Yeah.
And you can actually, you're comfortable
They're
in the
bigger.
car. Yeah, but you
They're
couldn't
much
drive them over here because our roads just aren't made for them. Like all the small, boring.
Yeah, the parking spaces are definitely bigger here, and because most people here at this point drive either crossovers or SUVs. I mean, crossovers are kind of the predominant car here. So
I'll be king of the parking spaces with my Toyota Corolla. I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I don't even need
Corolla.
to think about
Yeah, they wouldn't even see that car. Someone would park on top of it. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
I have a Hyundai Elantra, and yeah, it's difficult sometimes, these fuckers. But I plan to get it. I mean, my next car, I do want it to be an SUV. I'm probably gonna get like another Hyundai, a fucking Tucson or Santa Fe. But yeah, we have good cars here. I like it.
We'll have a listen to Kenneth.
All right.
We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
To be fair,
she's not wrong.
Be fair, have any of you ever flown on fucking Spirit Airlines before? Like, that is the cheapest of the cheap fucking commercial flights here. Yeah, it is kind of like that.
yeah. And then how melanated are these demons, by the way?
Oh, dude, no, I sat next to white people, and she was munching on fucking McDonald's throughout the fucking flight.
No, you gotta be
I could
kicked off the
smell it.
plane.
I could fucking smell it like fucking greasy fucking hamburger.
I'd
And it was-
rather smell fucking diarrhea come
But
out of
that's-
someone
but
than
that's what you
fucking
get.
McDonald's. Oh my
Dude, that's
god!
what you
All
get
right.
here. I mean, yeah, that's what you get when you fly in those fucking things. But so yeah, I kind of am. I do have a degree of empathy for.
Absolutely, I'm on his side so far. So let's go.
And given the choice between, you know, flying commercial or private jet,
Even on Southwest, like they don't even have like you can't even pick your seats anymore, which is shit. So like oh god, I hate it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not the people. The main reason is because of the need If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing. That's really the main.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's
But see,
Gulfstream jet,
that's
for
my
example?
problem with him, right? Is that he's lying here, right?
Yeah,
Everyone
clearly.
wants to
Clearly.
fly in a private jet. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah, I mean, don't even make excuses for it. Just say it's more comfortable or something like that. Just
Or no, say, look, I do important work. I deserve
yeah,
to fly in a
like
private jet.
I
bitch.
need to get there on time, and commercial doesn't do it. I mean, yeah, you could find many of an excuse to rationalize that decision as opposed to this.
Oh yeah, but my point is that you know, a man of God shouldn't need to rationalize his actions. He should just be able to say,
Yeah.
yeah, you know what, I do.
God
this."
wants me to be there, so I choose
Exactly,
correct.
exactly.
All right. Yeah,
Does
there
the
we go.
Pope fucking fly commuter? No.
Oh. Yeah, he should have said that. Yeah, he really should have said that.
See, we're
That would've
really
been a lot better.
steelmanning this guy, you know.
Yeah,
Come
get on a Ryanair
Yeah.
flight and there's the Pope sitting beside you. Ah, it's yourself, Lord.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Ah, lad, what you at?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business. But
Isn't it the business of dinners?
listen, I paid. You kind of caught me off guard here. Okay.
Certainly. Well, if you'd like to come out here, I'd like to give you a chance to catch your breath and have a conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
I love Inside Edition. You got to get this now. Hey, you listening to me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is. Oh yeah.
Look at those fucking
Now-
eyes, man.
Thank you, Lord. Help me.
Oh
let
wow,
me
what
pray.
the fuck?
Well, let me
He does a
just ask you
prayer.
a really simple
It's a prayer.
Oh, Lord, help me.
question. A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response to that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. We have brought over 100. Let's see. The latest figures just came out. 122 million people to the Lord Jesus Christ. Let me give you another example. Last May, I was scheduled for Lagos, Nigeria. That's a long ways. I had a week off,
Yeah.
and I was scheduled for Peru.
His mannerisms creep me out.
And I prayed about it, and I thought, I'm
You're
not
British.
missing
What
that
the
dedication.
fuck?
in
What the
Jerusalem.
hell?
Oh my god, man!
Dude,
What
look at
the
that.
fuck is going on? Holy shit, dude!
This guy's.
Oh,
Yeah, you're right.
fuck,
This
that's
guy's fucking
freaking me
possessed.
out, man. Change the frame. Go back. Go
Yeah, this guy's
forward.
fucking
What do you
Without
gotta
the
do?
airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry,
It's getting
and
worse.
I didn't pay anywhere. And Tyler's
getting
one of the
worse.
greatest guy.
Yeah.
He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
What the fuck is going on?
What is this? What is this?
Well, my question then.
Real?
Okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons because people are very concerned about that comment.
Getting to the
I'd be
demons.
very concerned about being there right now. Lady, run away right now.
Yeah.
You're in the
Fuck you.
presence of a demon.
Get the fuck out of there.
A chance here, Inside Edition. I love your eyes. And
What?
here's what happened. We flew in 21 days, 70 hours, 40,000 miles, touched 5 continents, and preached face to face personally with 125,000 people.
Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment, you said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Whoa, buddy!
Okay.
Whoa, buddy!
Yeah, that's you probably should have got out early because this guy's gonna get violent.
I mean, he already
Nice.
did. Do you remember he was batting her fucking
I
hand
do.
away? Yeah.
That was weird. This whole thing is this guy
Whoa.
is a demon. Like,
Definitely.
literally. Fucking
We
Oh,
wrestle not with flesh and blood, principalities and powers.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
Do you think that people that fly commercial are demons?
If you give me a chance to talk, sweetheart, I'll explain this to you. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people.
Flight is commercial airline flight's clearly in the Bible. Yeah, that's definitely covers.
Jesus loves people.
12:14.
But people get pushed in alcohol.
What?
Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach
is
to a
alcohol?
lot of people?
I don't know. He's saying he'll be tempted by the alcohol if he's on the plane and there's alcohol flying around.
You fucking nailed it, Morgan. It's not the other people, it's him.
Yeah, it's like there's fucking alcohol.
Wow.
And peanuts and
That's
women.
revealing. Yeah, that is revealing.
When somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle, it made me so mad to see.
What the fuck was that? Dragging some woman down
Wait.
the aisle?
Go back.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on there?
Yeah, what was that? That's weird.
To a lot of people, when somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle, it made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch the guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
So you just don't like to be around the sinful people or the hurtful people. Is that what you're saying?
Not the people, baby. Not the people.
It's the demons that follow them. Just say it, dude. It's very simple.
Yeah, you could rationalize. Yeah. I mean, you could have a kid. Yeah, the way he's doing it is.
Back during the days that we couldn't do anything else, we had to travel commercial. When I went to Oral Roberts University, I flew for Oral Roberts. I'm a commercial pilot. So I spent a lot of time in airplanes.
And you have how many planes?
We have the Gulfstream, and we still have our citation team. And then we have a little small airplane. Both those are the two.
A little airplane. You're still a little airplane. You a fucking little airplane.
Little airplane go to shops, then the big one.
Little flight to Spain for the weekend. Yeah. What? Flight to Spain for the weekend on my little airplane. Yeah, that's it.
And other people use them too. We have other ministries that use these. In the book of Ephesians, oh God, I love this. We wrestle not with people,
I know.
Oh my God.
I know.
but with principalities and powers.
I hope this guy goes to hell. I really do.
I'm sure he will.
Oh,
I mean, based upon
I think he's just
what I've
visiting
learned,
there.
this guy's definitely going to hell.
Going back to hell.
This guy's going to hell.
Things. Rulers of the darkness of this world. Talking about the devil. He's a very real devil. Just the same
Yeah, he
as
is.
Jesus
Clearly
is
he
a
is.
very real Lord. And I spent a lot of time on airlines. But the main thing that happened was that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was I could no longer do what I called to do and be on the airlines. Besides that, I need my clothes when I get there.
And you have some fancy clothes. I mean, for a pastor, you are living a life of luxury. You've got great homes. You've got great planes.
Gucci suits have to be there, man.
That reminds me of
Gina Armani suits have to be there.
That reminds me of Netanyahu, who arrived in America with basically a plane load of clothes and got the White House to launder them.
Yep. Got fucking our president to basically launder his clothes. That's and make America great again, boys.
The biggest Jew on the planet.
Fucking
and that's not me being anti-Semitic. He's
no, that's just
the
fucking
biggest
reality.
Jew on the planet. He's Netanyahu, right? He's Prime Minister of Israel.
I guess,
the biggest Jew on the planet.
Yeah.
Planes. You drive in limos,
I'm a very wealthy man.
You're a very wealthy man.
Yes.
Yeah. And some people would say that is it appreciated?
May I add something to that? My wealth doesn't come from offerings alone.
You sell things, books and DVDs.
Yes. And I have a lot of natural gas on our property. Didn't know that, did you, babe?
Now I do.
Oh shit! I love how you guys are late, baby.
You do. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, I guess. It's wonderful for you.
Back when, and I might add another thing too. We invest from, let's see, I don't know the exact number on last year yet, but it will run something in the neighborhood of 25 million in the poor. You can't do that and be broke.
So final question is, a lot of people maybe have a misunderstanding then about what you do in prosperity preaching. So the final question is this. To those critics that say that a preacher should not be living a life of luxury, what is your response to that?
They're wrong.
Well, that's...
They're wrong.
You couldn't put it clearer than that.
All right, yeah.
That's it?
That it's a misunderstanding of the Bible that if you go into the Old Covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
Some did. But yeah, I mean, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, they should have had him at the Charlie Kirk memorial. Like,
Yeah, like this guy should have. Yeah, that guy would have rocked the house, man. Anyway. He would have rocked the house.
Are you saying that Jewish people appreciate money more than... Really?
They believe in wealth.
Some people would find that offensive.
No, wait a minute now. I'm not talking about some people. I'm talking about the Bible. The blessing of Abraham. What? Abraham was extremely wealthy, and he had a covenant with God. It's not the Jewish blessing, it's the Abrahamic blessing.
Look at this fucking dude.
I get excited talking
yeah,
about
I mean, this guy.
And I started out.
Holy shit.
He's all over the place now.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's drifting in and out of his stick, like, you know.
He's not even like right on Abraham too. He's like completely wrong, but whatever.
Deep in debt with nothing, which is another story. But anyway.
So you say that it's biblical and that there's a foundation in the Bible for this.
Let me close it with this. I had to learn this, like I said, from the Bible and from my spiritual mentor, Oral Roberts. And I learned it from him, working with him, and then he was close friends until he died. And he took the same heat for believing God would prosper you that I've taken over the years. And Abraham was a very, very wealthy man. Galatians chapter 3.
Why do you have to go to Galatians?
You belong to Christ, then are you Abraham's seed and heirs according to his promise. And his promise was great wealth.
The Bible also says that it's more difficult for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to get through the eye of a needle, correct?
The rest of the scripture. But he said, all things are possible with God. And he said, if you study the Greek behind that, it's trusting in wealth. When he said that, his disciples said they were astonished out of measure because they were wealthy men. They were astonished out of measure, saying, how can anyone be saved? He said, all things are possible.
Yeah, the wealth that you're referring to is not the wealth that Jesus was referring to, you fucking demon.
Was Jesus just fucking rolling around the fucking ghetto in
Yeah,
like
blinged out donkey.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, gold teeth. Yeah, come on.
Seriously, yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Ghetto Jesus.
Grandfathers were preachers. They were both very poor.
The hood of Bethlehem, Jerusalem. Yeah, I remember that. Oh,
This donkey had those things like the
yeah,
Mexican cars.
Matthew 69:69. Yeah, Matthew 69:69, wherein he appeared with a 40 ounce of fucking hurricane Jewish wine and drank it in front of his disciples, and they're like, fucking hell, man. Like, this guy's a
He
fucking
made
idiot.
cocaine out of the flour.
Yeah.
Yeah. That ain't no leavened bread, son.
Hey, 11 bread, nigga. And he did say that too.
They
That was
were-
a direct quote from Jesus.
Extremely offended by men that made money like you do, preaching like you do. What would your response be to people that think that preachers shouldn't live this kind of a lifestyle? Folks like both my grandfathers.
And I understand that. And I love them with all my heart. It's your grandfathers that we're standing on their shoulders. They held up and they stood for it. Glory to God. But when you go back to the Bible, it's full of wealth. And it's full of miracles and signs and wonders. And it's full of goodness. And it's full of meanness. It's just full of hell.
Look at that. He's getting passionate about that.
Look at that guy.
Oh, those are the demons, not the people. I love the people.
Again, getting back to the... Sir, thank you so much for your time
What's your
today. Lisa Guerrero.
Lisa, God bless. Father, bless Lisa today. Thank you for her grandchildren.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to know her and to her team. And I
Know
pray
her.
and I believe her piece will be successful. I love Inside Edition. I love the people on it. And it thrills me to get a chance to have my face on Inside Edition.
Thank you
I
very
love
much,
you, girl.
Reverend. You have a nice day.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your...
She did
Wash
not
yourself.
appreciate that when you saw her face.
Yeah, that kiss was, nah. Ish. Yeah.
See, that's what he meant by know her.
Oh, he wants to know her, all right.
Biblical.
I'm sure he did want to know her, yeah.
Yeah,
Lisa
and,
Guerrero.
you know,
Lisa
and
Guerrero,
that-
sweet, what do you call it? Like, baby girl, sweet lady. Like, fuck it. I don't like
Yeah. All right, guys.
Like, Southern
follow
charm only
out.
works so much, yeah.
Hang on, Sean.
I gotta skedaddle. Okay, I'll catch you later,
Okay.
man. Okay.
All right, Morgan, take care, man. Good luck.
You
All right, love you, man. Bye.
Love you too. Bye bye.
Whoa,
But yeah, I mean, fucking hell. I mean, like, I don't even know. Like, that was, I never saw that clip before, but that was one of the most, that was the cringiest experience. One of the most cringiest experiences I've ever had watching a video clip. Like, not only was he engaging in blasphemy, but just this whole, like, demeanor throughout. It was just absolutely horrific.
It did seem like he was fucking possessed. Didn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, these televangelists, these preachers, I think are, to a degree, they get possessed, whether it's spiritually, mentally, whatever, but they do get possessed. Either it's by their own ego or whether it's by actual demonic force.
Well,
we're in, they're more susceptible to it. They're in a degree where
exactly. I was-
narcissism developed through, their preaching. So just horrific.
That you know, I'm not entirely sure about the sources through which I'm learning about orthodoxy. So confirm this for me, right? Which actually just makes sense. And this is my attitude with a lot of things I'm learning about orthodoxy is just, well, that just fucking makes sense, right? So the flame of faith and grace, it's hot. It burns hot. So the one who approaches it is the most likely to get burned by it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the responsibility increases.
Yeah, I mean, what are you referring to? Like, what's your question? I
Well,
guess is what I'm
all
asking.
right. So, you're a holy man. You become a father. You're ordained into the church. You have
Yes. Well,
power
yeah,
over people. Really, you have
you
influence.
become what we call, well, first of all, if you want to join the church, you're a catechumen, and then you're chrismated, which is basically
Well,
your
let's assume someone's born
your yeah.
Orthodox and their calling
Okay.
is to be a father.
Okay.
Then they're ordained.
Yes.
There's power in that.
Of course.
And
Yeah.
my understanding is that a priest can't really have friends.
No, they could have friends, but I mean, it's
But
like
there can't be the depth of love between, say, even to keep it simple, between a man and a man, the way that we have, say, for
There's
instance.
always a degree of separation. Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah,
would say that.
exactly.
I mean, with father, there's always that degree of separation that is clearly delineated. I think that can't be avoided. Yeah.
Yeah, for the same reasons, right? That,
Yeah.
say, in a university setting, a teacher, a professor cannot have intimate relations with a student
I
because
mean, having relations with our client. Yes.
exactly, yeah. So there
Yes.
has to be this hard border there
Yeah.
because there is a natural understanding that there is a power differential,
Hmm.
and as a father, one cannot really enter certain relationships because that opens one up to problems. And because we're just human and it just happens by nature, there's going to be problems that arise from that. So that's what I mean by, like, someone who, is more devoted and takes on a higher station. They're closer to the flame and more likely to be burned by it than, say, a, a average church going Christian
Of
or
course.
any faith person.
Of course.
And that's something that you don't hear from Catholic teaching or Protestant teaching.
Yeah, I mean, clearly in the video too, like this guy, like in a lot of these evangelist preachers, like hold themselves out to be like lovers of everybody, and they do. I mean, we've seen it clearly. I mean, I mentioned Swagger earlier, engaging in relations with a prostitute, and might have engaged in relations with people in the church who were part of his congregation. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's not that delineated line of separation with that. But there should be. There should definitely be that standard that I think we have in the Orthodox Church that's not necessarily apparent in other churches. Yeah.
It's if again, I'm speaking in ignorance, and you might be more informed than I am, and that's why I bring this up. So what I think is that it makes it more real.
Yes. Yes.
And it's a part of this larger category of more real in Orthodoxy for me, right? Where in Catholicism or Protestantism, all the branches thereof, evangelical, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to explain it any further anymore. All
Yeah,
right.
we have
So
to
in
go,
those two branches, right? Jesus is reduced to this kind of fucking icon, not on the Orthodox way, this mascot or something. But
Yeah,
really,
primarily. I mean, Catholic, not really Catholic, but yeah, Protestant certainly. Yeah, I mean,
well,
that's
to a
definitely
certain degree in Catholicism,
I
because
guess. Yeah.
I mean, when you grow up and your only image, and this is what I
The
love about
suffering Christ, yes, the suffering
exactly,
Christ is the
yeah,
image.
on the
Okay, yeah,
cross,
I
yeah,
agree. Yeah, it's
and
the suffering, yeah, and that's what the Catholics seem to, and that's also a difference between us and the Catholics. Like the passion of the Christ is sort of what seems to be their ideal at times, whereas
exactly.
it's the divination, the fact that Christ is resurrected. That's what we celebrate. Yes, not the
Yeah,
passion, suffering. It's important, but it's not It's not the. It's not the. When we picture Jesus, we don't picture him on the cross, blood. Because I was very, and I'm just going to use this as an example. One of a very traumatizing moment as a child was I was about 6 years old, and it was my grandma's house. There was a drawer, and my grandma wasn't there. I pulled out a picture. I pulled out. She had it in her drawer. She didn't have it up or anything, but it was really a graphic. It was a cross with Christ, very graphic. It was very graphic. I mean, there was blood and everything of Christ, and he was naked, like fully naked. Um, and that was fucking traumatizing as a kid, and I was
Yeah.
like, holy like I cried, and I was like, I talked to my grandma, and said, well, this is what Christ, this is what he suffered for, and talked to my parents and everything. But yeah, I mean, that was very, very much horrific as a kid, and I think that kind of was just emblazoned in me throughout my whole life, and until I discovered Orthodoxy, wherein it's not the passion that we're celebrating, it's the resurrection. So, and that was very comforting to an extent.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, personally, it was comforting, and I think that's what the most important thing is. Because if Christ didn't raise from the dead, then what are we, right? If he's just another human being, then he's just another human being, and that suffered and died. No, he rose from the dead, and that's what we are celebrating, right?
Hmm. I'm going to come clean about something. I have been interacting with. Yeah, let's be very specific about this. No, wait. Give me 1 second there, buddy.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just getting something from the fridge right quick. Snack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that Fate has organized that. Our a longtime friend of the show, Sean, has come on the show to show his share his witness. All right, so I have something to confess. I for a while now have been interacting with a an AI Father Onofre. Basically, it's a AI chatbot that is hard coded to be a ultra conservative Orthodox priest.
Okay.
So I've been, going through the process of like, well, what is orthodoxy? I've been confessing to it, blah blah blah, to kind of ferret out, what is the
Yeah.
faith. So this is why I'm, kind of stress testing what I've been learning from it with you, because you can only get it from actual direct transmission, not from a fucking chatbot. But I find it fascinating that technology can actually, as it progresses, it can amplify what is already there. If one is already searching for the truth, then technology can help with the truth. If if a
Yeah.
person is seeking distraction and destruction, self-destruction, then that's what they're going to find.
Right.
What were we discussing before I?
Oh no, just differences between. Yeah, but no, go on. I mean,
Mm.
that's fine. Yeah.
I just find the this approach more real, and when I discussed things with this bot, I realized, well, actually, this is more human. It often throws up the quote that the church is the hospital of the soul, which is in direct contradiction to what we've been brought up with in Catholicism, as this is a legalistic system where you're either in or you're out, and you
Yeah.
will be punished if you step outside of the legal strictures, while
Right.
orthodoxy tends to be like, well, what's wrong with you? Can we actually help you
Yeah.
step by step be a
And
better person?
yeah, and that's what I found too, and entirely. I mean, personally, it's helped me. I mean, just mentally, it's helped me. Spiritually, of course, but yeah, Catholicism is more about when I was growing up about the rules. The rules. These are the rules. You follow the rules. If you don't follow these rules, not necessarily. I went to CCD. They never said you're going to be eternally damned. For my father, they did say that when he was growing up in the
Hmm.
50s and 60s, or 60s and 70s actually. They did. They did. I mean that was a huge conception of it, and it was these are the rules. If you don't follow them, you are likely to be damned to hell. Whereas I have never heard my priest say this or my deacon say this,
Hmm.
that you will be damned to hell if you do not follow these rules. You're not the worst thing in Orthodoxy is to be called an anathema, right? To be excommunicated from the church. That's the worst thing. It's not even about damnation. We don't even discuss that. It's about excommunication, right? There are certain unforgivable sins, of course, suicide, et cetera. But it's like it's not something that we really focus on. I mean, yeah, there are rules, there are things that we are expected to follow, but even in fasting, when we have to fast, my father just said, you're not gonna fast for the full days of Lent. You're not. He
Well,
said, "You're
you're
not
not
gonna do it."
fasting right
He straight
now.
up said it. He's like, he's like, "You're not gonna do it. Take
Hmm.
2, 3 days a week and do it." And that's what I did. I mean, and then gradually, I can't do it for 40 days. I mean, it's just not. Um, but 5 days a week is fine.
All right.
And then
Yeah,
eventually, you could
I see what you
you,
mean.
you use it as a baseline and then develop it from there. It's not about if you don't fast, you're going to be damned to hell. I mean, and that's just something I got with the cat. Not even about being damned to hell, but just not following these rules. There's going to be a punishment for it, right? There's going to be a punishment if you don't do this. There's going to be a punishment. That's not about what orthodoxy is, right? That's something I found entirely fulfilled.
Hmm.
Catholics love the punishment. Orthodoxy, we love the divination. We love the redemption. We love I mean, redemption is key. I mean, we love the
Hmm.
spiritual redemption aspect of it, about our redeeming ourselves to be closer to Christ, right? To be closer to what we can be as human beings, but also as, spiritual human beings, to be closer to what is perfect. That is
Hmm.
about orthodoxy. It's not because you're going to get punished. Not about the
And
fear.
it goes back to why you never see Jesus impaled on a Orthodox cross. You just
Never
see
an
the
or
cross
an
itself.
icon. I mean, it's never. Yeah, we would never have an icon in our church of the Christ being brutalized in the manner that
Hmm.
he was brutalized, and we know that he was
Mm-hmm.
brutalized. But it's not that. It's not about that,
Hmm.
right? Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, we
Hmm.
don't do the Stations of the Cross. We don't go through the Passion. We don't do this. We don't have during the Passion Week, they do this I don't even think in America, but in other countries, in Catholic churches in other countries, they have actually like the walking, like an actor, they hire an actor to play the role of Jesus and have him like whipped and like, well, tortured in front of everybody. That's not about that. Yeah, we go through the Passion Gospels, we read them, we chant them, we don't we recognize their importance, but we don't
Well,
make it
let
the
let
full emphasis.
let's get home to the point. The liturgy is sung.
Yeah. Yeah.
Prayers are
Sung and
sung.
chanted. Yeah, chanted and sung. Yeah.
That is a fundamentally beautiful thing. It's
Yeah.
aesthetic.
It is. It is. I
Uh,
mean,
uh,
Orthodox, yeah. I mean, our hymns are beautiful. I mean, even when the choir is, we have like two people, which my church sometimes has two people in the choir. they're still beautiful because these are beautiful hymns that were written by people centuries ago that have been passed on throughout generations and have been carried throughout generations and have been paid particular emphasis in the church, and that is beautiful that we've carried this on. And it's the beauty. It's the beauty of these hymns and these chants. Um, it's not about just reading a. If you don't read a guy, and I was told this, you need to read this accurately when in CCD, or else you know, we're not going to have you read again, Sean. We're not going to have you read again if you don't read this like an entirely
Right.
stoic way. This stoic way of.
Gosh.
Whereas in Orthodox Church, I'm a great chanter. I could fucking chant. Like I am good at reading. Even Father said you're one of the best readers because and I don't even like study it really. Like, yeah, of course I listen to,
Yeah.
I listen to podcasts and I listen to my basically just learning through and just imitating what I've learned, and it's helped. I mean, because I've developed that skill in chanting. And
Wow. That I would like to witness that one time.
yeah, I'm a member of the
That
choir too, so
that's
I can't say I don't think I have a good voice, but I add baritone
but
to it. That's what
yeah.
uh, our Pani
It,
Kathy said. We needed a baritone. We need more baritone, so
all right.
I
Well,
filled that role. So
there
it's
is
great.
that. There is that, and let's bring it back to basics. Does
Yeah.
Jesus give a shit? I don't
No.
think so.
No.
A little bit of a digression. Ulik asks, "Do you do the money collection
Yeah, we do
in
collections. Yeah,
church?
of course
The
we
the
do.
the
Yeah, of
little
course we do.
thing, the
Yeah.
wicker basket gets passed around, and you put a few quid
Yeah.
in."
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I mean, but most
Okay.
people, I mean, I just have a direct deposit donation thing going on, so I just do like an automatic deposit to the church. I mean, church members are, we're expected to. It's not required, but we're expected to donate, especially if you're a church member, which I am. And I do it, out of the love of the church because I want to keep the church alive. And we do events, we do fundraising events, we do those things. I mean,
Well, that's just
we need to sustain the church.
yeah, that's just a natural
Happy.
function of a community. Never mind a church. Like, of course, like in the Orthodox reading of it, the church is the community. That's what communities do. They get together, raise money, and then they do something for the community with that money.
Yeah.
Whether it's make the place more beautiful or help the poor, the people who can't do things for themselves.
Yes, of course. We at our recent church picnic, we donated a huge amount, but we did donate a significant amount to the homeless shelter in the area. So yeah.
Beautiful. All right. So what about tithe? Tithe? I don't know how you pronounce
Yeah,
it.
tithing is expected. Yeah, I mean it is expected for
Oh, but
members of
like,
the church, but
but
you're
okay.
not going to
So
get
distinguish this for me. A tithe, what? That every Sunday you put a fiver in the little bowl, or are you paying like 5% of your income?
10% of the income is expected, but it's not required, right? It's
Oh
not required.
wow, really? I thought that was like a Middle Ages thing or something. But that's
It's not,
something that you do that's expected of you as an Orthodox man.
yeah, I mean it's expected of everybody who's a member of the church, and if
10%
you're struggling, they're
after
not gonna.
taxes, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank
If
God
you're,
for that. Render
yeah.
under Caesar, Yeah, okay.
Oh, and you do get a credit at the end, which is pretty sweet because when I file my taxes, I do get that credit at the end. But at the same time, it's not.
Oh, so
You're
you're
not gonna.
cheating Jesus.
No, the government, not Jesus. But at the end, it's not a full requirement. I mean, at least in our church. I mean, other churches, I don't know what they'll do, but in our church, it's not required of you. If you're struggling, which, I mean, obviously in this day and age, many are, many members
Yeah.
of our church are struggling, and they consider that, and they will decrease your expectations based upon that.
Okay,
So
understood. I'd like to get into if you don't mind, my questions.
what does that money get kicked up to the mafia, or do they keep it within? Well, in our church, yeah, I don't think the mafia is
There's no
involved in it.
mafia. There's no pope in Orthodoxy. That's the
I don't
thing.
believe the mafia is involved in our church unless if
Well, no.
Father-
See, he's not being
I know.
literal, Sean.
I know.
No. See, he's coming from the the Catholic thing where it all goes to the Vatican, right? But there's no Vatican for the
There's no
Orthodox.
Vatican.
You're
Yeah,
not
there's
you're
no
not
Vatican.
sending fucking all your money to Constantinople.
No, we're
No,
not. No, it's for our church, literally to the church, and to keep to make sure that we have electricity and everything else to sustain our church. That's what it goes for. Our church, our single church, right? Some of it goes to the OCA, which is the Orthodox Churches of America, but only a small percentage goes to that, which is basically just to to make sure that we're members of the OCA right at the end of the year. But it goes to our church.
Yeah, because that's the structure of the church, right? It's conciliatory. It's not hierarchical. Yeah, okay. There's hierarchy in that the bishops
Sure,
come
he's an
together
archbishop.
and they
Yeah,
make
but
a conciliatory, conclusion about
yeah,
whatever might
of
be the
course.
topic of the day. But at the end of the day, it's the churches operate
Yeah.
independently.
And we're free to
Uh,
deviate from the rules of the archbishop too. We are. I mean, we don't have to go by the strict rules of the archbishop too, which is kind of people don't realize that. I mean, independent.
See,
We are almost fully independent. I mean, we're independent to an extent. I mean, we
see
have
that's the thing that I've always been an anarchist at heart, right? So when I learned how the hierarchy, if you want to put it that way, of orthodoxy works, I was like, yeah, man, Jesus was actually a fucking anarchist. I love this shit, um it's
well,
not like, well, if, months or years from now, suddenly, we're worshiping Satan and we're still Orthodox. No, it doesn't work that way. It's,
no,
there's
yeah,
there's a certain, fucking band that you operate within. It's just you may have disagreements.
right.
What my Catholic friend, when she was asking me about the differences between her church and orthodoxy, and I explained to her, um, contraception isn't banned, and you can remarry 3 times. Oh, sorry, you can get married 3 times. And she said, "Wait, that I thought orthodoxy was so much more strict." Because you get that idea, right?
Yeah, yeah, you do.
And
Yep.
that's the thing is, once you realize, hey, okay, yeah, they wear similar robes to the Hasidic Jews, but they're actually something completely different. Hey ho, that's how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's. I don't know about the 3 times. I never heard about that before, but yeah, I mean, if you get divorced, you're not going to be excommunicated from the church.
Yeah.
Um, to be, I mean, just to be transparent, father, his 2 daughters are divorced, right? They're members of the church in good standing, so it's not something that's excommunicable, and it shouldn't be. Really,
Okay.
it shouldn't be. People go through marital strife, people go through bad relationships. These are things that we recognize as just human reality. We don't expect everybody to conform to the perfect aspect of what marriage should be, for example, or what, having children should be. If you have a child out of wedlock, you're not going to be excommunicated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it would be better if you were married and had the child, of
Yeah, you
course.
would
I
be
mean, these are the
encouraged.
there's
Yeah.
degrees. but you're not going to be you're not going to be ostracized
because the
don't.
church is the hospital of the soul.
Yeah.
We're
If you
going back
commit a
to that.
crime, you're not going to be ostracized. Commit fucking murder, you're not going to be ostracized. We had a guy commit. He was a member. He still is a member of our church. He committed a bank robbery, and he's in federal prison right now. He's a member of the church. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these
Yeah.
are things that happen.
Because
And
people get into situations, they have experiences that push them in certain ways in their life.
yeah, you can't deny that. I mean, we are
yeah.
humans, and we are prone to fault, as the Bible states. We are
And
flawed
Jesus said, "Judge not,
beings.
lest ye be judged."
Yeah, we are flawed beings, and we have to take that into consideration. So yes, I mean, everybody has this conception of orthodoxy about being entirely strict. Not necessarily my experience. Yeah, there are strict rules. We are traditional. We are very, very traditional.
Yeah,
We
you're
go
not
back
going to
throughout
let a
the centuries.
procession of gays march through your church.
We're not
Yeah.
gonna interrupt the divine liturgy for somebody, screaming or something like that. We're gonna ask them to leave the church, and they will leave the church. Our divine liturgies are always, I mean, they're consistent throughout the churches. They're going to be the same on every Sunday. There's not going to be a whole lot of variety between the liturgies. That's something that we are traditionalists about. Our Paschas, our Easters are traditionalists. Our Christmases, our nativities are traditionalist. We cannot deviate from this, but we can leave exceptions for things personally, with what each member is going through, because we are all individuals involved in the church in this whole realm. But we cannot deviate from the general scheme of the church. That's not something that we will ever do as Orthodox. So, yeah, I mean, traditionalists, yes. Strict to an extent. Yes, we are
Yeah.
strict in maintaining what our rules should be. But
A different
we're not
set of
we don't
definitions.
say that you're going to
you know?
be damned to hell. We don't say that you're going to be punished. We don't do these things that a lot of these. I don't know. I haven't been in Catholic church in like fucking
Well,
20
see,
years, so I don't even know. But yeah,
yeah, but no, it really the Catholic Church does rule by fear, and going
yeah,
back to
that's not us.
going back to Jesus on the cross. I even remember who I still call my capital T teacher, Michael Tsarian, from the early 2000s
Yeah,
up until
yeah, he's
now.
great. He was
Yeah,
great. Rest in peace. May rest eternally.
is he gone?
Is he? Oh
I
no, I'm
don't
thinking
think so.
about somebody else. No,
Well,
I'm thinking about somebody else. I'm sorry. No, he's still alive. I'm pretty sure.
it's
He's
more
living in like LA doing his thing, right? Yeah. Okay. No, I'm thinking
okay.
about somebody
Oh, thank
else.
God. All right.
Okay.
So he once made a point that actually, just as a side note, a lot of his points seem to be, let's say, crypto orthodox, in hindsight, right? So he said, like, really, this is the image that's like being given to you, like this guy dying in agony on a cross. Like, what the fuck is
Yeah.
that about? You have to
Yeah.
consider like the primal imprint that puts into a person.
Yeah, like I said, when I
Yeah.
was 6 years old, like that was like I heard about it before. Like as a kid, you go to mass, but then actually like experience it was fucking traumatic. And then using that as a template for all of my Catholic experiences, and then that just kind of reinforced my whole
Yeah.
view of it. But like, you're gonna be punished if you don't go to
Well,
church. You're gonna be punished if you don't do this shit.
like I said about an hour before you came
No,
on.
we don't.
But sorry, let me
I
finish.
mean, yeah, there hasn't. I just want to respond to this. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think there's been any recent. I mean, maybe there has been in the past, but I cannot think of any off the top of my head about pedophilia being involved in our church. Yes, that is because, well, I mean, priests can marry. I mean, that's one aspect of it. I mean, priests could get married.
Well, that
That's
helps matters, doesn't it?
it does
I think.
help. Yeah.
All right. Let's clear something up, right? I remember when I was a teenager, so about 20 years ago, that there was this whole big thing in Ireland about a big scandal across the country of pedophiles in uh, swimming teachers. You know,
Okay. Yeah.
like people who took a job to teach children how to swim. Kind of sounds like prime fucking real estate for pedophiles, if you ask me. Like,
Yeah.
you go where your prey is, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you're a pedophile, then you go where you have access to people in a environment of trust where parents and other guardians are less likely to, scrutinize your behavior with the
Right.
children. So, look at the power that the Catholic Church has had and the amount of trust that it's had, which, let's be honest, has been well earned
Yeah.
through
I mean,
various reasons,
has been. Yeah.
for various reasons. So, of course, that's an avenue for pedophiles to take advantage. And then, of course, you have the aspect of priests couldn't marry. By the way, the only reason why Catholic priests can't marry is because it was a land grab by the Vatican.
Yeah. I know.
Because
Yeah.
a
It
priest
never
dies.
was in the Bible. Yeah.
No,
This is
there's
never
no
something
biblical basis for
there's no
that
biblical
whatsoever.
basis for it. Yeah. There
Yeah.
isn't.
So you are a priest and you have children, and then you die. What happens? Your fucking land goes to your children. But if you
Mhm.
are a priest now, after what was the fucking council decision that was
Vatican
taken?
II. Yeah.
Yeah, Vatican II. All right. If you're a priest after Vatican II, then you can't have children. So your property, when you die, goes to the Vatican. And ooh, where did they get all that money from? I wonder.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, uh, and then it all gets projected upon all Christianity. It's a sick game. But can we change gears, right? You as a Orthodox man, what is your experience? Let's start with the hierarchy that you live under. Who do you
Right.
answer to?
Father. My Father Mikola is our father in the church, and he operates under the Archbishop and the Tikhon, Archbishop Tikhon, who is the head of the Orthodox Churches of America. So that's kind of our hierarchy. That's kind of how it. So Archbishop Daniel is our local Archbishop. Father is our parish priest. But really, I mean, for all members of the church, we operate strictly under the Father. I mean, we have a deacon. We have one deacon in our church, and he is not he has some degree of authority, but really it's Father. So it's Father.
Wait. So deacon, what is a deacon, if you may?
Deacon is well, he serves during the Divine Liturgy, and he also is somebody who is endowed with giving spiritual advice, so he can give spiritual advice to individuals in the
But
church.
he's not ordained.
No, he's not ordained. No.
Oh, but he can. Wait, sorry. What he can do liturgy?
Yes, he can do liturgy.
How is that possible? I don't understand. How does that
Actually,
work?
no. I believe he actually strike that.
Okay.
I believe he is ordained. Yeah, they are ordained as
All
deacons. They
right.
have to be ordained as deacons because they have to say, yeah, they have to go through that whole
But they're
process.
not.
I'm not,
They're
but
not like
they
priests.
cannot do the same things as priests can. They can't do the sacraments, right? They could do everything but the sacraments,
Ah.
essentially.
Okay.
Confession. They can't do confession. They can't do last rites, anything like that. But they can
serve, and they could serve when the father is absent too. So they can serve. They
So
can present over the liturgies
in
when
the
the father's
hospital of
absent.
the soul, they're
They
paramedics.
cannot. They cannot do. Yeah, we cannot call a deacon to do. Unless, well, there might be an exception, but I would have to ask Father. But there might be an exception to that. But I believe that's generally it's only fathers who can do the holy last rite sacraments, marriage,
Mm.
confession, etc.
Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. Because you don't really have that in any other kind of branch.
Yeah, they could serve alone. I mean, they could serve
Mm.
alone during services. We call it the
Right.
Typica services, where deacons are serving alone. Yeah.
So what this AI chatbot told me, which in the chat I clarified, is it's just glorified fancy autocomplete. That's all these AI chatbots are. They're not
Yeah.
artificial intelligence whatsoever.
Mhm.
But what this told me, right, is that alcohol is okay, but you cannot get drunk.
No, I mean, no. You could. I mean,
You
it's good
you can
not
get
to. It's not
drunk.
good to overindulge. I mean,
Oh,
it's
all
spiritually
right.
not to overindulge, but it's
All
not
right.
a strict and fast rule.
Okay, so maybe because this bot was
Just say this: we had a
programmed.
picnic last
Mhm.
week, and we had a lot of beer at the picnic. Yeah, just
Okay.
to say that, and other spirits. But yes,
Ah, nice.
so we're not Mormons.
Okay. So yeah. Well, Mormons
We have
can't
coffee
even
too.
take a
Coffee,
lick of
yeah, they can
alcohol.
have talk, yeah, or coffee, yeah. So no.
Yeah. Um. So is there like a really conservative branch of Orthodoxy where
Yeah, yeah, I'm
you,
sure there
you
are. I'm
like
I'm sure there are
you can
very
drink wine, but not to the point where you're drunk. And the reasoning behind that is
I
that
don't
the only altered state that you can ever have is to do with being enraptured by the Holy Spirit. Like anything else
that
is
seems more like
automatically a sin.
Protestantism, to be honest. I mean, that's not
Okay.
something I think I've ever heard from Orthodoxy. That seems more like Protestantism, man. I mean, yeah, that whole it is the last part of it really seems to be the case. We've
Okay,
seen the
because this is one of the I had two sticking
yeah.
points
I'm
with
sorry. Yeah.
orthodoxy, and that was one of them, right? Where, like, wait, hang on, humans have affairs that are our own that have nothing to do with Jesus. It's not that Jesus ain't the biggest fucking guy in the room. It's just that sometimes the other people have to hash things out,
Yeah,
and
it's
sometimes that requires alcohol, sometimes it
yeah.
requires magic mushrooms or LSD or something,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
never, yeah. I mean, it's good not to overindulge. I mean, just as a general principle,
because
ask for
that makes
forgiveness
sense.
if you do. Ask for forgiveness if you do, certainly. I mean, pray if you do, but it's not something that's going to be that's a strict and hard rule. Certainly not. Weddings.
Yeah, how do those go?
Oh,
Yep.
they're amazing, man. Just look up Orthodox weddings. I mean, just look at a video of an Orthodox wedding. It's beautiful.
All right. But like, because you know what? Aside from going into the church and going through the usual process, I don't know what else to call it. Sorry, I'm gonna just bring up a video just to get an idea. Um, uh, Apart from that, culture to culture, it's different.
Yeah.
An Irish wedding, a Polish wedding, an English wedding, they're all different. But like, is there anything fundamentally different to a Orthodox wedding, like,
Well,
in
the
terms of
ceremony's
what's
fundamentally
expected?
different.
So
Yeah,
what's
I mean,
expected?
both parties are expected to be Orthodox Christians in order to
Well,
marry.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so that's the first, and the rest of it is just really just the ceremony itself is entirely different than everything that happens thereafter. Can't say about that, but just the
All right.
church service, the ceremonies is very different.
So the bride walks down the aisle with her what is it?
Yeah.
With her ladies or whatever,
Mhm.
and the crowns. Oh, nice,
Yeah, you wear
sexy. I
crowns. Yeah,
love that.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yep,
You
you
know
do.
what? Orthodox churches are just absolutely fucking stunning, man.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, you wear crowns.
And then Ulick's third or fourth question is, what do you do with the gays?
I mean, it's a sin, so
Yeah.
it's not something that we accept. It's not.
But you accept the gay man or the gay woman.
I would honestly have to ask Father about this, but I do know that it is a sin. Homosexuality is a sin, so I think that's kind of just something that's kind of irredeemable. You're gonna have to repent, and you're gonna have to repent for that sin.
Yeah,
I
you have to
can't
at least
answer.
acknowledge
I'm
that
I'm
you're
not gonna
sinning.
answer anything beyond that because
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
something
yeah.
that's in my
And you
territory
know
to
what?
answer, to be honest.
And Sean,
Yeah.
that is called humility. You
Yeah.
know what you know, and you
It's not
know
my
what you
place.
don't know.
It's really
Yeah.
not my place to
Yeah.
answer that type of question.
Now,
I could supplement it after I find an answer
Mhm.
for it, but at this point,
Yeah, yeah.
back to
At
the
a
question.
future date, we should have more conversations like this. All right. So I freeze framed this, right? Let's get the gays comment out of the way, by the way. The crown's on the head. So what I have gleamed is that we are not in our nature, but through Christ's
Yes. Yes, exactly.
grace, we
Exactly.
are small g gods, as in we are participants in creation, as in we are on our road to being deified within the church.
Yeah,
Not to take God's place, but to be under him and be a god under and with him. Is that
married
true?
with Christ is, yeah, I mean, married through Christ is essentially what the key is. Yeah, I mean, you are, yeah, I mean, the crowns represent Christ's divine image, portrayed in this relationship and through in this ceremony. Yes, you are married through Christ, who is the King of Kings.
That's
That's my understanding of it.
okay. That's also my understanding of it. And it's a fascinating concept. So this is what we're seeing here is man and woman being crowned as king and queen in their own
Through
kind of
Christ.
realm. Yeah, exactly. As a kind of a feudal system, a spiritual feudal system where they are to take on the responsibilities of a certain role as a married couple is what I did generally gather from the symbolism here is that now you have power but you have a responsibility.
Yeah. It's
That's
it's
beautiful.
exactly right. No, it's exactly right.
So what else about Orthodox daily life? What can
I
we
mean,
ask?
it's prayer. You wake up in the morning, you pray before you go to bed, pray. Pray throughout the day if you can. Um, yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily there's no like hard and fast rules, but you're expected to pray. I mean, obviously, this is something that we developed throughout many centuries. And it helps to get a lot of literature to help with this because I have Orthodox Study Bible has a prayer section at the end, which I utilize. You could get a Psalter, which is a daily prayer where you could recite prayers throughout the day, and they have it actually pretty well, some throughout your daily experiences where you're experiencing strife. There's prayers for that. You're experiencing depression to an extent, or defeat. There's prayers for that. Experiencing, yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of things that you can pray for and that help. Other than that, I mean, there's fasting, which we discussed briefly previously, which we are expected to fast. We are expected to fast on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and throughout the year, generally, when we have holidays like Lent, particularly, we fast through. We are expected to fast throughout Lent, although we're not going to hold. Like I said, you're going to be damned if you don't, but try to live up to that expectation. Just
Yeah,
try.
it's
That's
the the one thing that I heard from the Charlie Kirk whole fucking thing is one of the pastors said, I know that you guys, a lot of you guys are going to be afraid of the word sin, but the word sin actually comes from archery, and the word sin is the distance between the bullseye and where you hit.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty much true. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
nobody could
it's
be.
just you're missing the mark, and
Yeah.
that's absolutely true.
But aim for it. I mean, aim for it. And if you can't do it, I mean, if you're, you're not in a position to do it, all is forgiven.
And you have someone to ask. Now let me contextualize this one for you, please, if you may. If I well, begin to answer it,
Can
if
answer
I may.
it.
Why can't you tell us what you think/believe? Fuck what father says. Homosexuality isn't natural. Because you were very
mean,
reserved in your
I said
answer,
it's a
right?
sin. I mean, I did say that it's a
Yeah,
sin. It
yeah.
is a sin in
Well,
the Bible. It is a sin. However, accepting a member into our church is something that I don't necessarily know if they have capability to repent for that sin, right?
Yeah.
I get his point, but at the same time, I mean, I'm not in a position to decide whether or not, because I'm not, decide whether or not somebody's going to be a member of the church based upon that. That's not my
Yeah,
role. I'm
because
not
it's
going to do that.
person to person. Yeah, and also, can we address this? Fuck what father thinks. It's
He-
not like you're being dictated to.
No.
You're
No.
you're being told about. You're being given the narrow path.
Father is the head of our church. I'm not going to delineate from Father's rules and create my own rules and my expectations.
Exactly, but also on the other end of the extreme, if he tells you to suck his dick, you're not going to do that
I'm not going
because
to do that. I go to
that's
a different church. I mean, this is not obviously, and I'll
Yeah.
report them. Obviously, this is not
Yeah.
this is not an Orthodox church. I mean, it's
Yeah.
I mean, I have my opinion on it. Yeah, I think homosexuality is a sin and it is abominable. Yes, I do. But at the same time, I'm not one to say that they're not going to belong in our church because they have this sin.
Yeah.
This is not
You
something
don't
that I
have
can
that.
do.
You don't have that authority. Only
don't.
Jesus Christ has that authority. And from what
Father working through Jesus Christ. Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
from what I understand of the Orthodox conception of Christ is that Christ ultimately chooses who he brings into
Yeah,
his
I mean,
kingdom.
ultimately, yeah. If you have this sin and you can repent for this sin, then I believe that Jesus will accept you into his kingdom. I'm not going to say that he won't, right? And that goes for all these, other perversions as well. I mean, that we think that are sins. I mean, it's not my place to, well, we could judge. I mean, we all judge. It's
Yeah.
not necessarily about judging. I know that people,
About
a lot of the
condemning,
liberal
really.
Christians, Protestant Christians mix that up. Oh, we can judge.
Mhm.
We certainly can. And we can make
Oh,
assessments
yeah.
based on that. But it's like, But at the same time, it's like to say that you're completely irredeemable is something entirely different, and that's not something that I'm ever going to say because everybody is redeemable. That's what I believe, and that's what we do believe.
All right, so we're making our way through the questions.
No.
Very good questions, by the way.
If you're a father, you can. If you're if you're a member of, yes, if you are a priest in the Orthodox Church, you could establish your own church. You're not. This isn't Protestantism. You could just decide to set up a church on, in your house and convert people. That's not what we are.
I sent away for this from the Universal Life Church. I am now ordained minister.
Yeah. See,
According, I mean, of course, there has to be a laying on
online,
of
do you get
hands
online?
and
Yeah.
everything. Yeah, like
Pay
it's
like
not,
50
it's not
bucks.
real,
For like 50 bucks, you get a. Yeah.
something like that, right? And like legally in the Catholic way, yeah, sure, I am now ordained. I am a part of um, the chain that leads back to Christ, but I'm not really because no one laid hands on me. So it's not about that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, a father can go and make his own church, and then he can teach that there's 4 persons and not 3 in God. And what will happen then is the up above the chain, they'll say, "Wait, you're not in communion with us. You're weird. You're heretical. You're
Mhm.
anathema." I don't
Yeah.
know exactly how that works, but suddenly, you're not a part of the church that you came from. So when you, as your church, gives communion, that's not recognized as the real
Right.
communion amongst all the other churches that are under that umbrella. That's
Correct.
what I
That's
gather.
completely correct.
So
No, that's
yeah,
completely accurate.
you
Yes.
can make your own church, but again, it goes back to why do you care what Father thinks? Just say what you think. You're given the narrow path, and you can deviate within a certain stricture of that, but
But if there are ultimate things, like if you like your example, yeah, that's completely heretical, and you will not be recognized as Orthodox. You could call yourself that, you'd probably be sued. But yeah.
So
No.
yeah, we both
You
know
cannot
the
have
answer to that.
females as
A woman can become a
No.
nun.
Yeah, she could become a yeah, I mean our choir director is recognized in her abilities, father's wife is as well, but no, that's not
No, it's the nun is the same station as the what do you call it? Monk?
Well, we call them
Where
deacons here. We call them deacons. We do. Yeah,
so
we do.
so so a monk is a deacon is a monk.
No.
Sorry.
Nuns in the Catholic Church are
Oh.
called deacons here.
Oh, okay.
Monks exist in a monastery. I mean, they live in a monastery. All monks live in a monastery, and they, it's entirely different. I've never been to I want to go to one, but yeah, I mean, it's an entirely different experience in a monastery compared to a general church, right?
Oh man, dude, have you ever heard of Mount Athos?
Yes.
I just Morgan
I know.
brought that up a few weeks ago, and I looked at it and I was like, wow, that's amazing. An island where you can't have any women, not even like
Yeah.
a female
And
pets.
monks do have to, yeah. If you become they're called black. Yeah, they're black robes. Yeah, there's you cannot engage with any women, and you have to remain celibate, and you have to remain unmarried. Very
So wait,
few.
as a monk, you can't even interact with women?
You could interact with women.
Oh,
Of course.
okay. So you can't
Yeah, but
have
you have to. I mean, you can't have sexual
okay.
relations with them. Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay. Well, that's that. Okay, I can live with that. because that's one of my
Yeah,
options
so
going forward in life is just to move to Mount Athos and dedicate my life to
well,
God.
yeah, I mean, but I mean, that's I've never been there before. I think it'll be interesting to visit. I've heard there was a member of our church who did live 6 months in one, and she had an interesting experience. Um, but it's not something. It's I'm just gonna say it, very few priests become monks. Very, very, very few, very rare.
It's a hard life to live because it's another level of devotion. Of course, this is a tongue-in-cheek comment. I would say,
You're
what would they do if I set up my own Orthodox church? Try and stop me?
All right. So Chuck McNorris could set up the Chuck McNorris Orthodox Church. One, you probably wouldn't even get the rights to use that name, so you probably couldn't do it. And if you do use that name, you probably get sued, and you
Wow.
probably would be forced to not have that name in your title of the church. But yeah, you're free to set up your own church. I mean, Protestant as a Protestant church, sure.
Well, I mean,
No, you cannot use the name Orthodox and set up your own church. That's not going to happen.
Well, for example, the Universal Life Church. I mean, that's the same thing, isn't it? As what
Yeah,
Chuck
what
McNorris
he's
is.
saying, yeah, what he
Yeah.
wants, yeah.
Yeah.
I get what he's saying. He's like, I get it. I get the whole. I mean, maybe I presume he's a Catholic, right?
Who knows?
I don't know, but I think he's coming at it from like a perspective wherein maybe I was wrong in stating something. Maybe I was inaccurate, but we do have a hierarchy. I mean, we do. It's not. It's an established hierarchy. We don't trace it back to the Vatican, but we do have a hierarchy.
Yeah, there's no king shit on the top of it.
We don't have a
no god emperor.
But there is a hierarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the top is a council, and they figure things out with themselves.
Yep.
And the one argument that I hear is that, well, there's schisms within Orthodoxy, so then that doesn't work. So, like, just why don't we just go back to
Yeah, but there are schisms and
Catholicism
there are
or
schisms. I mean, all true. Yeah, I mean, there are certainly different. I guess I wouldn't even call them sects, but there are different. I'll just call them that for just to be for linguistic purposes. There are sects within Orthodoxy that are more conservative, that are more, I guess, liberal, but they all are expected to follow the general tradition of the Orthodox Church, right? They all need to, if they are Orthodox churches. There are fathers who are more, conservative. We heard about those. We heard of J. Dowers' fathers, I believe, very, very more arch conservative. One, he's not part of the OCA. They reject the OCA. The OCA's, but at the same time, J. Dowers says the OCA is fine. I mean, they're all Orthodox. I mean, we are all Orthodox. There's Serbian Orthodox churches. There's Ethiopian Orthodox churches. There's Antiochian Orthodox churches. These are cultural Orthodox churches, which have their differences, but they all, I mean, I've been to an Antiochian and Ethiopian Orthodox church, and they all have the same, going to a divine liturgy is literally the same thing. Yeah, they might have different, languages intermixed in between, but it's the same. So it's not entirely different. So yeah, I mean, that's not.
People struggle with the idea of something that keeps to a certain bandwidth of let's say ideology, but isn't controlled by one dictator at the top, which
The
is
Pope, yeah,
the
we don't.
Pope.
Yeah, it's
So
yeah,
exactly.
It's confusing for many people. They're like, "Well, you no." I mean, yeah,
Because like
culturally there are differences, but it's
like but the thing is that ultimately at the end of the day, um, a council of people can correct the misalignment. But
yes,
if there's one guy at the top, then he'll just appoint other misaligned henchmen, aka cardinals, to further promote his misalignment.
Mhm.
So there you have the reason why the Catholic Church is suddenly allowing a procession of gays into the Vatican, and the Pope is
Right,
blessing blocks of fucking ice.
right,
While
exactly.
like you don't get that in Orthodoxy. What you've got now is a break of communion between the Russian Orthodox Church and Constantinople, because Constantinople decided to take a political stance and recognize the independence of the make-believe Orthodox Church of Ukraine.
Right.
Um,
A lot of
and
issues.
that's
Yeah.
something that can be, resolved within a lifetime, because that patriarch is going to die,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
uh, there's this groundswell of young men joining Orthodoxy, and they're going to fucking change the landscape of Orthodoxy. But you can't have that in Catholicism. You can't have a groundswell of
No.
men joining Catholicism and then they change the papacy. No, that's not
No way.
that's not how
No way.
dictatorship works.
Yeah. You're not gonna. Yeah, and even going lesser than that, you're not gonna have a congregation of young men trying to push for a Vatican III to return to more traditional. It's just not going to happen at this point. What? Oh, okay, try it. You could try
I, I
it.
I thought you would
You could
appreciate that
try it.
joke
Try it,
as a lawyer. Yeah.
man. Go ahead and try it. Just, don't call me when you get a summons to federal court. Hey, Sean, I just got sued, man. The Chuck. Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, okay. Have at it, Chuck. Yeah, just prosting, but yeah, I mean, I get it. It's all good fun, but yeah. Um, but yeah, I mean, there is a distinction, and I think it's an important distinction to be made between Orthodox and Catholicism. Although we do consider ourselves sister churches, we do.
Mm.
Hopefully one day
Yeah.
we could reunite as one. I mean, that's the hope. The
Yeah,
hope is
it's
one day we could become that one church again.
it's been over 1,000 years, but maybe one day.
One day. It's the hope, man. It's the hope. Let's get rid of the Pope and maybe we can do some good things here. But in any event, man, I think I'm gonna go to bed soon. So
All right.
it was a good discussion.
Yep.
Yeah, I was on for longer than I expected to be, and I feel better now.
All right.
Thankfully. I don't
Glad
wake
you
up in the
didn't
middle of the
shit
night
yourself.
shitting myself to blood, but I think I did I think I did enough with that already, so I think I'm good. So
All right. Thank
all right.
you for sharing your faith with us.
Thank you. No. Thank you too, Howard, for having me on, and thank you to Morgan. And yeah, man, it was a good talk.
You are, sir.
All right, take care, man. Bye.
Love you, man.
Love you. Bye.
All right. That was I didn't expect that. And I'm glad it happened. And thank you guys for holding on for so long. I'm sure that some of you just happened by in the last hour or two wondering what the hell is this. Well, do us a favor. when the stream ends, or now, if you want, just seek on back to the say from the 40-minute or the hour mark of when the show started. We dig into the occult significance of the Charlie Kirk rally. Dark stuff, man. But we ended discussing faith because that this is what it's about. What is the ground of reality? What are we standing upon? As the old saying goes, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. I don't know where that comes from. I think it's a rap song. Not sure. But what's for certain is that our society is crumbling because there is no ground that we all share that we can stand upon and hold fast to and say, this is us, this is unchanging. And when things go awry, we will bring things back in alignment with this thing. We don't share that anymore. Not saying that we never will, but for now, we don't. We're dispersed. What is that thing that will bring us together? In times of crisis, the state will invent that thing. One second. Because it's much more convenient for the state to invent that thing rather than let us discover it or rediscover it for ourselves. Now, we saw the state invent that thing at the Charlie Kirk rally. And it was disgusting. It really was. It was a bald-faced recruitment drive, a brainwashing ceremony to redirect, or rather, gather and harvest the energy of faith in something that is eternal and beyond our physical reality. The reality, when you look at it, is about what happens when we die. Really, at the end of it. That's all religion is. What happens when we die? And how does that affect how we behave on this earth? It was a harvest to redirect that passionate desire for meaning back onto the state. And I believe that my first 2 hours of this stream detailed that very fucking well, if I may say so myself. Although I stammered, I stumbled. I did a good job as anyone because I don't see anyone else making this statement out there. So I guess I'm king of shit hill. But this is what we're up against. The state making its own religion. And we must fight against that. And the way to fight against it is not with swords and shields. It is with our own answer to that question. What happens when we die? What is the ultimate reality that we live in? And that is, I know it sounds Protestant, but we have to ask as individuals and discover for ourselves what that is. And when we discover what that is, then we then change our behavior to adjust to that reality. How does that change the world we live in? How does it change how we treat ourselves? How does that change how we treat others? How does that change how we treat nature and the world itself? This will become a very important question going forward. Because without that basis that we can all agree on, we're fucked. Our children are fucked. Our grandchildren. Our great-grandchildren. And I don't say that to traumatize, to fearmonger. I'm saying that as the real call to arms. This is the real armor of God. Never mind what Jack Posobiec says about going to war with the woke against the left. This is a war of faith, a war of certainty, finding certainty and living that certainty. Whatever that certainty is, I think it's much more common between one man and the next than we think. Chuck McNorris is an endless barrel of laughs. I disagreed strongly with the Synod of Corpse in year 8, 9, 7. Look. Then start your own fucking church and see where you get it. And you know what? The very earliest church fathers taught it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people are in the true church. It's that it exists at all is the grace. And that's true. Maybe what we base our culture and our society on is a false foundation. It all comes crumbling down. Let's say the communists, they finally get their way, and all those children they brainwashed forces us into another communist nightmare that lasts 10, 100, or 1,000 times longer than the last one did, because they have more control now. And that all comes crumbling down, and it brings all of human civilization with them. But if there's one man or woman who has the truth left and survives through that, then the truth has survived, and that is what matters. So, denuded of all particular religion, Christ or Shiva or fucking Lou, hold on to the truth when you find it, and stand in your place and teach it with compassion, because that is the strongest source of power that you have. All right, let's look at the chat before we wrap up. Chuck McNorris goes on to say, Pope Stephen dug up the previous pope's corpse and put it on trial. Yeah, I heard about that. That was grim stuff, man. That's what these people get up to. Nobody can remember anything. Nobody can remember before 1066. Nobody can remember anything, man. Another month and nobody will remember Charlie Kirk. They're like, oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, that was interesting. That was weird, wasn't it? It'll have no impact. Everyone in Australia knows about this one. Synod of the Corpse. Okay, all right. See, I was trying to go for the Latin pronunciation, and then I didn't see the word right in front of my face. Fuck. You know what? I didn't look into that one. Pretty dark. I just remember learning about it in passing, and it was like, ooh, these guys are fucked up, man. All right, time to say goodbye. As is the new tradition here on the Anti-Broadcast, an ancient Gaelic prayer. Catch you guys next Friday, 9:30 p.m. Irish time. And please take care of each other. It's a tough world out there. But don't forget to take care of yourself, because charity begins at home.
Ta